ECN Roadshow rolls on after a great 2 weeks in Bulgaria. We're back in Italy and we're at the Roma cricket ground in the nation's capital over the next 2 weeks. Plenty of cricket coming your way. We have a European cricket series for 12 days and the first ever Meltle Shield. So buckle up, it's going to be a ride. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series Italy Rome, and it starts right now. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Buongiorno, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. In fact, big couple of weeks coming up in Rome. This cricket ground, it is something else. Every time I come, it gets a little bit more professional. There's more structures up here. The field's looking in great condition. More about that in a second, but it's hot, it's heavy, and we're almost ready to get underway with this European Cricket Series. 8 teams will battle it out. Same structure we saw in Bulgaria. I just think a few more close contests though when I look at the teams that will be taking part in this year's edition of the Rome ECS. So we're starting with the defending champions, Roma CC. They're taking on Roma Gladiatori in match 1, the first of 5 today. Let's go over to the Sheriff, Charles Croucher. He's at the other end with the 2 captains for the coin toss.
Welcome to the toss for match 1 with Roma CC versus Roma Gladiatori. Roma Gladiatori to call.
Head.
Heads is the call, and it's a head.
We have bad toss.
Roma Gladiatori won the toss and will bat first.
So Gladiatori win the toss and they have elected to have a hit. Good confident move, I think. First up, I've got a few players to watch, and I've got to say I really love watching Shadamgul Zadran for Gladiatori. He's a guy, plays that real kind of Italian style, wears his heart in his sleeves, very emotional, but also a really good striker, and he loves to bowl thunderbolts. So watch out for him. Maybe even a chance he could open the batting first up for Gladiatori. Now last year, they probably didn't have their best series, 5 and 9, and they missed out on the finals. So I'm sure there's a lot of talent in there, Gladiatori. They'd love to turn some heads this morning against the defending champions, Roma CC. And let me tell you about them. Currently, they're on an ECS unbeaten streak of 19, and that's actually 3rd all time. The record was 20. It was extended to 24 by Prague CC in Czechia earlier this year. But if Roma CC could actually win their first 6 games, we'll have a new record for the most consecutive wins in ECS cricket. So they won't want to slip up, no doubt about that. Roma CC, they have been to an ECL before. We saw them in 2023. One of my personal favourites, the captain, Sujathirila Gadagi, behind the stumps. He's in his late 40s. You would not believe it. He is in such good shape. But Roma CC, I think they have to go in as pretty strong favourites first up. Let's talk about the conditions today. Well, it's a real bunny boiler, I tell you that. It's going to be hot. We're expecting about 38 degrees here. The ground does get watered overnight, so there's a little bit of surface kind of moisture there, but I do think that'll burn away very, very quickly. In fact, it's already 28 degrees and it's not even close to the middle of the day. It's still before 9 o'clock. So almost ready to get going. Nishay Butt is with me today. Rico Full will be with us tomorrow and almost ready to start day 1. Let's get over to Nish now. I can tell you the Gladiators have won the toss and they want to have a hit in match 1. Let's get ready for some ECS Italy Rome.
Thank you very much for that lovely introduction. And here we go. It's ECS Rome. Really looking forward to this one from the Eternal City. Got our first match coming up here between the Roma Cricket Club and the Gladiatori. The defending champs start off against the Gladiators. Couldn't ask for a better matchup to kick this one off. And hey, of course, would like to give a big congratulations shout out to, of course, Charlie Hunt and Rico Full for a great job covering the European Cricket Series over in Bulgaria. Big congratulations, of course, to the champions over there, the Sofia Stars and Gibraltar, for coming in over the weekend and making it 6 wins in 6, an impressive weekend for them. But now we'll turn our attention to our first match of the day here in Italy. And of course, as you can see, look at that stacked lineup for Roma CC. I think once again they're going to head into this tournament as big favorites. Dinado Moraga was exceptional in last year's European Cricket Series, the second highest run getter in that series. And then Charles Fernando, well, he is an absolutely electric player, someone you have to look out for. He was up there in the wickets and up there with the runs. He makes an impact with both bat and ball in hand. Roma CC rightfully going into this game as massive favorites. We're probably going to see a bit of an upset from the Gladiatori if they want to pick this one up. But it's the first day of a tournament, new teams, a little bit of nerves, and you never know what could happen. So I give the Gladiatori certainly a decent chance at pulling it off in this game where, well, you're just getting a view of this absolutely gorgeous ground. What a privilege it is to be here once again. And yeah, it just gets better and better each time you're here. I mean, when I came here last year, I was amazed at how beautiful it was, and it somehow impressed me even more this year. It looks absolutely stunning. And we're just moments away from the first ball, as we can see. Roma CC taking the field as they begin their title defense in what should be a very exciting way to start off. We also got our umpires out in blue. The umpiring crew for this match is Rakbir Hassan and Amila Hetty. They're joined by Tanmala Reddy, the third umpire. Charles Croucher, who you of course saw in the introduction, is our match referee. Also a good chance to say a very good morning to everyone joining us in the chat. Great to hear from you all. Hope you all enjoyed the series over in Bulgaria. It was great to be a part of it for a week. It's a wonderful country and some great people. And of course we got some riveting cricket as well throughout that fantastic fortnight. But it's now time to turn our attention to Rome. And this series, well, it's always so splendid to watch. The standard of cricket is really high. And the ground, as we mentioned a number of times already, it's beautiful, absolutely picturesque, and it's always great to be here in the eternal city of Rome. It looks like it's going to be Fernando to bowl this first over, so we aren't going to have to wait too long to see the star man bowling in this first over. Very good morning to Rob Thompson, Wayne, Ivan B, SF Shohag, Terry Richmond. Great to see so much activity this morning in the chat. Mitchell asking, where's Charlie? Well, Charlie should be making his way back home after covering a series over in Bulgaria. It was a real pleasure to work alongside him in Bulgaria. Look forward to doing it again. We'll have the great privilege of commentating with him in Croatia. Here we go, first ball. And he starts off with a shorter one here, Charles Fernando, going round the wicket to start off. And it's a wide. Yeah, as you can see, a little above head height over there. So, wayward start there by Charles Fernando. Yeah, he's a quick bowler. He's somebody who does like to dig it in short. Bowls a lot of fire and pace. Let's see if he can get it right this time. Much better, much better. That is spot on in and around the channel. Does love to bowl around the wicket, Fernando, but I wouldn't mind seeing a bowler with this quality going over the wicket. You know, it just gives him a few extra options to pick up wickets. Wide Yorker. This time he gets it wrong. Taking a look at the line over here. Yeah, as you can see, this goes past the red line. Given a wide by the umpire. Very important that the defending champs set the tone right. Clear his front leg and he finds the fielder, so that's a wicket. And Huckreath will depart without troubling the scores. It's a duck. That one absolutely raced away towards the fielder at mid-wicket. He barely had a chance to flinch, but he somehow managed to grasp that one. And they pick up a wicket, just clears the front leg. He was looking to make some room to thwack this over the fielder at mid-wicket. But instead, he's found him. Let's take another look at this. Sharp chance, sharp catch. And terrific camera work by Martha Maria who is up in the tower. Great catch to start off there by Rahat Ahmed. I mean, he would have had barely any reaction time, probably less than half a second looking at this. Oh my goodness, that is incredible. Look how close he is as well. That one really caught a lot of us by surprise. And Harpreet, well, tough start to the European Cricket Series for him. He will depart on the just the second ball he faces. That's going to be Niazi coming in here at number 3. Now they're going around the wicket to the left-hander as well. Starts off with a great back of a length delivery. Niazi will drop this one, and he'll pick up the single, which brings, well, Zadran on strike, and we know Shadamkul Zadran, very entertaining player to watch. Plays with a lot of fire and passion. And he's certainly a player who can make the impact with both bat and ball in hand. Made 192 runs in the 13 matches he played in it during last year's European Cricket Series. Had a healthy strike rate of 178. But he's just somebody you can never keep him out of the action. He's always involved, whether it's with his fielding, his batting, his bowling. Very vocal player as well. This is a shorter delivery that's run down towards third. And he'll get off the mark with his very first ball. Brings Niazi back on strike. Niazi at 162 runs, 14 games he played in during last year's European Cricket Series. Strike rate at 141. He'll be looking to do a little bit better this time around. Certainly get that strike rate up. That one just took off, absolutely took off. Ooh, well. I think I'll leave that one for you all at home to decide. Yeah, I think Fernando has a right to feel a little bit hard done by. Well, that's just the nature of the game. He's going to move on and bowl his 5th delivery now. And once again, digs this one in a little bit short, and Niazi will push this one towards point and pick up a single. Yeah, good backing up as well, so he's not going to run any overthrows. There we go. Last ball of the over coming up. It's been an entertaining first over to start off here by Fernandez. Probably dragged on a little bit longer than they would have liked because of the extras, but it's been gripping viewing. Goes short again. Zadran picked up the length early, and he has smacked it away for the first Maximo of this European Cricket Series. Great shot there by Zadran off just the second ball of his innings. Yeah, you can see that one just watches the ball so closely. He's picked up the length, rocks back, elevates it over the rope. 12 runs off the first over, and a wicket falls. Great start, very entertaining start. Here's a look at how many days we got left until the European Cricket Championship. 42 days to go until the biggest show in European cricket. And of course, the finest of Europe will converge in Kardama to battle it out for a chance to win the European Cricket Championship title. This Jay Pot here in the commentary box, and joining me is Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu.
Thanks, Nish. It's great to be here. Yeah, first time in our slightly upgraded. It's not a cube anymore. I've got some commentator box news that we're now in basically like a rectangular prism. It's not a cube, but you'll see it in a second. But yeah, what an interesting first over. Yeah, maybe a bit of harsh on a couple of those extras from Fernando. The extra ball got smashed for 6 by Zadran, who is must-watch television. And what a catch by Rahat Ahmed. It's a real nonchalant kind of catch. His Adnaika in over number 2. And first one will be knocked away for a single. That's Samarakun down there. And the thing with this field, I mean, it is still quite wet because they have to put a lot of water into it. They do have the license to water this field, and that's why you'll see compared to some of the other fields around Europe, they just can't water it at this time of year. It gets really, really dry and dusty, but this field is in great shape.
I think if we actually get a shot of what the rest of this landscape looks like. it will really put into perspective just what a great job they've done with this field. I mean, this place is dry. It's as dry as it gets, and then you certainly have this little oasis in the middle, which is about as green as it gets.
Yeah, it's an oasis is a good way to put it, actually. I know they had the sub-regional qualifiers here for the ICC T20 World Cup preparations for 2026, and I know that went very, very well. But I think at this stage of the summer, it couldn't be any better time to be here in Rome.
Catches the toe end of the bat. It's going to go away towards third. This one, well, it's a little bit of a lucky boundary, not quite like the beautiful shot Zadran played off his second ball. He'll take the runs however they come.
Yeah, I mean, I love the move to open him. It's a real it's a bold move, I think. He is kind of aggression. But I think if you're going to take on Roma CC, you've got to kind of play them at their own game. You've got to say, all right, we're going to take the fight to you. Roma CC have 19 consecutive wins in a row. So if they could win their first 6 games, now that's not going to be easy. This isn't an easy game first up. They'll play 3 matches today, so they'll be halfway there. Then they do play on Friday and on Saturday will be the time when they potentially could get the record, but that's a long way off. This is in the air, just going to creep over the fielder at square leg. And a brilliant bit of running as well to get back for 2. But yeah, also really excited. We haven't talked about it yet, but we'll have the first ever Meltool Shield here in not this weekend, but next weekend, and that's basically the women's cricket equivalent of the Western Shield, which is the best of Britain and Ireland taking on the best of Europe in a 9-match series. So that's also pretty exciting, and yeah, it's good. I think there's at least, I'll have to count, I think there's at least 3 representatives of the Italian women's national team in that Team Europe squad, which I think is fantastic as well.
Packing away, looking to hit this one through the offside, but Zadran will fail to connect. Yeah, you gotta love the aggressive approach by him early. But I think of it there, just needs to stay a little bit more still at the point of contact.
Yeah, I think he's really going after this power play. It's kind of fire on fire, that first over when Charles Fernando's is herring in. I wonder if they'll bowl him out or not. Last ball this over come out.
No, this one's popped up in the air. There should be a catching chance. And look who's underneath it. I think that's Fernando. And a wicket will fall, and well, Zadran, his innings will be cut short at 13 runs. He just loved the aggression he batted with, but ultimately it was one too many shots for him. Once again, backing away, trying to create some room to play it through the offside. Catches the top edge of the bat. That's a fairly comfortable catch. Yeah, well, Zadran lived by the sword, died by the sword. He went out there, he was himself, does smash a 4 and a 6, gets his team off to a decent-ish start. But he hasn't had a lot of help so far, to be fair. He'll go for 13 off 6, and the score's 19 for 2 at the end of 2. I want to say good morning to Terry Richmond in the chat, saying buongiorno, and I want to say hello to Kroom, who's watching from the UK, and Jeff Mobbs is in there. He's asking, are there many imports in these teams? Not really. Here, they pretty much stick to the players that would play for them in the league all summer. So, yeah, I don't think you really see anyone from other countries in this series, although I guess we'll see. And Paul McHale saying, yeah, 42 days to the ECC, can't wait for that. It's going to be on fire. The teams have evolved so much. And of course, first ever time we've got 2 divisions. Quick look at the teams, a very quick look. You'll see that we have a couple of teams from slightly north in an ECN, but they haven't played in a Rome version of the tournament. So this year we did Brescia in the north, and we're doing Rome, which is kind of in the center of the country. Yeah, I want to say hello to Johnny John Heesum has been trying to get in the chat forever. And I know that Johnny is in the chat now, so personal hello to you. Johnny, good that you're with us. Here's Fernando hearing it. This one's going to be played up in the air. Where is this going to land? Oh, it had a chance to carry to the fielder. I think he could have taken that. Might be a little bit disappointed. He hasn't been able to hold on to it in the end. He's covered a lot of ground, but he just isn't able to grasp it.
It's actually a great effort, I think, to get there in the first place. It's a real, I know it sounds weird, but it's almost too bright to see clearly. It's very kind of hazy. With that white ball in the sky looks, it's a very light shade of blue. I got 2 hands to it, couldn't quite hold on. I was going to say, yeah, 42 weeks. That's, those of you that know your 7 times table, it's 6 weeks today that we start. So we've got basically 2 weeks here in Rome, 2 weeks in Austria, 2 weeks in Croatia, and then we start the Euros of cricket.
Short digs this one in. So give it. Take another look at this. Yeah, looks like it's above head height. So
the thing is also it's judged at the crease, and it was probably top of the head when it passed him, but at the crease I think it was above his head, so I think it's a good call. Fernando uses his short ball for the over.
Yeah, Fernando, I mean, I think the way you mentioned there, his matchup with Southern earlier in the first over was, was sort of a fighting fire with fire. We need someone who has so much heart. Once again, going short. He's already used his bouncer. I think this should be okay. The umpires, I think, might want to have another look at this. Let's take a look. Is this above shoulder height? Ooh, well, that's a tight one. I mean, it is worth keeping his mind. He is on his tippy toes over there, but I think he'll just about get away with that. Now goes for the slower ball there, Fernando. And they will pick up a single, so Singh will get set to face his first ball. Yeah, so they're going to have a long on for Singh, and the deep third in place as well. Got Faizan Akhtar in the chat saying that this is a beautiful ground. Yeah, absolutely agree. It is absolutely gorgeous. One of the better grounds in Europe.
And I had a question from Jeff about the pitch here. And we'll talk a bit about the pitch in a minute, actually, because it is quite interesting here in Rome.
Yeah, this one's gone up in the air. It's going to clear the fielder at cover. It will. It's going to land safely, and they should be able to come back for a couple of runs fairly comfortably. Singh was a little bit hesitant to run the second, but he did get there in the end.
Yeah, I've liked the hustle from Gladiatori between the wickets at the moment. But yeah, I was going to say this pitch. I'm from Perth originally in Australia, and it's got so much in common with the Wacker. It's bouncy. It's concrete. It's concrete upon concrete upon concrete upon rock upon core of the earth. It's super hard and fast, and the ball generally flies through. Fernando's taken taking the pace off a few, which has been pretty interesting as well as a tactic. It's the end of the third over. It's 25 for 2. But yeah, expect to see lots of bounce. Already see the ball flying through kind of head high a fair bit. But yeah, really looking forward to seeing the fast guys in particular. That bounce also works for spinners as well. It means that they're able to get the ball jumping, maybe not so easy to take them back over their head. 12, 7 and 6 so far. Gladiatori, I would say that Roma CC are reasonably comfortable where they are at the moment. But yeah, how interesting to follow their journey to potentially 25 wins in a row. That's something, I suppose, not that they need extra motivation because it is their own series, but it started all the way back in 2022 with a run in the finals. They weren't expected. This was in the Super Series because they won their Rome series, and even that I think they came from third. Then they came from outside the top 2 to win the Super Series, which is the basically champions from all the different cities we went to in 2022. And the winner of that got to go to ECL. And so they had a perfect finals day. They won 3 in a row, and that's kind of the start of their streak, which has continued. They were flawless last year. And yeah, we're going to see some spin now with Prithuvi Samarage, the left arm orthodox spinner, bowling over number 4.
This should have been a fairly simple dismissal. I mean, it was struck straight back to the bowler. Looked like it was going to be a rather soft out. We assumed he was going to take this, but he spilt it.
Well, they say there's no such thing as easy catches. Maybe you have to watch that one, because that was easy. Prithuvi's normally such a good fielder as well. It was almost too easy for him. Can't believe he's put that one down.
Yes, hasn't quite middled that one, but they will scamper across and pinch a single. Yeah, it's a really hard surface here in Rome. I mean, he always extracts quite a bit of bounce. I think over these last 3 weeks, we've seen probably 2 of the bouncier surfaces, I assume, on the European Cricket Network, because Hungary's certainly up there as well.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, this one I think's just got a bit more bounce even than Hungary. Hungary was definitely a flat batting track though, wasn't it?
This one's just gonna be chipped up in the air, and the second time of asking, he will take it. No mistake this time around by Samarage. Singh will depart in his first innings of this ECS, having made just a couple of runs. Samarage picks up another wicket, his 52nd European Cricket Series wicket, and the third wicket falls for the Gladiatori.
Yeah, what a slice of luck really for Samarage to get another chance so quickly. It wasn't Niazi who put down earlier in the over, but Mukhtiar's also a dangerous hitter, but just not quite timing that up, not judging the bounce. And Prathuvi jumps to his preferred side that time. And we don't see lightning striking twice with the dropping of a goober. So this is going to be Raj Gurpreet, the keeper, who's going to come in at number 5. And I think Roma CC just feel if they can turn the screws, maybe grab a couple more wickets now, they could really roll Gladiators for something low. And remember, first time we've had the bonus point system in play in a Roma ECS. So a chance they could take all the points.
Just had a little bit of extra bounce over there, which you were talking about. And Gurpreet can just noodle that one straight to the fielder. It's a great over so far. By putting the chance down, we've seen only 1 run come off it. So struck out towards long on. Gurpreet gets off the mark with a single, so the last ball of the 4th over is coming up. Yeah, Niazi now is going to have to play a big rebuilding role over here. A lot of pressure on Niazi. He's going to look to play this one towards third. Takes a bounce, goes over the rope. 4 runs to end the over. Despite that boundary, it's still an excellent over for Samarage. Just 6 runs coming off it, and he picks up a wicket.
Yeah, well, at least it's a bit of a fight back. Got a counter attack. That's the way Gladiatori play their cricket. But at the moment, that run rate not quite 8 and over. Not looking pretty at the moment. 31 for 3. Well, it could go 2 ways from here. I mean, if Gladiators can find a partnership, yeah, maybe they could fight their way to 110 or something like that. Roma CC, I know they're on this crazy winning streak now, but before that, they were kind of known for having slow starts to tournaments. And you know, if you go back, kind of 2021, 2022, they weren't necessarily great starters early on. Here's Rahat, who really took a very good catch. Now he comes on to bowl, and the first one just worked for a single. So yeah, just looking at the other options they've got, they can really hurt you with spin. They had a real kind of spin-focused attack, I think, a lot of the time. Sprinkled with a couple of fast bowlers. Now they've got Fernando on their team. But you've got Marage in there who can bowl as well. You're seeing Rahat bowling off spin now. I think that's because the left-hander's out there. So that's a pretty good matchup. We've already seen Samarage. Certainly looking forward to seeing how they use their bowlers. Who they use.
So Ahmed coming in to bowl this over, and this is what makes Roma CC such a good team, is I mean, they've got those fiery quick bowls for the power play. And once you get into these middle overs, this one should be a catching chance, very comfortably taken at a nice height. Gurpreet will depart. Ahmed picks up a wicket. He just picked out the fielder in the deep. He didn't have to move an inch. It went straight to him. It was at a very comfortable height, and Roma CC pick up their 4th wicket.
Yeah, well, I think he was brought on mainly for the left-hander, Rahat, but you can see Gurpreet, again, just not quite timing it up, not able to get out of the park. I mean, not the biggest boundaries, obviously, here in the European Cricket Series, but it's a couple that just haven't quite come out of the screws. And so Rahat with a wicket. Nicely taken down there by Samarakun, who's an outstanding fielder. Score now, 33 for 4.
We've seen coming in at number 6 for the Gladiatori, who find themselves in dire straits. 33 for 4. Just going to nudge this one away towards mid-wicket, and they'll scamper across for a single. I mean, we're barely 5 overs into the first innings, and look at that win predictor. It's already down to just 2% for the Gladiatori. Roma CC is asserting their dominance early in this match.
And also they've got a pretty power-packed batting lineup, that's the thing.
Struck firmly towards long off, and this is a great bit of fielding once again.
Whew, that might have been close, you know, as well. Samarakun fires it in, makes about a run. Niazi just kind of trots there, but with these field dimensions as well, I think they actually might have been out if it had hit. Last ball of the 5th coming up.
This is tucked away towards point, and once again, exceptional fielding. I mean, Roma CC's ground fielding in these first 5 overs has been top notch. They've kept boundaries to an absolute minimum. Of course, here's a chance to welcome you into our commentary box, the new and renewed commentary box, looking absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, we quite like it here. It gives us a bit more, I suppose, protection from the elements. It looks like it won't blow away, which I think is good as well. And yeah, we got a nice bit of room. So yeah, nice and breezy here in and a really hot summer's day in Rome. I want to say well done to Charlie and Rico for bringing the show home in Bulgaria. It was quite an interesting series as well. This is up in the air. It's going to slice away from the field. And I think that's gone all the way. It has Maximo to start over number 6. So just going back to that, weren't Gibraltar impressive, going 6-0 in that series? Louis Bruce, player of the series. I heard him on commentary for a little bit as well. Louis, really good young player. Yeah, Rico actually will be here. He'll be on tomorrow. He's arriving a little bit later in the day. I'll be having a little bit of a break in the middle of this series, but I'll be back in time for the end of the series and then the Melville Shield. Also got some T20s coming up.
Yeah, this one is absolutely smashed. It's hammered over cow corner. He has just managed to find a way to flat bat this one over that cow corner boundary. 6 runs.
Niazi's kind of a sleeping giant there as well. Remember, he got dropped that absolute soda back to Samaragi, but he's still there. He's still able to hurt you. Just needs someone to click here, Gladiators.
Now goes over mid-on this time. Just the 1 run.
Just out of the grasp of Athanaika there. I want to say a big thanks to Paul McHales. He's tipped in $14.99 Australian, and he says, just because you guys are awesome and we appreciate the Maximos. Paul, that's really kind of you, and what a good way to start the week.
Firmly towards that cover boundary, and that's probably the first slight mishap out in the field. Wasn't easy for Shamira Kurupu, but he just took his eye off the ball at the end, and it's gone away for 4.
Couldn't really decide what he wanted to do there. The funny thing is, if he'd actually tried to get it on the full, it was probably his best chance of stopping the boundary as well, because as soon as it landed, he really wasn't able to react to the bounce. So yeah, it's a real tough one for the outfielder there. But yeah, I want to say super big thanks to Paul McHales, and hopefully you stick around and enjoy the cricket coming up. I mentioned, yeah, we've got another one. There was this weekend, we called it May Madness actually, because of what happened during May. We had the day series, night series. We also had, at one point, we had 4 locations at once because we had T20s in the Netherlands and Romania and a day series and a night series. It's not quite that crazy, but we do have 3 in a couple of weeks' time. That's a nice little bit of slide fielding out there to finish the over, and the 50s come up during that over for Gladiatori. They're 54 for 4 after 6. So yeah, we've got obviously the Meltu Shield, which is really exciting, and also finals day here. But we have the Valletta Cup, which is women's this year, a bit like the Central Europe Cup was women's in Czechia earlier this year. So that's going to be a 5-team tournament, 4 international teams, and the MCC as well are there, MCC women's side. And then also I'll be shooting off to the Netherlands because we're covering the tri-series between Netherlands, USA, and Canada. I know that already they're playing some 50-over cricket over there. I think it started yesterday. So I don't have a word for it. It's not quite May Madness, but it's a full-on August, put it that way, over the next couple of weeks. There's Rihat coming back for a second over.
Yeah, that Netherlands tri-series looks so exciting. I mean, you got 3 teams, all of whom were in the World Cup, and this one's a firm throw back towards the strikers. And then, of course, I mean, yesterday we saw them, obviously wrapping up the Paris Olympics, and cricket's going to be in the Olympics in 4 years, and I will truly believe that the road to LA starts right here on the European Cricket Network. I mean, we're going to see a lot of European teams that take part in that, and will certainly play a huge role in it. This comes off the outside edge of the bat, and it's going to go over the fielder at third. It was a good leap, but it's gone beyond his grasp. 4 runs.
Nice footwork there. And he got a little bit of luck there as well. I suppose Niazi does just get it over. He's become the key to this Gladiatori innings now. Yeah, I suppose the only disappointing thing for the Olympics, in my view, is that only 6 teams are playing. And that's, I think, because I think in the Olympics, they're not a huge fan of more team sports being brought in because it's the logistics of having to carry so many players per team compared to an individual event. So I suppose I can understand that. I suppose the pros and cons for me with the Olympics. I told you I'm not a huge fan of the format. I wish it was a bit more, like rugby sevens as a format. So to me, T10, maybe these kind of conditions wouldn't be a bit more of an interesting spectacle to people that are not regular cricket watchers. But I suppose it's a good thing with the funding. Oh well, this one's up in the air. First he's going to have to find it at Naika. We can't find it. It's lost in the sun. And he doesn't even get close to it in the end.
Yeah, it doesn't get close to it. So I think it just goes back to the point you made at the start of the broadcast where it's almost too bright to spot the ball. I mean, it's perfect Mediterranean light blue, and good luck spotting a little white cricket ball in that sky.
Yeah, it looked like a grain of rice coming down from the sky. I think Van Nike didn't see it at all. Another edge, and that's going to fly away, and that is going to be 4 runs. So riding his luck all the way to the bank is Niazi. He moves up to 38. Yeah, so I suppose now cricket is an Olympic sport for the foreseeable future. It does unlock a lot of funding in countries, so that's a good thing. So if you're talking about developing Europe, for example, the fact that now when the cricket federations go to the government and say, hey, we'd like some money for cricket. But normally it's pretty hard to get it out of them, but now with it being an Olympic sport, it just makes it more possible to secure that extra funding.
He's gonna go big. This one is huge. This is the biggest 6 so far this innings. Massive shot. Just slightly overpitched that one there, Ahmed. Niazi has absolutely walloped this one all the way.
He's been waiting a while, but he's finally got one out of the middle of that bat. And geez, that flew, didn't it? That's it might have gone out of the actual ground. So that's a really good way to finish the over. 72 for 4 after 7. This is where we are on the ECS calendar. So have a look at all those places that we've been this year already. Started in mid-January. We'll go all the way through to December. And of course, you can see that the kind of card room events are sprinkled in there as well. So we've got 3 more locations, including this one before the men's ECC. Then we have a couple more. And then we'll finish the year with the European Cricket Championship W, which is now 2 divisions instead of 1. It's great to see both the men's and the women's being broken up into 2 divisions, which we just think will create more competitive contests. And also it means there's twice the amount of trophies to win. So Italy, they are in the top division for both though.
So it's going to be played out towards square leg. And yeah, just going back to that point earlier about funding, it just says so much about the growth of European cricket. I mean, so many of these teams a few years ago were fighting for recognition from their sports ministry, and now they've reached the point where they could even potentially look for funding from their Olympic committees. I
remember one of the first stories that I read on European cricket a few years ago now, but it was Russia at the time, and Russia's sports ministry had concluded that cricket was not a sport. That's pretty funny considering it's the 2nd most watched sport in the world.
This is played out towards cover. It's going to take a good bit of fielding on the deep. It's an exceptional job there. Gets down and saves his side a couple of runs.
I've got one for maybe some of the Australians in the chat. I know there's quite a few at this time of day. What did you make of Ray Gunn, the Australian breakdancer? Did you see that? She went a bit viral.
I think the less said, the better about that one.
Faster, higher, stronger. Anyway, that was leapt up, and it's going to be out of the ground. Niazi brings up his 50. He's been carrying this innings. Brings up the first half century of the ECS off 24 balls.
Oh, great strike, and what a way to bring up your half century. Once again, targeting that mid-wicket boundary, so strong through that region. He's made the bulk of his runs through mid-wicket. It's about 15 of them, to be exact. This time he makes some room to play towards the offside, and he'll pick up a single.
Yes, it's going to be a kind of an ugly 100 here. It's kind of what it seems like. An awkward kind of a chase for Roma CC. Of course, batting for the first time in the series. Gladiators will throw everything at them.
We'll just have to wait a little bit for it. Morage taking some pace off that ball, putting a little bit more air into it. We'll have a look if there's a chance for a stumping over here.
Well, he does drag his foot. Does he get back or not? Oh,
that's a tight one. Really close one. Take another look at this. Does he manage to get that heel back down behind the line? Well, there's got to be something behind that line.
I got a feeling it's out, but it's very...
Oh, that doesn't help him.
You know, it's grainy. Yeah, he might get the benefit of the doubt here, but I'm not sure there's anything grounded behind the line. It's about as close as you can get. I think you got to go umpire's call there.
It's a tough one. It's a really tough one to give him out on. But to be honest with you, if you look at that zoom, it looks like he might not actually have his heel down, but you know, you got to feel for the third umpire. You can't really give that one out. I
think that's one of those ones. I don't think it's necessarily clear enough to overturn an umpire's decision or not out. So we'll survive, and it's 82 for 4 after 8. Still 2 overs remaining. Yeah, Rob's saying it was terrible. Rob's a New Zealander, but I respect your opinion on that. I don't want to pan any other sports, but does breakdancing belong in the Olympics? Nish, I mean, your generation, you're Z, is that what you are?
Yep, Z.
You're Z, so I mean, we're from different generations. Are they trying to make it a bit more funky?
It was being, I can guarantee you that Zoomers were trolling it just as much on social media.
But is it a sport?
Yeah,
Or is it art? I know something can be both.
This one's just going to sneak underneath the fielder with score leg and go away for 4. If you want a proper Gen X opinion, I think my dad, he walked in when I was watching the Olympics a couple of days ago, and he saw they were skateboarding on TV. He's like, how is this a real sport? Where's the cricket?
Yeah, I know snowboarding is in the... But, I mean, I wouldn't mind skateboarding like a race.
Yes.
Like, get them racing. Get them at the top of a big hill and let them fly. Okay. The breakdancing, for me, it's a curious one to be in there.
A skateboarding marathon, that would be very interesting. If they did the same course the marathon runners did, I'd love to see them get tested. This one's wide over there by Athanayaka.
I did get to watch a fair bit of the Olympics being off last week, so I was able to catch... I was kind of watching Bulgaria during the day and then watching the Olympics by night. I was getting into a few of the sports that, you know, we're talking about sports you only really watch at the Olympics. So for me, weightlifting's one I quite like watching. All the throwing sports and the jumping sports I quite like as well.
This one's going aerial this time, and it's gonna land beyond the rope. 6 runs. Wasn't completely in control of that shot, Niasi, but he's found a way to get it over the rope for 6. And Athanayaka just looks up at the heavens, forlorn, wondering what he's done wrong there.
He hasn't done a lot wrong, but offers a bit of length. We haven't really seen a lot of balls hit straight back over the bowler's head. I think part of the reason is there is extra bounce in this pitch. You don't get too many you can unless it's a real half volley, maybe low full toss. Not so easy.
Yeah, this is a beautiful shot, but is it going to go straight to the fielder? It will, and he's going to put it down. The second drop of this innings for Roma CC. This one went straight to the fielder. He'd usually be backing himself to take that. Roma CC tend to be exceptional in the field, one of the better fielding sides on the network. He's made a couple of errors in this match.
Yeah, and that's another one where the sun was a factor. Even with the sunglasses, it just doesn't get a great look at that. Niasi, he's batted well, but he's also had that bit of luck. And without that, he could have been gone a couple of times, and then who knows where this innings would be. Yeah, on for 113 here, according to the computer. And I would say the par here, I think when you get the real top teams out there, it's probably about 125, 130.
This extra bit of bounce there does sing. Bowls that one back of Valentia. Of course, they're without Mubarak Hussain, the Roma Gladiatori for this European Cricket Series. He was their highest run getter by a fair amount last year. So the fact that he's not available for this match, and not sure about his availability for the remainder of the series, is certainly a big blow for them. Once again, just digging this in. If you bowl a hard length on this surface, it certainly takes off and shoots off.
Yeah, it's a tough one. If you're not going to get behind the line of the ball, it gets really difficult to pull that. So it's about getting that back foot back and across, and getting your eyes behind or even getting inside the line of the ball if you can. But you have to be really quick on your feet. Athanayaka's bowled a pretty good spell, 1 for 19. Last ball for him. and they're okay for time because they do bowl a lot of spin. Even though that first over from Fernando seemed to go forever, they've still made it by 3.5 minutes.
And numerous dot balls to end the over. 3 consecutive dot balls. Singh just chewed a few too many there, and that means the over will end up going for 12 runs. So got 1 over to come here. Let's see who the captain will turn to. It'll most likely be Dididu Marage, who's gonna bowl this over. Have a look at the bowling figures so far. Pretty decent all-round performance by this Roma CC unit. Got to look at those extras as well. Just 5 runs of extras, which is an exceptional effort. Yeah, I think coming from Bulgaria, just looking at this this wicket here in Rome, it's just a complete 360, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, over in Bulgaria, we had so many balls that were staying low, ankle height deliveries on some cases, but just watching it just take off here, as if you're at the Waka, as you mentioned, it just makes the cricket so much more exciting. This one's going to go straight down the ground, and it's going to take 1 bounce and a terrific bit of fielding.
Oh, run out.
Could be a chance for a run out here, and it will be a run out. So a wicket will fall. Strong throw over there by Thushara Samarakun. And another
Let's
wicket
just
will
see
fall.
what happened. Did they even run here? Because maybe he just didn't want to give the strike away. So you could see it's actually been a pretty good. Now then he decides maybe we'll go, and then basically completely sells Amanpreet up the river. But that's all about Niazi wanting to keep the strike, and then probably realised too late that there was probably 2 if he'd run straight away. But you can't just decide it was 2 when the ball's already coming back in. So yeah, Amanpreet becomes a bit of collateral damage.
Oh, that's a terrific slap down towards straight down the ground for a dot ball and a run out. Gonna take an inside edge, and it's gonna go towards the fielder fine leg. Once again, Niazi looking to farm the strike, so it's gonna be back-to-back dot balls to start off. He's gonna go over extra cover this time around. There's a fielder there, and he's gonna be caught the 3rd time around. Well held on to in the deep. Niazi only survived a couple of scares earlier in his innings. This time he won't. He's batted superbly though. He's taken full advantage of the extra lives that have been handed to him. And he's put his side within touching distance of triple digits. But he will fall, and it's 3 dot balls to start this over.
24 for 6 then. Finally, it's the end of Niazi, but he batted so well, didn't he? And he's the reason that they look like they may get to 100, maybe not. I mean, it wasn't too long ago that they were looking for 113, but the last 7 balls, we've only had 1 run, which is quite extraordinary at this stage of the innings, and there's been 2 wickets in there as well.
Oh, slower delivery, and it's absolutely done him right through the gate. Hits the top of the off stump. The 7th wicket falls here for the Gladiatori. What a sensational final over here by Marage. He's going to be on a hat-trick in the next ball. It takes some pace off it. By the time the batter gets his bat down, well, he's nowhere near it. He's bowled right through the gate. And Marage is on a hat-trick. Take one more look at that wicket. Yeah, the batter just bamboozled by the lack of pace. Ended up just not bringing his bat down in time. Playing the wrong line as well. He just never got anywhere near it. Kind of a nothing shot in the end, in all honesty. It's a big wind-up over there. It just ends up playing, well, no shot at all. Well, here's a chance for Marage to pick up a hat-trick. Here we go. Hat-trick ball. Oh, that one just stayed a little bit lower than most of the deliveries we've seen so far this innings. Yeah, if he had this one aimed at the stumps, I'm pretty sure he would have cleaned up the batter. Just goes past the outside edge of his bat. Last ball of the innings coming up. And this is a sensational final over. Triple wicket maiden in the final over. And how have the Gladiatori not managed to cross the triple digits mark? Absolutely incredible. The last 10 deliveries of this innings produced just 1 run and 3 wickets. A massive collapse right at the end for the Gladiatori after they rallied so well during those middle overs.
That's-
Roma CC just showing why they're champions.
That's crazy. We go 9 balls at the end of the innings where they score donuts, nothing. So they were stuck on 94. They were 94 up to 8.3. They stay on 94. At that stage, I think was expecting that they would get to 113, but I mean, it all just fell apart, didn't it? And Roma CC, I think they're probably eyeing off all the points in this one. It was a funny one, wasn't it? Zadran, loved him at the top of the order. He just kind of went for absolutely everything. In the end, he holed out. Charles Fernando taking a catch just inside the circle. But Niazi rode his luck all the way to 64. The critical innings here that at least makes the Gladiators competitive in the opening match of this European Cricket Series.
Yeah, you take away Niazi's innings, and this would have been a pretty embarrassing innings for the Gladiatori. This is one of 2 catches that they dropped in this innings. I can see a big wind-up there by Mukhtiar Singh, and it would be taken by Samaragi, who'd get a second bite at the apple in the same over. He put down the first chance that was presented to him off his own bowling, but then he would take it the second time around. Niazi, well, he certainly rode his luck. He was dropped a couple of times, but he made full advantage of all those drop catches, made 64 of 31 deliveries, struck 9 boundaries, 5 of them being 6s during that innings. And he was particularly strong through that mid-wicket region, hitting 3 boundaries towards cow corner. And he's just no left-handers. They always love to strike it towards that part of the boundary rope. They were generally exceptional in the field, Roma CC. That was a rare error that we saw from the fielder, just taking his eye off the ball right at the end. Niazi got a little bit lucky on that shot that went the top edge. That went away for a 4. This was a beautiful shot by him, though. Massive, massive 6, the biggest 6 of the innings. And then he followed that one up by clubbing another one shortly afterwards. At this stage, though, they were 94 for I believe it was just 4, 94 for 4. And then we saw a massive collapse right at the end, where they, of course, managed to score 0 runs off the last 9 balls and lost 3 wickets. This is, of course, a look at the final over, which was a triple wicket maiden. Brilliant bowling by Danilo Maraghe. Of course, we saw Niazi look to farm the strike, and in the end, that didn't quite pay off for him, as he would haul one out to the fielder at cover. It was comfortably taken, and the lower order failed to score a run in that final over. Just incredible, the fact that the Gladiatori were unable to pick up a single run of the last 9 balls of this innings. They were batting superbly during that middle over phase. Of course, you saw overs 6 and 7 produce 37 runs, and at that stage you really wondered whether they could get to something north of 110 or around 115, but they just couldn't get to that mark, and in the end they'll be gutted that they end up with just 94 runs. We'll have a look at the scorecard. Just a couple of scores of note in there. Shamgul Zadran and Munib Niazi, those two batted superbly. I thought Zadran, I love the fact that he was so aggressive in the power play. Sure, he'd obviously like to continue that start in the future innings, maybe go on to make a few more runs, but he just loved the approach by him early. I mean, batted fearlessly right at the top of the order. And of course, we spoke at length about Niazi during the highlights package. Here's a look at the bowling figures for Roma CC. Solid all-around performance. Of course, Danilo Maraghe doing his figures. A great, great service with that final over of the innings. A triple wicket maiden for him to round things out. And in the end, Roma CC will restrict their opposition to just 94 runs. Just 5 runs of extra as well, which is something that is very commendable. The mid-match summary is that the Gladiatori have been restricted to just 94 runs, and Roma CC will be eyeing all 4 points in the second innings. Join us in 5 minutes' time when we'll bring you the chase.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings. A target of 95 has been set for the defending champion Roma Cricket Club. They'll certainly be backing their chances to pick up the bonus points here. As you can see, if they can achieve this in 7 overs or less, they will be picking up the bonus point. This latter scenario over there looks rather unlikely, in all honesty. I think it's hard to see that they'll be restricted to 65 or less in this innings. They have to go at about 13.4 and over if they want to pick up the bonus points. So that is very attainable for Roma CC. That's about a pace you need to go at to score 134 runs based on the quick calculations I've done right here. So it's doable. It's very, very doable for Roma CC, who I think will want to get off to the perfect start in this title defense by picking up an emphatic victory against the Gladiatori. Let's see what the Gladiatori can do. I think one thing about them that I think they were certainly impressed in was their bowling. They've always had a few issues with the bat in hand, but they can bowl well. They do play hard. And let's see if they can make this a tough, scrappy second innings and make Roma CC fight for every run. Here we go. We're just moments away from the first ball of this second innings. I think just looking back at that second innings, of course, the Gladiatori will be very disappointed they didn't get over 110 or 115. Of course, we did mention that the last 10 balls of the innings produced just 1 run and 3 wickets fell during that phase. They just fell apart from the right at the end. They were unable to capitalize on the decent enough platform they had built thanks to the good innings by Munib Niazi to at least get over 110 or 115, but you know, they succumbed to pretty poor death overs, and they ended up with just 94. They were looking really good during over 6 and 7, scored 37 runs during that phase, and it just looked like they were going to claw their way back into the game after a slow first 5 overs where they scored just 35 runs and lost 4 wickets. And Niazi, of course, leading their fight back. Just weren't quite able to close things out at the end. This looks like it's going to be Zadran to bowl this first over. It's going to be Dinadu Marage and Kurupu opening the batting. We talked quite a bit about Zadran and what a fiery, exciting player he is. Always fun to watch with the ball in hand. And here is Dinadu Marage going to face the first ball. Oh, this is just beautifully played. Absolutely gorgeous shot. Just uses the pace of the ball beautifully and cuts that one away behind point for 4 runs. Take another look at this. A lovely shot. Just gets his hands up above the ball, plays it along the ground. Goes away for 4 runs. That's a terrific start to his innings. It's a dot ball in here. Once again, Zadran just taking a little skip towards the left just to change the angle up to the batter a bit. And it's worth watching that back foot when he's running into bowl. Once again, this is slashed away, and this is a terrific bit of fielding. He saved his side 3 runs there. It was excellent anticipation. Just knew right off the bat where that ball was going to end up. Sprinted across, gets a hand to it, bats it down. That's exactly the kind of intensity the Gladiatori need. Just takes some pace off the ball. There's Zadran. It dies down on the keeper. It's a dot ball. I guess sneaks in another one there. This time it was an on-pace delivery by Zadran. This one looks like it might go all the way. Yes, it will. Over the fence, 6 runs. And Kurupu, after playing out a couple of dot balls to start off his innings, let's meet this one very, very nicely. Well, Derek just a little bit Got a little bit anxious over there, a bit excited. But no, that's 6 runs. And it's 11 runs off the first over, so a good start here for Roma CC. Of course, if they want to pick up the bonus points, they need to go at about 13.4 and over, so yeah, not too bad a start for them. Here we go, 39 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network. We had a few here in Rome last year during the European Cricket Series, and also we had one during the ECIs as well. And let's see if Rome could bring us a golden ball once again. A good chance, of course, to welcome back Mr. Maximo Vinny Sundu into the commentary box.
Yeah, it's nice to be back. Yeah, Rome have had their fair share of golden balls, like you said. We had that one in the international first ever ECI golden ball. It was when I was just hopping on the plane to go to Garthamar, actually, Italy versus Austria. So, over number 2, Jamali is the new bowler. Yeah, that was a crazy one, wasn't it? First ever no ball off a golden ball as well. But even before that, we've had our share. We had one in 2020. And Roma CC, actually, they're one of only, I think it's 5 teams to have played in 3 golden balls.
This is played out towards mid-on. They'll grab a quick single.
Yeah, so Roma CC, along with Madrid United of Spain, Gorka 11 of Portugal, United CC of Czechia, and Marsa in Malta, the only 5 teams to play 3 golden balls. So if Roma CC get a golden ball here, they'll be in rare air. They'll be the first team to ever play 4 golden balls. They had 2 in pretty quick succession, I remember, back in 2021 as well.
It's kind of the top edge. Has this been taken by the keeper? Has this been taken? Yes, it has. He's managed to hold on to that one. Incredible catch. Diving to the other side. Very quick reactions. And he's managed to get rid of Marage over here. I mean, he's going to his left and he's going to his right. That was such a brilliant change of direction there by the keeper. How great was that?
Yeah, brilliant. Ended up getting in the one. Yeah. I'll tell you one thing that's interesting here, though. Does he rub the ball on the ground when he takes it? Let me just have, this is my, take nothing away from Gurupri. I'm just curious that when he takes it, see how he then, I know in cricket you tend to just think that's a catch. But if you go by the letter of the law, I think that hits the ground. But hey, we never saw it hit the ground because his glove was in the way. So there's nothing to think about. Anyway, Marage has to make an early departure. Here comes Fernando at number 3.
Oh, what a player Fernando is. I mean, this guy, he only knows how to play one way, and that is to smash it a long, long way. Start off by hitting one out towards mid-off. Get a single to get off the mark.
Yeah, funny little chase here. I mean, should have been more, but Roma CC really shut things down with those 9 scoreless deliveries at the back end of the innings.
Yeah, so Munster Jamali, that was of course his first ever European cricket wicket, playing in his first ECN match. Just, angling this one in, the left-hander. They'll get another single. It's just been a terrific over by him so far. Just 4 runs off it, and he's managed to pick up a wicket. You know, a couple more overs like this, and could be a very interesting chase.
Yeah, I know that Wayne was in the chat saying that he thinks I'm happy to be back, which I always am. Thinking, was I bored last week? I guarantee I wasn't bored. I was doing so much planning for 2025. Already, we have to start looking at that.
This one's gone up in the air, and it's just going to go beyond the grasp of the fielder, but he's creating plenty of chances here, Jamali.
Pretty good effort, actually, by Amanpreet, who I think gets there in the end. This is kind of like a free shot at a catch. I don't think he expected to catch this. But he ends up getting there, but having to run back with the flight. But, yeah, good effort. Did well. At least didn't knock it across the line. End of the over. 2 overs in now as we have a look at the teams that we'll see in this tournament. Now, you can see that, well, 5 of them have Roma in the name. But then you've got Kent Lanka from Napoli, who are playing once again, and you've got the 2 teams from slightly out of the city. So, yeah, from a couple of hours away, maybe more like 3 or 4 in some cases, with Bologna and Baracca Prato making up the 8 this year.
Well, this could be close. This could be really close. He might be some serious trouble here, the batter, but the umpire is unmoved.
Well, this will be an interesting one. Zadran was sure this would happen. He does bowl really wide of the crease. Height's the only thing there.
Yeah, height
it
could be an
hits him
issue.
in line, but with the bounce in this pitch, it might be going over. That's the only thing I would say about that. I'll have one more look quickly here, but is this climbing over? I think it's probably benefit of the doubt. It's probably fair enough decision.
I mean, that just tells you right there how much extra bounce there is on this surface. I mean, Fernando's a tall man, and that struck him pretty high up on the pad or around that thigh pad region. It's probably going to just go over the stumps, I think. Yeah, the umpire looks like he might have got that one just right. This is going to be struck straight down the ground. It's going to go well over the rope. That's a big hit there by Fernando.
Yeah, Fernando can hit bombs. Exhibit A, this one's put over the fence and far away. And yeah, if he gets in, they could be looking at doing this in the 7 overs, never mind the 10.
So 3 balls left in this power play. There we go now. So drawn. So he got a comeback delivery. Fernando's going to strike this one firmly out towards square leg, and this is a proper power play shot. He's kind of scuffed that one, hasn't hit it cleanly, but it's beat the ring. It's gone away for 4.
Yeah, just it's the thing about bowling short on this pitch as well. You know, once batters are in, it is very true bounce as well. So I think Fernando very quick to kind of turn on this, pulled away to the boundary.
Hasn't quite got that one right. And it's going to be a dot ball. So final ball of the power play coming up. It's always a very interesting ball. I believe you did mention a stat once that the 3rd over always tends to produce the most wickets because you just tend to see...
except for the 10th. But 10th, you can probably understand what's going on there. So Zadran holds his own in that spell, ends up none for 21. And it takes us to the end of the power play. The score, 26 for 1.
Yeah, the fact that he always just skips to his left before bowling the ball, I just wonder how it is just going up against him. Must be very, very strange. I mean, it certainly must throw you off as a batter to just watch him skip to his left. It just completely changes the angle he's bowling from. 26 for 1. He's just 1 run ahead of what the Gladiatori were at this stage. So a slightly slow start here as well for Roma CC, although they do have 9 wickets in hand. They bat very deep. I think they will start to look to attack and really try to go for that 4th point.
Yeah. The thing with Zadran is he does do it consistently, though, compared to some bowlers that might do it occasionally. So I mean, you should expect it. It's probably not as awkward as someone like a Malinga or a Bumrah with a weird arm angle that your brain just can't quite compute. Anyway, here's Sifat Amin over number 4. Field goes back. Rupu swings and misses first ball.
Yes, very nice first ball here by Amin.
I have Wayne. Now, Wayne, do you remember Zadran from last year? I think a few people might. He said, brave umpire not to give Zadran the wicket. Braver man than me. Yeah, it's hard to pinpoint. Well, it's no ball. This is going to be for overstepping. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Yeah, good call by the ump. And it means that we've got a free hit coming up. So Gladiatori can't really afford that. But Zadran is the kind of guy I feel like he can just absorb body blows, injuries, whatever. He'll just keep out. He'll keep giving you 100% no matter what. Can't cash in the free hit here. So, I mean, gets out of jail. And Karupa just struggling early here. I wonder with some of the batting they've got to come, if they start to, if that rate creeps out past 12, and I think you might have to make a strategic change. You've got Samaragi coming in next.
Oh, it's a full toss, and he's going to get away with this. It's struck straight at the bowler. Yeah, I think with the depth they have in their batting, I think you do have to, you can't afford to be a little bit harsh on a batter. I mean, Karupa's a terrific batter, and he certainly get plenty more opportunities to score some runs, but I think you give him a couple more balls. If it doesn't quite click, you might have to pull him.
I think you might. You don't want this to get out of hand.
Oh, is there an edge there? It doesn't look like the captain's going to have to make the decision as Amin has made it for him. Thin edge through to the keeper. And this is another wicket that has fallen for Roma CC. So the Gladiatori, like their name, are fighting hard in this arena. Thin edge goes to the keeper. Very well taken. You can just see there from the replay as the ball goes past the outside edge of the bat. Yeah, it's just a razor thin edge. Didn't quite catch that one on the mic either, but he's clearly nicked that one.
Yeah, he walked, didn't he? He might have walked even if he didn't nick it. I think his time was up. Kurupu can't really get too much away, but he's a talented batter, no doubt about it. Just a bit of an off start. Often this will happen early in tournaments as well. But, straight away, yeah, it's good sportsmanship. Happy to go. Actually, you see a little bit of a deflection there, I think, on the replay. So yeah, last year Roma CC were 16-0. The year before, they started their winning streak on finals day of the Super Series. So they won 3 finals there, and they won 16 last year. So that's 19 in a row. They're going for win number 20 in a row.
This was up in the air, and there was a chance. There was a chance again. Amin, who's of course bowling his first ever over on the European Cricket Network, almost had a chance to pick up his second wicket of this European Cricket Series. Would have been a tough chance. That's going to go away for 4.
Yeah, just eased away. Samaragi's a real talented player with ball, with bat. I think it's a good time for him to come to the crease.
That's a wide one there for Amin. Got to say, I mean, Jamali and Amin, a couple of new additions to this Gladiatori teams, but very handy addition. Very impressed by the way these two have bowled early in this innings. Yeah, I think that certainly suggests that the Gladiatori side have made some serious upgrades with their bowling attack. This one's just down the leg side. It's a poor ball. Gets the line completely wrong there. And Samarage, it's going to be easy pickings for him as he strikes that one away for 4.
Yeah, not a good ball at all. Just let themselves down with that occasional one, haven't they? It's the end of the 4th over, and the score 36 for 2. It doesn't look like it is going to be a 4-pointer. Looks like it could be quite a tight one, actually, depending on how this works out. Let's have a look at the run rate graph. Well, this is an interesting one because it actually drops in that last over and a half because they don't score any runs. And I mean any runs in the last 9 balls. But, yeah, it's going to be a pretty interesting finish here. Roma CC, well, mentioned they've had 3 golden balls. Could this be number 4 to start us off? I got to say, I think it's our first time together since golden ball 64. Now, 63 we did together. Corey Rutgers, 1 game he commentated with me. 1 game, and it was the second game of the ECSW. It produced a golden ball. It was crazy. It was giving me Portugal vibes. Golden ball in the dark. It was crazy. But hey, what a great start! What a great thing to have ECSW cricket for the first time. Expect more of it in 2025.
That one is blocked out, goes away for an inside edge. Yeah, I mean that was unique. Very unique. I mean, obviously the golden ball in the dark, but probably the first time I've seen a batter running towards the wrong end in the final ball of the innings.
Yeah.
It was chaotic. It was really chaotic. They somehow managed to get that single though, and pick up that run to take it to a golden ball. I think one thing though that does raise a debate though is I think this is something we discussed, I believe right here in Rome last year was potentially maybe just adjusting the golden ball rules slightly for the women's game.
Yeah, potentially, and that's something we'll probably talk about in the committee. But I think with the women's game, because typically they are lower scoring, I quite like letting any bat or any bowler have it. So if I just think it gives the batting team a bit more of a chance. If that might be a small adjustment I'd make. I think we've got it right in the men's at least, because I do think in the men's game you should reward teams for taking wickets, and that's why you get certain people out of the equation. There's nothing wrong with it at all. But I think in the women's it would just be, especially because it would let you choose any bowler as well, reduces the chance of an extra. Obviously we see more extras. That's going to be straight down the ground and 6. Maximo for Fernando. He's looked pretty good here. And Charles, he's a guy, remember watching him play in Bologna actually for the first time. And he scored 100 during that tournament. Sometimes he hits, sometimes he misses, but there's been more of the former on this occasion so far. 19 off just 10.
He's going to go big again, but doesn't quite have the distance. There's 1 hop. And towards Zadran. That's going to be a single.
Yeah, so one thing I will say, the players absolutely loved the ECSW. They couldn't have loved it more. And it was great. It was actually two teams from two different countries as well.
Just plays this one into the pitch. They'll pick up another single over here. So now having a look at this right now, they're going at exactly the required they need. You know, they've done a good job of containing them here, and you know the best thing the Gladiatori can do is just try to take this game as deep as they can.
Yeah, that's the key.
Once again, just a cut away towards third.
Certainly a much easier fielding ground than some that we do see around Europe, that's for sure. 49 for 2 then after 5. Game in the balance. These are our upcoming events, and you can see that we have a pretty busy couple of weeks here. Not only do we have the ECS and Meltul Shield here in Rome, but we've also got the Valletta Cup from Malta and the Netherlands Tri-Series from 2 locations actually in the Netherlands. Austria and Croatia in the final 4 weeks before we hit the Cardimer Oval for the ECC. And now you can see Malta on there, which is kind of long overdue. We haven't been in Malta this year. And so as a result, that's going to be a 4-week series, which starts on the Sunday after the ECC finishes. And I know that you'll be doing a little bit of that. It'll be quite a long series, so you'll probably hear from Charlie and myself and Rico over that 4-week period. Then after that, actually, it's just Barcelona, and then we're back to the Cardimer Oval for the ECCW.
Yeah, certainly in the second half of our season here on the European Cricket Network, but still have plenty of exciting events coming up. Struck firmly there by Fernando, goes straight out towards the fielder at point, and they'll pick up a single. So yeah, they've done a pretty good job here of keeping boundaries to a minimum. We've seen just 7 boundaries struck so far this innings, which isn't too bad from the first 5 overs. And good fielding as well by the Gladiatori. You've certainly got to commend that.
They love that extra 15 runs that they probably should have got, but didn't.
He's going to go big here. This could be a catching chance. And he's taking it. He's taking that one. It's going to be the dangerous Samarage who's going to depart. Just for the start of it. You know, he slightly misjudged the distance on that ball. You could see he just circled a little bit around where he was originally stationed, and then he eventually managed to get it right. And he holds on to this catch. Samarage, well, all he does is watch that ball go straight to the fielder. Well held onto. And another wicket falls here for Roma CC. That was Munib Niazi taking that catch, the man who batted superbly in the first innings. And a little bit of concern here for Roma CC, who are wobbling a bit to start off their innings.
Yeah, definitely a good catch from Niazi. Had to make the adjustment, and it definitely puts you off a bit. Had to take it on the run. If he judged it correctly from the start, then he would have been able to kind of settle under it. But 50 comes up, but with the cost of a 3rd wicket. So Rahat Ahmed comes out at number 5. Fernando's still there and ticking pretty well at the moment. Mukhtiar with a huge wicket there of Samarage.
Here we go. 3rd ball of the over. Oh, great ball there. Terrific length there to start off for Singh. Got it up to a Yorker length. Let's see if he can get this one on the stumps. And they rattle off another wicket.
Yeah, brilliant variation first up. I don't think anyone would have expected that from Mukhtiar.
That goes a bit too wide with his line over there. That one well outside that red tram line.
Geez, Gladiatori are doing pretty well here. Roma CC, are they going to lose their winning streak on the first day?
So it hasn't quite been middle, but gets it away towards mid-wicket. You know, I think they really should be looking to bring Jamali back for the next over. He bowled superbly in the power play, gave up just 5 runs, and picked up the first wicket of this innings. I think I'd have him bowling the 7th over here and see if he can make another inroad. You know, a couple more good overs, and this could be a very, very interesting conclusion to this innings. A bit of width on offer there for Fernando, and now, usually he'd be feasting on that kind of a line and length, but hasn't quite middled that one. It's just a single. We'll take another look at that shot. You know, Fernando really holds the key here for Roma CC, you feel if he departs, then they could be the ones under serious pressure. He's going to take a big step across over there, Ahmed, and he'll pick up a single to end the over. They won't mind that, Gladiatori. It means that Fernando stays off strike heading into the 7th over. But yeah, I think they should really consider maybe just bringing in back Mansour Jamali for a second over after he did so well in his first over. Here's a look at the scorecard. As you can see, Charles Fernando top scoring with 23 of 14. A couple of starts in there, as you can see, but no one's quite been able to go on and play that big innings. Instead, they're going to go to Sifat Amin, who will bowl the 4th over, picked up a wicket as well. Here we go then. This should be an interesting battle. He's going to go straight down the ground here. This is a huge 6. Absolutely massive hit. Goes well over a commentary tent. For a moment, we were just ducking and wondering if it was going to head into our position. But it has cleared the commentary tent by quite a bit. Big 6 over there. That's the first boundary we have seen in 9 deliveries. Much needed for Roma CC and a hammer blow for the Gladiatori.
Yeah, good shot. Just kind of relieves the pressure a bit. That rate's been pretty much fixed in the 9s, hasn't all the way through.
Got Nicola Fernando joining us in the chat.
Nico, hello. Nice to see you. Hopefully, Nico, we see you playing for Kent Laka Napoli during the series.
Yes, he's going to step across here, play this one beautifully off his pads. This is a gorgeous shot by Ahmed, and it's back-to-back Maximos. That one just clattering into the van as well.
Uh-oh.
Don't want to hit that one.
Let's have a look. It's always dangerous parking anywhere near this ground. Let's track this one. There it goes. There. Oh, 2 bounces. Oh, it was pretty violent impact there.
Yeah, we need those vans. We've got to get back to the hotel somehow. This one.
Via the panel beaters, potentially. Nice shot, though. Roma CC just kind of got this back under control now. That rate's gone below 8 required.
Oh, he's going to go big over here as well, and that's going to be a 4. So this might just be the over. That's going to take this game away from the Gladiatori. When you're involved in such a low chase, it just takes 1 over to win the game. 6-6-4 off this over so far. It's come down to almost a run of ball. He's going to go big again. He's launched this one over long on. It's going to go to the fielder who's standing well over the boundary rope, and it's just thrown off Fernando and Ahmed, who were trying to run on in the middle. They had no idea that the fielder was standing well over the boundary rope. And Fernando just panicked for a moment and thought he had to find a way to scamper across for a second run, but now that's gone all the way for a 6. Now then, it's under a run of ball. 19 runs needed of 20 balls. Steps across again, launches this one a long, long way as well. This over has gone for 28 runs. And could we see a supersonic over here? Once again, steps across. Plays it beautifully off his pads. Goes over square leg for a 6. No, he's had no answer here for him so far, Shafat. I mean, when he sees the batter stepping so far across, that's when he's got to be brave. And a look to go for that leg stump.
I mean, hasn't had a good time. He's in the naughty 40s. And to be honest, it might be more, because that's going to be out of the ground. It's Maximo time. The over that breaks the back of the Gladiators, and it's 88 for 3 after 7. You can see that Roma CC guys, they've played on this pitch so much. They can adjust for that bounce. They've still got batting to come, to be honest, as well. They've got probably Samara couldn't be my pick to come in next. They've got Sen Ratney as well. Potentially Ekna Lagoda's in there. This is what's coming up then in match 2, starting in around about 35 minutes time, with Roma Bangla Morning Sun playing for the first time in the tournament, taking on Gladiatori. No Anik Ahmed, I noticed, for Roma Bangla Morning Sun, who's a key player for them. They'll be led by Sharif Raihan, expect to see him at the top of the order, and Chandra Bomic behind the wickets. Yeah, pretty interesting. Roma Bangla Morning Sun, they were the finalists last year, got blown away in the final, but played some good cricket before that. Here's Mukhtia coming back trying to keep this game alive. Okay, got a bit of housekeeping before we go. I know you had people asking about the finals format. I had a question in the chat about that. It's a final 5. This is a bit unusual being 8 teams. There's various reasons for that. I'll come back to that in a second. Let's go back to live action. And it's going to be hit. 1 bounce down to Harpreet, the captain, who keeps it to 1. So we'll go back to the finals format. So it's 5 teams will make the finals instead of 4. So it gives an extra spot there. If you finish first, you get a bit of an advantage playing the second semi against the winner of the eliminator. Second and third will face off in the other semi-final. So yeah, it's a final 5 format that we normally use for 11-team tournaments. The main reason that we're using it here, as this could be the end of the game, it will be the end of the game. Maximo to finish, as Rahat actually plays a bit of a heater there, and he outdoes Fernando in a way. 42 of just 10, and it's game, set, Maximo. Roma CC, well, they now have the equal second longest winning streak in ECS, tying Albi Zalmi in Sweden. That's 20 wins in a row, dating back over 2 years. Over 2 years since they've lost in an ECS match. And Rahat, well, what a brilliant cameo from him to put this game to bed.
Yeah, what a way for him to round this game out. And just for a moment, I mean, they would have been a little bit nervy after that 6th over by Mukhtiar Singh, where they lost their 3rd wicket. They were 54 for 3 at the end of that 6th over. But once Siafat Amin gave up that 34-run over, it just broke the camel's back, and there really was no way for this Gladiatori side to come back. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match. Of course, Sharif Raihan, he's certainly a player to look out for Roma. Bangla Morning Sun, he was the highest run getter in last year's ECS. And he'll be hoping his side can go 1 better this time around. Of course, they made it to the final during ECS 2023 here in Rome, but were just unable to get over the finishing line in the final when they were thoroughly outclassed by the defending champions, Roma CC, who we just saw pick up a convincing victory. We'll have a look at the highlights of this innings. It was a very nervy start for Roma CC. They weren't quite able to get going during that power play. They were 26 for 1 at the end of it. Of course, they lost to Dinidu Morage during that power play. Mansur Jamali getting rid of him. And just in those first 3 overs, you really felt like maybe the Gladiatori had a chance to pull off an upset.
Yeah, it looked like it for a while. They kind of hung in there, didn't they? That was an interesting one. Probably was it. Maybe it was a clean catch in the end. He did try and turn the hand a bit in the end. But look, when it came down to it, they just couldn't quite get those key batters, Fernando. And look, even though they did get Samaragi in the end, Rahat came out. We didn't even see someone like a Samarakun, who's really good under pressure in that kind of chasing kind of scenario. I think Roma CC, it's a pretty professional start for them, really, to get things going. At Gladiatori, I liked what I saw from them. They fought the game out. Of course, they take that point away out of the game as well. And I think there's a lot to work with there. Still 13 matches left in their campaign. They'll be pushing for, I'm sure, finals qualification for the first time. We just went through that. 5 out of the 8 will get that opportunity. So, yeah, Roma Gladiatori, like I said, they shouldn't be too put off by that. They've got another game against Roma Bangla Morning Sun coming up in the very next game, which starts in about half an hour's time. So they've got a bit of a break to kind of just go back and maybe see if they can get the points in that. No Anik Ahmed playing for Roma Bangla Morning Sun either. So I think a real opportunity for the Gladiators to bring up their first win in the next game. But really, when it came down to it, Rahat had a brilliant game. I think he will be the player of the match, potentially. Just checking it here. Yeah, he was. And don't forget, he took that brilliant catch first up in the first innings as well. And that was able to get Harpreet before he could score. So I think at the beginning and the end of the game, Rahat ruled, and rightly, he's the player of the match in match 1, despite the efforts of someone like a Morage who bowled that triple wicket maiden at the 10th. But I think everyone was able to contribute for Roma CC, get them over the line. A 3-point win to start their series.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in the end, they might just be a little bit disappointed they couldn't actually pick up the bonus points in the end. As you can see, they were just 3 balls short of actually picking it up. If they were able to wrap this game inside of 7 overs, they would have picked up all 4 points. Here's a look at the scorecard. As we can see, the openers weren't quite able to get going in this match for Roma CC. Charles Fernando, unlike what we usually see for him, played that anchor role for much of this innings. He's usually the aggressor, but this time around he was more than content to just knock the ball around. And of course, at the end, we saw Ahmed play that match-winning innings, an absolutely spectacular innings. Here's a look at the bowling figures for the Gladiatori. Most of the bowls we pretty impressed with their figures, and of course Siafat Amin spoiled his figures with that massive massive supersonic over. He ended up giving up in his second. Here's a look at the match summary for our opening match of this European Cricket Series here in Rome. Roma CC start off their title defense in spectacular fashion, picking this one up with 7 wickets and with 2.3 overs to spare. Join us in just about 32 minutes time and we'll bring you our second match of this ECS.
Hello and welcome back. It's time for the second match of the day, and we'll welcome one of our favourite teams here on ECN. They've been with us for a long time, and it's Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Well, they actually were finalists last year. Didn't really go their way in the final, but still to be in the top two. Obviously, they've got a lot of talent in there. And last year, they actually pulled off one of the biggest chases we'd ever seen on the network. I think at the time, it was actually the biggest chase ever. So they are here and they're taking on Roma Gladiatori in match number 2. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. The Sheriff has the 2 skippers.
Match 2 is Roma Bangla versus Roma Gladiatori. Roma Gladiatori to call.
Head.
Heads is the call. And it's a tail.
Ball first.
Roma Bangla will bowl first.
So Sharif Raihan, who is leading Roma Bangla Morning Sun this morning, he has won the toss and he's elected to bowl. So they want to put in Gladiatori. Gladiatori, obviously, we saw them batting first and really having some issues, let's say, with the bat first up, with the exception of Niazi, who I thought batted really well for a half century, but even he had a bit of luck along the way. But Roma Bangla Morning Sun, watch out for their acting captain today, Sharif Raihan. He is an outstanding striker of a cricket ball. He's made some really big scores. I think he will be the key in the chase. But yeah, no Anik Ahmed in the side today just makes Roma Bangla Morning Sun probably a little bit weaker in a number of areas. But I'm sure that both teams would love to get the W here. It's Nishay Bhatt who'll take you to the first ball in match 2. I can tell you that it's Roma Bangla Morning Sun who have arrived. They're fielding first after winning the toss. Nish, let's get ready for match 2.
Well, thank you very much for that introduction. So the opening match is in the books. We saw Roma CC get off to the perfect start by beating the Gladiatori in our opening match of this European Cricket Series. We're now going to get a chance to face the finalists from last year's ECS. Of course, RBMS came up short against Roma CC in that final. They were thoroughly outclassed in what was an absolute drubbing for them in that final. Roma Gladiatori are now 0-1 after losing the opening match of the day. So RBMS, of course, they'll be led by Sharif Raihan, who was the leading run getter in last year's European Cricket Series. Of course, got the likes of Chandra Bhomik as well, who's a sensational wicketkeeper. Ahmed Mohsin, obviously a player to look out for as well. And Rajib Ahmed, we certainly know he's someone who's capable of doing a handy job with the bat in hand. Meanwhile, for the Gladiatori, Munib Niazi top scored in that first match with a score of 64. Meanwhile, Zadrani got them off to a good start in that power play. He was certainly batting with a lot of aggression, but wasn't quite able to continue his start. The Gladiatori bowled pretty decently for most of that second inning. I think they just lost their way when you, of course, saw that one big over by Sifat Amin, which went for 30-plus runs. I think outside of that, most of the bowlers would be pretty pleased with their performance. As you can see from that win predictor, Roma Bangla Morning Sun fancied as massive favorites heading into this match. A kit change as well for Roma Bangla Morning Sun, not wearing their Bangladeshi green from last year's European Cricket Series. Instead, they are donning the black this time around. And here we go. Here's just moments away from the first ball. See Sharif Raihan. He's just getting the field setting right here. The skipper, I think it's going to be Abbas Ali who's going to bowl this first over. So, got to see a better start here from the Gladiatori. They were a touch too slow to start off in the power play in the opening match of the day, going at just about 8 and over. Zadran, who's of course at the non-striker's end right now, he was certainly very aggressive with his approach, but wasn't quite able to keep going after getting off to a good start. So, well, he's going to be coming in to bowl for this first over. Bowled 13 overs during last year's European Cricket Series. Didn't feature too much. Picked up 5 wickets and went with an economy rate of 13.5. Here we go. First ball of our second match. That's a great ball to start off. Terrific length. Gets a touch of shape away as well there to start things off. Harpreet blocking that one out. There we go. Second ball of the innings coming up. Once again, getting some lovely shape away, getting that lot of outswing. Yeah, if you could pitch this around off stump, that's where you could really get that an outside edge into place. If you can force Harpreet to try to drive this. Just get it slightly fuller from than a good length around the off stump, and that's when he's really going to be in wicket taking range. This one's gone up in the air, and it's going to go over the rope. The fielder managed to get a hand to it, wasn't quite able. So I'll pull it across the rope to save some runs. That's 6 runs there. Have another look at this. It's gone high up in the air. It's skied. And the fielder is unable to stop that one from going all the way. 6 runs to open Harpreet's account. Yeah, digs this one in a little bit shorter. You can see that extra bounce on this surface. One just took off. See, he was pitched around a good length, but it ends up passing the batter, well, just underneath shoulder heights. Emphasizes how much bounce is on this wicket. A lot of surfaces. That one is coming around belly to waist height. It's just terrific bounce on this surface. He's digging this one in short of a good length. That one could have been the one for the over. It was rather close. It's rather close. Yeah, nice over by Ali so far. I mean, other than that 1-6, he's bowled terrifically and caused all sorts of problems for Harpreet. Gets that one wrong. It's really wide. And they're going to scamper across for a single over here. So I'll move on to 8. Zadran will now get set to face his first ball of this innings. Here we go. Final ball of the over coming up. Yes, Zadran looking to back away and bash this one over the offside. He got out in similar fashion during the opening match of this ECS. I think he'd just be better served trying to stay a little bit more still. He's just backing away. His head's not still. He's just never in any position to make contact with the ball. Here's a look at how many days to go until the ECC. 42 days until we head over to the marquee event of the European cricket calendar. The Euros of cricket, of course, got a couple of titles up for grab this year with the Challenger Division and the Premier Division. So, of course, we'll start off with the Challenger Division to kick off the ECC. And then, of course, we'll be moving on to the Premier Division after that. So, really looking forward to that. Just 42 days to go. It's exactly 6 weeks. So, 3 European cricket series between now and the ECC. Ball Hussein coming in to bowl the second over. So it's gone up in the air. It's skied. It's going to be a tough catch. Can he take it? Can he take it? Oh, he did so well. Backpedaled quite a bit. Managed to actually get a chance at catching that ball. Let's have another look at this. The fielder recovers a lot of ground running towards the boundary rope. He manages to pivot around, get into a position to take that catch. But he's actually done the hard bit, and in the end, he's unable to hold on to the catch. Harpreet lives to fight another day. Outside edge, going to go away for a 4. That one was really, really fine. They do have a deep third in place, but he's standing rather squarer than a typical deep third. This one just goes away for a 4. Throws his bat at it, catches the top edge, races away to the boundary. And Harpreet just riding his luck a little bit to start off this innings. He's going to go big over here again. That one wasn't too far from the off stump. As you can see, just pitching slightly fuller than a good length. And it's gone around that fourth stump line. Yeah, nice comeback delivery there by Bilal Hussein. Bilal Hussein, of course, picked up 8 wickets during last year's European Cricket Series, bowling with an economy rate of 9.4. This is flat batted away, over long off, over the fence, goes for 6. Massive hit there by Harpreet. He might have been a little bit lucky with his last couple of shots. No luck about that one. Clears the front leg, just makes that room, swing his bat. He stroked that one away for a 6, so yeah, put some pressure back on Bilal Hussein over here. Let's see what comeback Bilal Hussein has. A big swing and a miss. Once again, clearing that front leg, looking to go for the big shot. Johnny, he's saying that the Olympics are done, so Dave must be sleeping in. Yeah, of course they are done now. I mean, wrapped them up yesterday, and looking forward to the road to LA. Of course, cricket will be in the next Olympic Games, and of course we talked a little bit about the ramifications of that during the first match and what that means in terms of funding as well. Oh, this one stayed a little bit lower than a lot of the previous balls. It just snuck underneath the bat. We'll have another look at this. Yeah, as you can see, just going underneath the bottom edge. It's a rare one that just stays a little bit lower than one would expect. Here's a look at the standings for this European Cricket Series so far. As you can see, just had the one match so far. Roma CC picking up the victory in that game. The Gladiatori succumbing to a defeat. Of course, a couple of teams from further up north in Italy joining us for this ECS in Baracca, Borato, and Bologna. You know, Asian Latino or Casalina this year. Always liked Asian Latino. I felt it was one of the finest names on the European Cricket Network, up there with the likes of Fresh Tropical, and yeah, they were a fun team to watch last year as well. Made it to finals day. This is a big swing and a miss here by Zadran. Once again, he needs to stay nice and still. Right now there's just a few too many moving parts, and he's not even looking at the ball as it goes past him, just sort of blindly swinging at it. You love to see the aggressive mentality, but you also want to see proper cricketing technique. He's kind of losing his balance there. You can see his head's just not in the right place. His head's kind of going away from the ball, and as you can see, he's just slightly falling back after playing that shot. Yes, it's just smart bowling here by Ali. Really smart bowling. You can see that Zadran's just not looking technically sound, so he's keeping the line nice and wide, letting him chew up all these dot balls. This is struck straight to the fielder at cover. And for a moment, they just wondered whether there was a chance for a run out. There's a slight bit of hesitation, a bit of yes, no between the two batters. Zadran, well, that's Zadran's call. And he's certainly confused his partner. Says yes, and then eventually decides that he won't go for the run. And then Harpreet was caught stranded in the middle of the pitch. Somehow managed to make it back safely. Excellent over so far. 4 dot balls in a row to start it off. Zadran, we saw him get a couple of boundaries away during the opening match early in his innings. Failing to connect so far, and the question is, how much more of a rope can you give him? It's another swing and a miss, so 5 consecutive dot balls in this over, 6 overall for Zadran. And the captain must be getting twitchy in the dugout. Harpreet, of course, skippering the Gladiatori, so he's at the non-strikers and not the dugout. And I mean, how much longer is he going to put up with this? Is he going to consider retiring him here? Got 1 ball to go in the power play, and the Gladiatori have just 20 runs. Zadran yet to get off the mark, having faced 6 balls, and he hasn't got close to a single delivery. That's another dot ball, so 7 consecutive dot balls to start off. 7 valuable balls inside the power play. A maiden over to end the power play. How often do you see that? Certainly a first for me. Never seen a power play, I should say a maiden to end the power play. 20 for no loss at the end of 3. And Harpreet, well, I've got to say, I was a little surprised they didn't even just go have a word with Zadran at some point during that over and tell him, well, what are you doing? Why aren't you staying nice and still? What are these shots that you're trying to play? Yeah, I just thought, I was very surprised that Harpreet just kind of stood at the other end and watched that over go by. And he might have to make a tough call at some point and look to pull Zadran. Of course, this J-Pod here in the commentary box, and joining me is Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to find the words. I don't know what I'd be saying to Zadran. Anyway, here's Bilal Hussain, who's going to start with another dot. So how many is that in a row? That's now 9 dots in a row. Second time today we've had 9 scoreless deliveries in a row. The other time was when Gladiatori actually had this kind of run at the end of their innings. So, look, it's not a great place to be. Zadran, I don't know, one guy I'd want to retire out by text. I don't think it's a face-to-face conversation I'd want to have. Anyway, finally we got some bat on ball, and it's going to be a good one for the Gladiators, who go maximal. 6 over backward point for Harpreet.
Yeah, good shot there by Harpreet. He's played that ball to its merit. I think there's been a few too many wild swings. This one is a much, much better stroke. Middles that one, crunches it over point for 6.
Yeah, that was a good shot, really well timed.
Now then, what comeback does the bowler have here? He's going to strike this one firmly down the ground. It's going to race away for 4. No way that long on is going to get to that. 4 more runs. Yeah, this is much better batting by the Gladiatori. This is what we're accustomed to seeing from them. This one is just in the slot. And Harpreet has managed to bash that one away towards long on for a 4.
Yeah, that'll do. So coming back now with back-to-back boundaries there. Way to end that run of 9 dots in a row. Harpreet missed out this morning. Caught really well by Rahat at mid-wicket. But now he's in, he's ticking. Bilal just whipped away, and that's going to get away from the fielder as well. So Gladiators waking up at the right time. Harpreet goes back to back to back.
Oh, beautiful shot here by Harpreet. Just watch how he closes the face of his bat. Lovely wrist work. And he beats the fielder at square leg, gets it away for a 4. Excellent, excellent cricketing shot there. And just the over that the Gladiatori desperately needed after playing out a maiden to end the power play. I mean, that must certainly be up there. A maiden in the final over the power play. That tends to be the over that often goes for the most runs when usually see batting sides attacking the most.
Well, it was from no lack of intent, though. That's the thing. And now this is going to be 6 down the ground as well. Going to get over the fielder, under the fence. Maximo! And Gladiatori have just come back from that nightmare run. So actually, if you start averaging these out, then it's becoming like a normal last 3 overs. Because this has already gone for 20. So what a stunning turnaround. Still a ball to go in this 4th.
Yeah, this is much more like what we're accustomed to seeing in the T10 format. The bowler's just going to pull up over there. Something just seems to have disturbed him a little bit, so he's going to come back once again to bowl the final ball of this 4th over. You obviously still have the likes of Munib Niazi to come for. The Gladiatori, who scored a sensational 64 in the opening match of the day. This one is played out towards cover. They're going to pick up a single, so a good outcome here for the Gladiatori. Of course, that means Harpreet's going to keep strike heading into the 5th over. They are 41 for no loss at the end of 4.
So the Gladiators coming back with those 4 boundaries. 21 come off that over. In fact, They scored more runs in that over than they did in the whole 3 power play overs combined. So it's a big turnaround. Wayne is having a bit of a laugh, saying, yeah, he'd probably send the text and leave the country if he had to give Zadran the message. But he's still there, and he's going to... Well, he won't be facing up now, actually, because he's the non-strikers end, where he's spent a fair bit of this innings so far. And we're going to see Saiful Islam bowling for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Big swing first time from Harpreet, but he'll only get a single, and that'll bring Zadran back. Let's see if he can click here. I mean, you don't often retire someone out for a duck either. That's really something you want to avoid. And the thing is, he's going to keep swinging. Let's just see. I think I agree with you. They stay a bit stiller, not run away leg, because it's that footwork outside leg that's making it difficult. And that's basically 8 swings and misses now for Shadam Gul Zadran.
Yeah, Saiful Islam bowling for the first time on the European Cricket Network.
Especially because you've got Niazi coming in next, who hasn't had a chance to bat yet, but he's coming off that half century in the previous game. Yeah, we've got it. We've got a run, and it will be just the one. It's Shol Chowdhury, a.k.a. Bappy. He can also do a pretty handy job behind the stumps if required. They've got Chandra Bhowmik behind there this morning.
Great length over there, terrific length, dug that one in. And the batter's done quite well to just get that one away towards mid-wicket for single. Yeah, great bowling so far this over, just 3 runs of these first 4 balls. And of course, Saiful Islam bowling for the first time in the European Cricket Series, and certainly looks a solid bowler for what we've seen so far.
Another big swing. He's late on it. Has to hustle here. Not picked up in the field. And at the moment, with Zadran going this way, you probably prefer him there than Munib, who's listed to come in next. See the fantastic fence around as well here at Roma. We normally have it, but it's embossed with the Stronger Together European Cricket signage, and of course the Melton Shield signage coming up. Not this weekend, but next. Raihan should clean this up, and does. And that's the end of the 5th over. And the score is 46 without loss. And the players will get ready for the second half of this first half of the second game of the tournament. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, here with Nishay Butt. Rico is in transit. We think he'll be here later on, and he'll be in the commentary box tomorrow. Brand new commentary box, by the way, as well. Really nice, a little bit of an upgrade that we've had here at the Roma Cricket Ground. But yeah, so far it's been classic Roma Gladiatori, hasn't it? They've tried to pretty much hit everything. Some they have, some they haven't, but they still got all their key batters available, I suppose, to try and build a score here.
Yeah, one thing about the Gladiatori side is obviously, play with a lot of passion, a lot of heart. They've got great fighting spirit. And we even saw that in the last match. I mean, they made things pretty interesting despite trying to defend a paltry target of 95. We'll just return to live action now. This one is going to be worked away towards point. And, they certainly battled really hard in that first match. I mean, if it wasn't for that one over, which went for more than 35 runs, I think they certainly could have taken that one down to the last couple of overs. And so far, probably going at a slightly lower rate than what they would have liked, but they still have 10 wickets in hand here. Edged!
Yeah.
And that's probably the only way Zadran's going to strike a boundary the way he's going right now. Streaky boundary.
Yeah, and look, I suppose his luck is that he's survived. I mean, he could have easily hit one straight up in the air, but he is still there. Can he go on a run and turn this around? 50's up now for Gladiatori and the 50 partnership as well. But that 50 partnership has come in 32 balls, which I know in the old days sounded pretty quick, but yeah, certainly it's been a classic missed opportunities at times. Zadran is still there. And he's going to get the end of the bat on this, and that's going to go for 4 as well. So it's funny, when it rains it pours. When we've had boundaries, we've had them in clumps so far.
Yeah, very, very nicely struck there. I mean, Zadran's tried to play that shot about 10 times prior to that delivery, and he finally executes it. Gets this one away for a 4. Yeah, good use of his feet. Managed to get some bat on it, and off it went for a boundary.
He still does step to leg, so I think bowlers can consistently go outside the off stump. I think they will have success. That one really takes off from Raju Mia as well.
Yeah, I mean, Zadran having played so much on this wicket, I mean, that's the kind of delivery. I mean, surely he'd know that he'd be better served getting behind the line of that ball, just looking to go back and across. Just, again, it's another wild swing by him, and there's just been far too many of those.
Good seeing Nico Fernando in the chat, and Michael Aitken just talking about the breakdancing. You know, we already had this conversation this morning. Kind of word for word what you said, Michael. Good to see you, by the way. End of the bat. It's pretty well fielded. They've got a kind of a pseudo slip in there, so they won't get any run there. This over's gone 1-4-4 ... Yeah, I wonder with Zadran. I mean, he is improving. That's the thing. But I just think with Muneeb available, you feel like no matter what happens here, you got to find a way to get him to the crease. Zadran will say, yeah, but I'm playing shots every ball. So he's a chance to kind of hit out or get out. Last ball, the 6th. But yeah, I don't know. I think I'd probably be making the change at this stage. Tough one, though. End of the 6th, and the score is 55 without loss. You know, often there are some players, I say, they're kind of, you just cannot retire them out because of how explosive they can be. Don't know if Zadran's in that category, but we've even seen the best players go through these runs of struggling and, yeah, not even kind of getting out. I mean, you'd rather get out first ball than probably make a kind of less than run a ball total as an individual. But yeah, anyway, let's see if he can turn it around. He's going to stay out there. We'll go into over number 7, Harpreet. He's kind of compensated a bit. He's striking it better than 200. He's 43, and he's going to face up for the start of over number 7. And Ahmed Mohsin is going to bowl it.
Batting on 10 of 15 so far, Zadran. Obviously, still got Niazi there coming off that brilliant 64 in the opening match of the day. They're going to strike this one firmly towards long off. It's going straight to Rehan, who will hold on to that catch. The first wicket of this European Cricket Series for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Ahmed Mohsin will pick it up, go straight to the skipper. Man, this is the important wicket of Harpreet, who was looking really good during his time in the middle. He departs, falling 7 runs short of a half century.
Yeah, nice catch by Raihan, leading the side today. Expect him to be a fixture at the top of the order for Roma Bangla Morning Sun as well. Remember, he scored a cracking century when I was first here, actually, 2021, although there was a series in 2020. But Roma Bangla Morning Sun will rely on him a lot for big runs. Well, last year, we had a pretty crazy one that Roma Bangla Morning Sun were involved in. It's actually one of the highest chases that we'd ever had. And they chased 175, which at that stage was the highest chase ever. And it was only beaten, actually, the next month in October by Netherlands 11, chased 183. But that 175 chase against Royal Roma was the highest chase at that point ever on ECN. And still, it's the 6th highest chase of all time. It's Mohsin. Gets hit up and out of the ground. Maximo says Carreras. I said Niazi, they've got to find a way to get him there. Probably wasn't the way they would have wanted with Harpreet holding out. But Niazi delivers a shot that says, hey, I've been here, sitting on the bench the whole time. Gladiatori on the charge.
That one just slightly over pitched. Struck beautifully through the line there by Niazi. Over long off, goes for 6. What a way to open your account. 6 off the very first ball. Here we go, 3rd ball of the over. Oh, this is played beautifully off the pads, but has he picked out the fielder? He certainly has. Oh, that's really, really unlucky. It was a gorgeous shot there by Niazi. Great wrist work. Beautiful use of the bottom hand as well, but he's so unlucky. He's managed to pick the fielder out in the deep, and he's going to have to depart. So it's 6 and out for Niazi. A very brief stay at the crease. As he's just going to trudge back now to the dugout. So Niazi, of course, coming off that brilliant 64 in the previous match, played a gorgeous shot on his very first ball. Played a nice-looking shot in the wicket-taking delivery as well. Just unlucky that he's picked out the fielder in the deep end. It's well held onto as well. Fielder went all the way back, caught that one nicely and around chest height.
Muktia Singh is the new batter. Did you ever put that 66666 shirt on the blank background? Nice catch by Kenny Raptor out there. Do you have no idea what I'm talking about? Because this dude batting is the guy that wore that shirt. Here's Mason. Big swing first up from Muktia. He'll only get a single.
Yeah, it was great length there by Mohsin. I think he just missed out on the Yorker length those last couple of deliveries. Of course, managed to get a wicket of one of those two. But this time around, he nailed the length. Got it up there. That was Zadran. He's back on strike. He's faced 15 balls so far. Managed to make just 10 runs.
Oh,
That's going to get cleaned up. He's going to get cleaned up. Playing across the line over here. And Mohsin will pick up his third wicket. He's picked up all the wickets for Roma, Bangla, Morning Sun so far. That's going to be the end for Zadran. He departs in what's been a very torrid innings for him.
Yeah, it has been a bit of a tough one to watch. Zadran, well, he goes down all guns blazing. Credit to Mohsin there. Gets it right, gets it full, gets it at the stumps. You know, Zadran might channel that into maybe a bit of aggression in the second innings of this game. And right now, they're looking like they're going to be caught a bit short. And clears that front leg. Just crashing into that. The outside of that off stump. That's 3 wickets down now, 62 for 3.
So Gurpreet is the new batter.
Mohsin 3 for 7. What an over. He almost makes it 4. End of the 7th, and it's 62 for 3.
Yeah, fantastic first over here from Mohsin, and you'd certainly feel the fight is on for him if he could pick up a couple of wickets in his second over. Here's a look at the groups for the ECC. Of course, the hosts, Italy. They're up in Group D, a very challenging group for them, of course. Got the likes of the Netherlands 11 and Jersey in there, and of course a couple of Scandinavian sides as well.
Group of death, Group D, but Italy, obviously, they won their round of the sub-regionals. It was hosted here in Rome. What I will say about Group D, and it is stacked. I mean, you've got 3 of the top 7 from last year in there with Netherlands, 11 and Jersey, as well as Italy. Sweden and Norway, they're no easy beats either. So that, for me, it is the strongest group. But what I will say, if you want to be the best, you've got to beat the best. Whoever wins that Group D, I think will be in a really good position to win the whole thing, potentially. So, yeah, looking forward to that. And they also get the run into Championship week as well. This one not completely cleanly handled by the keeper, and they'll scramble through for a bye. Yeah, so I know speaking to Netherlands guys and their coach, Piers Fletcher, and I said, well, how you feel about the draw? Because that looks it's quite a tall order. He said, yeah, no, I welcome it. He said, if we want to win the tournament, we need to be playing tough cricket. We need to be tested. And, you know, if we're not good enough to win the group, we're definitely not good enough to win the whole thing. So I like that attitude. Well bowled. That one sneaks just inside. Gurpreet misses out.
Yeah, you can see that shot he rehearses. That's a much better one. Just doesn't quite get his front foot towards the pitch of the ball there. He's kind of just trying to reach out at it with his hands. There we go. The third ball of the over coming up.
Flies away, fielder takes a catch, and I think he stays just inside. So Gurpreet's going to go for a duck. Had to trip the light, fantastic, but he did really well there just to stop his momentum. He was pretty conscious of the rope. We won't see anything that says that he touches the rope. We can't really see. I think he's got to take the fielder's word for that. And that's going to be another wicket. So Roma Gladiatori doing a sensational job in spurts, but they're also losing wickets at times. It'll be the end of Gurpreet, and the score now 63 for 4. Oh, Derek's getting a bit aggressive as well. What have we been feeding him? I saw a little Derek in Bulgaria sometimes.
Yeah, Derek probably was competing at the Olympic breakdancing, having a look at Derrickson moving about over there. I think they just want to have another look at this one. So we'll have one more look at this just to confirm if he hasn't stepped on the boundary rope. It's not going to be that easy to tell. I think it's just one where, do you see the rope move at any point? I don't think I have. And
the only thing is this camera will make it look like they're touching, but that doesn't actually tell us anything. You know, if he says, I haven't touched it, then I think you just got to go with it. You know, there's still a place in the game, I think, especially we don't have as many cameras as you'd see, like a World Cup match or something like that.
I got a question coming in here from Jeffrey about Gibraltar's participation at Cardamom. Of course, I believe that has a lot more to do with things, of course, involving the Spanish government, which I'm sure he'd be able to answer.
It's a real shame. It's a political thing that is unavoidable.
Oh, just takes an outside edge. Hasn't quite in the middle of that one. Not sure he's even got it to the intended direction, but it's going to go away for 4.
Yeah, nice start for Amanpreet. We saw him put together a little bit of a partnership last time.
Got a couple more balls to go in this over. That one just taking off. It's a back of a length. Might be worth having a look at the height on this one again. Let's just take a look at this. As we can see, just underneath shoulder height.
Another swing and a miss this time. There's been plenty of those in the first 8 overs. 2 overs remaining though, Gladiatori. 67 for 4.
So 2 overs left in this innings, and Gladiatori in a kind of very similar situation to where they were in the previous innings. As they were participating in our opening match of the day. 67 for 4 at the end of 8. You know, it's going to be a tough challenge for them to try to get to that 100 once more. Need another 33 runs to get there, so have to go at about 16 and a half.
All right, we say it all happens in the 9th, and we're going to get Raju Mia to bowl.
Yes, you'd expect Ahmed Mohsin and Saiful Islam to bowl these remaining overs. It's a wild swing there by Singh. Of course, Mohsin picked up 3 wickets in his first over, so 2 more for him, and he'll pick up a 5-fer.
Yeah, Raju bowled the last over, of course. Yeah, we are back to Mohsin. Yeah, we had some 5s in the T20 stuff, but that was last weekend. But yeah, could Mohsin do it here? Keep it full and straight. Well, full at least, not so straight. It'll be a very late kind of drive, but it will be 4 runs for Mukhtia.
It gets the length right here. You got to feel for the bowler. It's a Yorker length delivery. A little bit of a helicopter about that short, but doesn't go in the intended direction. It goes for 4, so a streaky boundary there. Just looking to step across there, and I think that one was just sliding down the leg side, so tough for the umpire to give this one. Take another look at this. He's moving around all over the place, and I think that one right at the end, the fact that he actually just traps the ball between his legs is pretty conclusive. The impact was outside the leg stump, and that was going to go on to miss them altogether. 3 balls to go in this 9th over. Just 4 runs off it so far because of that rather fortuitous boundary for Singh.
Hit up in the air and over the rope. Maximo. 6 carreras. Mukhtia tries to get a move on. suppose the thing with Roma Bangla Morning Sun, with no Anik Ahmed, they're not quite as strong as they might be normally. Obviously, it's their first bat in the series. I think they'd be pretty confident chasing anything kind of, let's say, under 100. But it could be a tricky little chase, bit like we saw earlier with Roma CC against Gladiatori. Gladiatori, by the way, this is their last game of day one, playing back-to-back, first up. That one's hit pretty well. Both barrels from Muktia. Maximo! 6 more. It's into the wind as well. Look at those flags. So really has got every piece of that. And Gladiatori, well, they're eyeing off the 100 and more with this kind of hitting from Mookie.
Yeah, great death over batting here. I mean, you can see how deep he is inside his crease. You know, he converted that previous ball, which was a Yorker length delivery into an over-pitch delivery, and then just used his bottom hand to carve it away for a 6. This time, the bowler missed the length by quite a bit, and they got punished again. He's been pumped for back-to-back 6s. This time he's going to look to go big again, and this one's a rather fortuitous boundary. He was looking to hit that one over cow corner, and he ends up catching a thick outside edge, goes over third for another boundary. Great over here for the Gladiatori. 20 runs come off it.
Yeah, swing hard and accept the outcome, I suppose. Had some big overs in this innings, had some pretty small overs as well. He even had that maiden in there. Got a maiden and a half at one point, but yeah, probably Seifel was a pretty good option for the last over here. Playing 1 over for just 5. That was in over number 5. So 87. Can they drag themselves over the 100? Mosten, second over goes off the rails. He took 3 for in his first, only conceded 7. The second one went magical. 10th overtime, seatbelts on. Here we go with Seifel. And the first one is short, and it is pulled away very strongly, banging into the stronger together sign. Maximo, and a great start to the 10th.
Yeah, the batter falling over after playing that shot. He stumbles, and he has fallen over. Just to get that one away. For a 6. We'll take another look at this. Plays that shot and then just loses his balance. Just trying to get outside the line of that delivery, and then falls over on the offside.
Swings himself off his feet there. Seifel's back. Next one also picked up with some power. Oh, coming home with a wet sail. Gladiatori, Maximo, back to bat. That's a dozen to start the 10th over.
Yeah, that's a proper T10 shot there by Singh. Beautiful strike. It's not too bad a ball there by Islam. He has just battered that one away. Huge 6. And now the Gladiatori have gone past the 96. They managed to score this morning. And it's courtesy of some great death over batting by the 2 Singhs. I mean, this is what they needed at the end against Roma CC earlier this morning.
Got to pitch it up here. Can't drop short. Hasn't worked twice. Slightly fuller, but still plenty of length to work with. And that's going to be 4 more. So what a great finish this is to the innings from Amanpreet Singh. We saw him run out as collateral damage in the first game, but he's been really important. Finally, we see that 100 brought up for the Gladiators with 3 balls remaining.
Yeah, they managed to just tell the captain, Rayhan, a little bit frustrated and annoyed with some of this bowling, and rightfully so. He's got to go for the Yorker. Yorker. That needs to be the only thought in his mind. Attempts a Yorker this time around. It's going to be a lowish full toss. Hasn't quite got that one right. And the batters played this one away exquisitely. 4 runs, 20 off this over already. We still have a couple of balls to come.
Yeah, so this has gone, again, a bit like Mosen's second over. Seifel was able to kind of keep it tight in his first, and then his figures have been ruined. Still 2 to come as well. This over's gone 6-6-4-4, a magical 20. And actually, yeah, the last 40 runs are all in boundaries in overs 9 and 10. In fact, the last 44 runs, if you want to go back even further, have all been in boundaries.
He's going to go big again. And it's going to fall short of the fielder. They'll just pick up singles. So the final ball of the innings coming up.
Continues to try and bang it in short.
What an innings here by the 2 Singhs. They put their side to a fairly respectable position. He's going to go big again. He has launched this one over long off, a massive 6, as you can see, falling just on the other side of our commentary position. Had a good chance to see where we are seated, as the Gladiatori will end up with 114.
Yeah, what a great finish that is for Gladiatori. We're kind of nowhere, but they've come home. They've taken a lot of momentum into the second half of the game. So, yeah, it was 63, and pretty much everything from there has been a boundary. So they're going to finish up, except for the second last balls. They got one single in there. So they're at 114. 20 off the 9th, 27 off the 10th. And suddenly, Gladiatori, daring to dream, they could pick up their first win here. But Roma Bangla Morning Sun, and kind of new look outfits, as you mentioned. But yeah, they're a team that actually were keeping things very, very tight. Zadran at the top didn't fire at all. Had more swings than a rusty gate, didn't he, at one point? But Pegborough was still 114's competitive, and that's what they're going to defend Gladiatori here in match 2.
Yeah, we'll just take a look at some of the shots that were played in this innings. Harpreet at the top of the order, making 43 of 22. He really got them going to start things off. 7 boundaries struck during his innings. 4 of them were 6s. And Zadran at the other end was struggling mightily during their partnership. He managed to make just 10 runs of 16 balls. At one point, he was on 0 of 7. Got a little bit lucky with one of his boundaries. An outside edge, you can see that one right there. That went away for a 4. He would connect on another boundary, though. This was a proper cricketing shot. Zadran probably attempted that shot about 10 times during his innings, managed to connect once, and got that one away for a boundary. That was the first wicket that fell. Ahmed Mohsin picking that one up, getting rid of the skipper, Harpreet. Munib had a very interesting inning. Came out, hit a 6 off the very first ball, and then played this one rather nicely off his pads, using the bottom hand. Brilliant wrist work, but he, of course, managed to pick out the sole fielder out at mid-wicket, and that would be the end of his innings. It would be 6 and out for him. And this one, you can see there by Zadran, just playing all around it. He just really struggled during his time out in the middle. Would end up with 10 runs of just 16 deliveries. The 2 Singhs, though, would come together, and they would bat superbly, of course. And Raj Gurpreet just saw his wicket over there off the bowling of Raju Mia. Good catch by Bilal Hussain out at deep third. This partnership between the 2 Singhs would end up bringing their side 71 runs. It was a terrific display of batting. 10 6s between the 2 of them. I should say 10 boundaries between the 2 of them. 5 of them were 6s. They played some gorgeous shots right at the end. Managed to make 47 runs off the last 2 overs, bowled by Mohsin and Islam. And thanks to an incredible display of batting by the 2 of them, Gladiatori managed to get to 114 runs. You can just see some of those shots there. As you can see, he's just falling over while hitting that one away for a 6. Look at the highlights of some of the shots we saw played in that final over, which brought 27 runs for the batting side. This was a shot off the very last ball of this innings. As you can see, that just went clear of our commentary tent, our new and improved commentary tent here on the network. Here's a look at the scorecard. As you can see, 3 scores of note there. Harpreet making 43 of 22. Mukhtiar Singh 27 of 9. Amanpreet Singh 25 of 8. Those 3, of course, put their side in a good position, have them at 114. Southern Gul Zadran struggled mightily, made just 10 runs off the 16 balls he faced. I think he'll be a little bit disappointed with the amount of dot balls he chewed during his time out in the middle. We'll have a look at the bowling figures here for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. I think most of the bowling attack will be pretty pleased with their performance. Abbas Ali and Raju Mia in particular. Saiful Islam and Ahmed Mohsin just spoiled their figures in their second over, and of course their 2 combined overs at the end brought 47 runs. Just 3 runs of extras as well, which is something that RBMS will be mightily pleased with. So the Gladiatori have set a target of 115 for Roma Bangla Morning Sun in RBMS's opening match. Join us in just about 5 minutes' time as we'll bring you the second innings of match 2.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings, and the Gladiatori have set a target of 115 for Roma Bangla Morning Sun, the runners-up of last year's European Cricket Series, of course. Roma Bangla Morning Sun will be keen to get off to the perfect start. So here's a look at the bonus point equation. It's going to be a challenge for either side to pick up the bonus point in this match. I think if Gladiatori is somehow able to restrict them to 79 or less, that would be a Herculean bowling performance. Meanwhile, you have to say the same if Roma Bangla Morning Sun can somehow chase this down in 7 overs or less. You feel this could be a rather close encounter. It looks like it's a slightly below par total here by the Gladiatori, but one that could produce an entertaining match if we do see some good bowling from this Gladiatori team. We, of course, did see them bowl quite well in the opening match of the day, and, of course, the game was just taken away from them when we saw that big 30-plus run over bowled by Sifat Amin. So now that they have an extra 21 runs on the board, let's see if they're able to do a better job. So let's just see who they're going to go with to bowl this first over. I thought Zadran did a good job bowling in the power play. Mansoor Jamali looks like he's going to bowl the first over. I was very, very surprised that they held back Jamali as long as they did in the previous match. He never actually even got the chance to come back for his second over. I think I would have had him on straight away to bowl that 7th over. And, of course, that 7th over was ultimately the over that lost the game for the Gladiatori as it went for 30-plus runs. I think this man Jamali, you might even consider bowling him out inside the power play if you can get a good first over in here. There we go. So we're just moments away from the first ball of this second innings. They have a deep mid-wicket in place, as well as a deep fine leg. Here we go. First ball. Left armer going around the wicket. Rehan will play this one out towards the aforementioned fielder and get off the mark with a single. Of course, Rehan coming off the fantastic ECS last time around. He was the leading run getter in the European Cricket Series that took place here last year. Scored 620 runs in the 16 innings he batted in with a strike rate of 188. Top scored with an 87. He was just absolutely incredible during that ECS, and his fantastic performances guided his side to the final. That one is played into the pitch. Just was contemplating a single over there, Mohsin, but it certainly wasn't on. And it's going to be a dot ball. This is just played straight to the same fielder again. Mohsin once again making the room, backing away a little bit, trying to hit it towards the offside. And it's back-to-back dot balls here. It's a good start once again for Jamali. He's a proper bowler. I mean, this is just his second match. It's the second over as well on the European Cricket Network. And I've got to say, I've been mightily impressed with his bowling. Yeah, good length delivery. Look at how that one just takes off. Gets that extra bit of bounce. And it's around rib cage height. He's going to pull this one away. It's going to get fielded. So Mohsin gets off the mark. Great bowling so far by Jamali. You know, I'd be so tempted to just bowl him out here in the power play and to bring him back for the third over as well. You know, I made that point during the first match, but it was just a massive mistake in the end to just hold him back as long as they did. Yeah, who knows? I mean, maybe if he'd been the one to bowl that 7th over, he could have picked up a wicket. Could have had a chance. This one's got a little too much width on it, but Rehan has managed to cut that one straight to the fielder at points. So just 2 runs coming off the first over. And surely you bowl him out now inside the power play. I'd be handing Jamali the ball for the third over as well. Roma Bangla Morning Sun are 2 for no loss at the end of the first over. So it's been 40 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European cricket.
It's opening day here in Rome. And
of course, we've had plenty of golden balls here in Rome in the past. And we're certainly hoping that Rome will produce 4 more of them. Of course, Nishi Butt here in the commentary box, and joining me is Mr. Maximo Sandu.
Getting a little bit overexcited there, talking over the golden ball slide, but I'm back and I'm sitting down and I'm gearing up for what could be a pretty interesting chase, especially with no Anik Ahmed in for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. We do expect him to play in the next game, captaining the side against Roma CC, but yeah, both these two, bit of a slow start. That momentum that the Gladiators were able to create with those 2 huge last overs being carried into the first of the second innings. This is Sifat. He gets a bit short, and that's pulled away handsomely. Maximo! The first of the RBMS campaign. And we saw Sifat in the first game, didn't we? And we actually saw that he had a few problems being expensive a lot of the time. I think he was a bit too short, got a bit carried away on this pitch perhaps. That was a well-executed pull shot though by Mosen.
Yeah, really well struck there by Mosen. I mean, he struggled mightily in that first over. Dancing at Jamali's fingertips. Edge down. Oh, that really should have been taken. Raj Gurpreet, who's normally so good with the gloves, has put down this chance. It was a clear edge, thick edge. And oh, he'll be ruining that dropped opportunity.
Well, it's a regulation catch, really. He gets 2 hands to it, just kind of shuts the glove just before the ball was inside. Oh, Gurpreet's normally so reliable, but that's a bad miss. Now it's a fraction short, and he pulls crisply to the leg side. Mosen makes the most of the life and helps himself to 4 more.
No, that's going to sting. That's really going to sting for Ahmed. Could have had a wicket on the previous ball, and then he gets struck for a boundary on the very next. Yeah, it's been a tough day so far for Ahmed. We, of course, saw him go for 35-plus runs in the second over, which he bowled in the previous match. Ultimately, the over which lost his side the game. And he just needed that little lucky break there by getting that wicket. He unfortunately didn't get it.
Comeback ball from Amin. Against too short. It's hit. Over the fielder, over the fence. Maximo! Mosen ticking at the right time for Roma Bangla Morning Sun.
Yeah, short, wide, punished. It's a cutaway. And that one goes sailing over the rope for a 6. Another expensive over here for Amin. 16 runs off it. There's been no real respite for him so far today. He's got to find a way to get out of this over.
Yeah, I mean, it's gone for 16. His expensive day continues. Sun's coming up. Last ball of the second. Again, too short and works away off the back foot. This will be 4 more. So a magical second. And just swings the game towards the Banglas, doesn't it? 22 without loss after 2.
Ends the over with another boundary. 20 coming off that over. The over goes magical. And Sifat Amin is going to be interested to see if they do give him a second over. Obviously, his last 2 overs, I believe, have produced well over 55 runs. 58 to be exact. Here's a look at the standings for this European Cricket Series. Had just the 1 matchup prior to this one. Of course, Roma CC picking up the victory against the Gladiatori in that game. And yep, this is a good move here. They're just continuing with Jamali. They're not holding him back this time around. They're bowling him out early. I'm hoping he can make an inroad, especially after that expensive second over. They've got to get someone in to stop the flow of runs.
Pulled away in the air, hanging. It was right into the gap. They're going to have to watch it fall in between them. And I think that's gone for 4. That's the way I saw it. We'll check it out in the replay. But Yeah, 4 signal now. Let's check it out. Just gets lucky here, Raihan, that it doesn't go to one of the 2 fielders there. Zadran was the closest to it in the end. But a bit of a lucky break, and it'll be 4 more to Roma Bangla Morning Sun. I want to say buenos dias to Monica, who's in the chat, asking how many degrees is it in Rome. Well, currently it's 35, and it's noon. I think it's going to go up towards 38. That's what I was hearing. So it's pretty hot, but luckily we're well protected here in the shade. This one keeps down a bit from Jamali. Well kept out by Raihan. Raihan hasn't really had too much to do yet. He's got that boundary earlier in the over, but he's a very, very good player. First time was Rome bat, scored a ton. It was against Royal Roma. First game of the 2021 series. 11.6 and over required, so they're pretty much at the rate at the moment. Too short and smacked away. Jeez, he played that so well. He was in control of that stroke, wasn't he? Sharif Raihan, maximal 6 carreras.
Yeah, short, and he's picked up the length so quickly. Pulled away, goes all the way. 6 more runs. And Jamali under the pump for the first time today. He's been struck for a couple of boundaries off the first 3 balls of this over.
Jamali just needs to pitch it up. I think a lot of the bowlers have been guilty of being too short so far this morning. Worked away. Intelligent batting from Raihan. That one was on the stumps. Gave it respect. Knocked it away for a single. I know it's a bit of Olympic chat. I got to admit, I didn't see the closing ceremony yet. There was a lot of hype about it.
Yeah, me neither. I was on the plane here when it
happened. What are the reviews been?
I think people said it was a little less controversial than that opening ceremony, which obviously made the news all around the world. This one is rather wide. Yeah, I think a little bit surprised that they haven't played any of the old French classics like En Champs-Élysées or all the famous, so many of the famous French iconic songs. It seems like there's been a big emphasis on sort of portraying sort of France's love with EM.
Swing and a miss here. You can see what Raihan's saying to Mosen. Hey, there's an offside too. This one's one that's going to be pretty tough to fetch. Okay, well, I'll have to watch that one back.
Again, I didn't have a chance to see it. It's just going based on what I read on the chat and generally around social media. But it's a bit funny that neither ceremony played so many. I didn't play so many iconic French songs that are so well known around the world.
That one's hit, and it's hit pretty well, and it'll bounce just inside the boundary. So 4 runs to Mosen. And Raihan, maybe he's got a future in coaching because he gave some pretty good advice to Mosen saying, hey, if it's outside the off stump, hit it on the offside. Mosen's very capable. There's our new tent, by the way. It's more than a cube. It's almost like 2 cubes width, if you like. Anyway, into the over and 38 without loss. After 3, after a quiet first over, Roma Bangla Morning Sun have sprung to life in the next 2 overs.
Yeah, this is more like it from Roma Bangla Morning Sun after a quiet first over. Jamali, the first expensive over he has bowled today. And we're going to see there's a drawn coming in after the power play. He was bowled out inside the power play during the opening match. Thought he did a very good job bowling during the power play. Certainly going to have to make amends after the innings he played, where he chewed up far too many dot balls.
I've got some good questions in here. See that Helix is in the chat. Hi, Helix. Hopefully you're well. And yeah, he's asking, is that pizza for breakfast, boys? Well, I was out with Jared actually last night. I know you came in very, very late, and we haven't really touched on this yet. But Jared, the first thing he wanted to do was have a pizza in Rome. And that's exactly what he did. But I will say that it's maybe not what you expect when you have the pizzas here in Rome. Because a lot of the time, okay, a basic thing, they don't cut it for you. So sometimes we get, okay, you order a pizza, you're meant to cut it yourself. That's just the thing here. So I'll end up folding it over normally and just going at it that way. This one's in the air, doesn't quite carry. Pretty good hands to at least knock it down from Jamali, but then almost throws away another run. They'll be happy with the one in the end. But I think last night he had the little pizza cutter. They actually gave him that with the box. That was pretty cool. But yeah, tell everyone what time you got in, because you had a pretty late entry, didn't you?
Very late. I think I arrived in my room around 4 a.m. last night.
Wow, Nish. I knew the party phase would happen sooner or later, so you heard it here first. Nish only got back to his room. Not back, only got to his room.
Got to my room.
Anyway, this is going to be hit leg side, bit of an awkward one. Most of the ground fielding's been pretty good here. Sometimes just got to put your body on the line, and that's what Seifert does on that occasion. So yeah, your plane landed. Do you have any delays coming in on the plane?
Many delays. I think we had one delay, of course, back in Cyprus as well, over an hour, and then even in Rome as well. I think we were just kind of waiting, like on the runway for a good 45 minutes before they allowed us to taxi.
Yeah, that is going to be a bit of an awkward one, but again, well handled. Just a single. Yeah, there's staff shortages at the moment in air traffic control and then also kind of ground staff. So I had the same. I think I was on the plane for about 15 minutes before they let us come off. And then the bags situation, it took a while. And of course, if you were right at the end of the day, probably all the delays had banked up by the time you got here. You were held up, and I'm going to say good job. Still hit the ground running. Match one. I did say if you liked, you could have a couple of matches off, but you were pretty keen to get out here, and I'm glad to have you next to me.
Yeah, it's always I mean, ECS Rome is always one of the highlights of the calendar, so certainly wouldn't want to miss any of this.
That one's going to go up and over the top. Nobody back here. And in fact, it's going to go all the way Maximo for Mosen. He's actually doing a pretty good job. I think probably they'd normally want him batting 3, and you have Anik Ahmed to come back and open the batting. But I mean, I think you could easily have him opening based on what we're seeing here. And just, yeah, good shot selection. That was the one he was earlier trying to pull that to the leg side, but now he's kind of got it right. Zadran. Well, similar kind of shot, up and in the air, and that one is going to go even further. Maximo to finish. Well, poor Zadran's having a bit of a game to forget, isn't he? Even though he was in that over for the first 4 balls, he gets whacked over point twice in the last 2 balls. And at the end of 4 overs, the 50's up, and the 50 partnership for Roma Bangla Morning Sun, 53 without loss. And that over has put them pretty well ahead in this chase.
Yeah, they're looking in a really, really solid position over here. Need to go at 10.3 and over to take it from here. I think we'll certainly be looking to get that big boost in a net run rate. I think a bonus point will be rather challenging from here, but we saw Roma CC wrap things up in 2.3 over. So Roma Bangla Morning Sun will probably give themselves about 4, maybe even 5 overs to try to wrap this one up.
Big hello to Dave in there, of course, and Tim Reedman's in there. Hi, Tim. Hopefully you're well. Good to see you. And John Heesum. Anyone I might have missed, hello to you too. I think Kroom's floating around. I think that Karani's watching from Bangladesh as well. And of course, a lot of our Bangladeshi viewers, they love to get behind Roma Bangla Morning Sun, with the Bangla side being pretty competitive. Mentioned they made the final last year. And, okay, the final, I think they got done 180 to 60. So that was always a tough ask against Roma CC on that winning streak. But to even get to the final, I think they played some pretty decent cricket. Lifted up over the offside. That's going to be in the gap. Long chase, unsuccessful chase. Perfect placement from Raihan, who gets 4.
Yeah, just pierces the gap really well over there. Hits that one through extra cover. Both long off and deep cover aren't able to get there. Perfect placement. Gets 4 runs.
Yeah, Roma Bangla Morning Sun had a 9-5 record. Finished basically equal second, but they were 3rd on net run rate. But they played the other team with the 9-5 record, Royal Roma, in the semi-final, but ended up getting the win there, which put them straight through. Defended 120, which is a pretty good effort. In the final, Roma CC just blew them away in the first half. Slow ball. It's a long way across. Umpire has a good look, and he says, you're gone. So let's have a look at this one. Mukhtar does bowl this slow ball pretty well. The only thing for me, again, maybe the height. Does get kind of a long way across. It's very hard to tell because he's crouched down. I don't know. I quite liked it, though. Let's have a look at this angle, which will give us an idea of height. Yeah, hard to tell. Probably umpire's call. Was it climbing over the top? Was it hitting the top of the stumps? I don't know. But it's a risky shot in the first place from Sharif Raihan, who's going to have to walk for 18. And the score now, 57 for 1.
A very important wicket there for the Gladiatori, getting rid of the danger man, the captain of this Roma Bangla Morning Sun side that, of course, does bring Rajib Ahmed out to the middle.
See, certainly from front on, looks pretty good. This is the one that it's really tough. It is climbing. It hits him, what, 3/4 of the way up the stumps? Maybe slightly less. My cricket senses tell me it's probably climbing over the top, but I don't think it's necessarily a bad decision if you put yourself in the umpire's shoes. He sees his guy crouch down a long way. It hits him well below the bails. And so, yeah, he feels it's hitting the stump. So, yeah, it's one of those 50-50 ones, perhaps. Mukhtiar's pretty happy about it. This will bring Rajib Ahmed to the crease at number 3. LBWs are so tough. Oh, well, there you go. Up and out of here. Maximo! What a start for Rajib. Took on the fielder out there. It just was slicing away from the boundary rider. What a start for Rajib.
Yeah, great start for him. 18th career 6. That one short, wide. Gets clubbed away. Had a slightly below par ECS last year, Rajib. Managed to make just 97 runs in the 14 matches he played in, so he's going to want to do a lot better in this year's European Cricket Series. I think the one thing for Roma Bangla Morning Sun is they need runs outside of Raihan and Mohsin for the rest of this ECS, and they'll be hoping Ahmed is one of the batters who can deliver.
He's normally somebody that will bat in the middle somewhere. You can see he's a good hitter. Here's that slower ball. Mukhtiar's bowled it really well this morning. Just worked away. Well picked, I think, by Rajib Ahmed. Yeah, Helix saying don't hit the scoreboard. Yeah, there's a fantastic scoreboard here at the Roma Cricket Ground as well. In the Italian colours, which I think is really nice. With the green, the white and the red, the famous Italian colours. Slow ball, picks it this time and he bangs it. Maximo! Mohsin, he's been a real key so far. He moves into the 40s and halfway through the reply, Roma Bangla Morning Sun 70 for 1. And gives us a chance to welcome you into the commentary box. And my first, we have a look at the scoreboard. It looks very nice, doesn't it? And it's got to say, it's great to be back here. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, got Nishay Butt with me. Again, big shout out to Charlie and Rico for doing such a sensational job in Bulgaria over the last couple of weeks. Pretty hot conditions and expected to be hot this week as well. This is summer, this is ECN, this Roma Cricket Ground. It kind of bucks the trend when you look at the kind of the colour, the way they're able to look after this ground with the resources that they're allocated. It's no mistake that we're having our first ever Melville Shield here because it is a real iconic ground now in not just Italy but the whole of Europe.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a beautiful ground. I mean, when we get those beautiful, gorgeous drone shots from spring production, you can just see how dry it is around here. This one is smacked away for a 6. Another huge hit as Bangla Morning Sun continue to get closer and closer to pick up a victory in their opening match of this tournament. Yeah, just going back to that point, I mean, it is as dry as it gets if you look around this area. I mean, we are southwest of the actual city of Rome itself, about a half-an-hour drive from the iconic ancient city of Ostia Antica. And there's wildfires not too far away from here. I mean, there have been plenty of wildfires over the last week or so around Rome. If you look at this ground, it is an oasis. It's just picture perfect green. It's looking like a golf course.
Haven't seen any horses yet. No, often having the horses going around here. Horses probably in the shade right now. Throws this out pretty wide, but clever bowling. This is Jitendra Prakash, who's normally pretty reliable. That's pretty good location, good length. I still think, even though there's all this bounce in the pitch, I think most of the time bowling full will have better results. Just don't give the batter too much to work with in the first place. As it reaches this one, might have even been a wide, we'll never know. Rajib will get a single back to Mohsin, who's 44 and hunting down 50 to start his series.
Yeah, that was a wide delivery. That one was going very wide. He spoilt it. Just gets his toe end of his bat there. I mean, as things stand, you'd say that Roma Bangla Morning Sun in the driving seat here is going to be very tough to deny them a victory.
Well, lift this up. Off the leg stump, and that's going to go over the fence as well. It's 50 to Mohsin. Brings it up off 17 balls. What a great knock at a great time for Roma Bangla Morning Sun, who are running away with this. Still some work to be done, but with Mohsin at the crease, Roma Bangla looking completely in control.
Oh, gorgeous shot over mid-wicket. That is a T10 slog. Look at how open his batting stance is.
That one will be a wide. Just missing the line completely, of course. The players well aware of the interpretation now of the wides. Anything that's completely outside that wide line will be a wide. And anything that's on the line should be not a wide. And that's assuming, obviously, the ball's not hit. And the ball is judged at the moment it passes the popping crease. That one is lifted up in the air. Fielder goes back, but he's going to have to watch it. Maximo and 6 more to Mosen. Just made some better choices, I think, after it trying to drag a few too many leg side early on. Now he's willing to go up, willing to take on the fielder and get 6 more.
Yeah, I think he just misses the length on that one. It's not a bad idea to go for that wide Yorker. Just didn't quite get the length right. This one's going straight down the ground. That is probably heading to our commentary tent. It's actually just hit the top of the roof of our commentary position. Just been helped along by that breeze. 6 more runs.
Yeah, well, we're under attack. And luckily the integrity of the tent has been tested. And so far, so good. End of the over, 96 for 1. And now just 19 required off the last 24 balls. And look, if they could somehow get 19 off this over, they could take all the points still out of this game.
Yeah, certainly doable. I mean, at one stage, I didn't think they would be able to get those bonus points. But it's on the cards now. I hope the message has been communicated out to the middle that they need 19 runs off this over to pick up the bonus point. Yeah, these last few overs have been very, very expensive for the Gladiatori. 26, 17, 15 off the last 3 overs.
I'm just looking at you because Wayne's saying, do you have a couple of grey hairs? I don't think so. I think it's just it's probably got a few bugs in the hair. They're definitely floating around here.
Must just been the light playing a few tricks. The grey hairs already. Goodness me.
Well, give it a few days. Anyway, Niazi gets a bowl here. Needs to have an absolute heater. Rahat, or Rajib, I should say, facing up, and that's the first one go by. Just one in the replay. That's a good example. That one maybe gets a little bit of the line, but most of the ball's inside. Keep it around
19
there.
of 5, they want the bonus point.
And this is in the air, sets the fielder a bit of a task, but because this field is so lush, oh, geez, didn't really run straight away, but they do in the end. That first bounce is normally pretty friendly. Yeah, sometimes, it gets a bit drier, it can be a bit quicker, but there's so many grounds in Europe where that first bounce is so unpredictable. Think Cyprus, Ipsonis, think even other grounds kind of up north of Italy as well. But here, it's a lot easier for the outfielders. Right, this is in the air. He's got some work to do. Harpreet comes into his left, can't turn it into a catch. In the end, Mosen survives.
Even Bulgaria tends to have some very
Bulgaria
uneven
as well,
bounce.
definitely.
I think fielding it long off in Bulgaria is such a huge challenge because a literal ridge just going across, which makes it very, very difficult.
Yeah, it's very tough. But that's why I don't think we'll see as many 4s here as somewhere like Bulgaria where the 4 rate was off the chart. What a great looking shot. Next ball from Rajib, just to swing across the line at that one.
That will take away their chances of picking up a bonus point now. So Niazi's come in, bowled a sensational 7th over and managed to save his side a point.
Helix has a great question about who looks after the facilities. Well, it's basically the Roma CC ground. So Prabhath, who runs the club with Lorena, his wife, as that should be just a single for Rajib. Gets that shot selection right this time. At the moment, they're well in control, even though, as we can see, they're not going to do the 4 points. They will potentially get 3 if they just continue accumulating. Yeah, and they've got Leslie, the groundsman, who lives here, actually. Okay, this is in the air, and it's going to be away from the field. In fact, it's gone all the way. Maximo to finish the over. Niazi bowled so well, actually, in that over. He'd only conceded 3 off the first 5 balls, but that last one disappears for 6, and it's almost in the book. The score is 105 for 1 off 7. 100 coming up with that shot as well. That 3 coming up, Roma CC versus Roma Bangla Morning Sun. So, yeah, the Banglas start with back-to-back games themselves. Roma CC, we saw them overcome Gladiatori. So that's basically both teams have had a win over Gladiatori, assuming that Banglas are able to finish this off soon. Roma CC winning the toss and batting. Got to say, good to see Anik Ahmed back in the lineup for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Listed at 9, he'll bat much higher than that. I think he'll probably open the batting for them. All right, Munna, try and keep this game alive. 3 overs to get 10. Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Yeah, Leslie's a bit of an institution, looks after a couple of dogs here as well. But yeah, part of the family. I don't know how old they are in dog years, but I feel like it's at least 100.
Oh, they've been here for quite a while. I remember them from last year's European Cricket Series as well. I mean, very, very different in their character as well, both of the dogs. I think one a bit more welcoming and friendly than the other.
Right, just waiting on this. Not quite sure what the delay is. Well, maybe a technical delay. But I think if you're Rajiv here, you're happy, just get a single. If it's there to hit, go for it, but you don't have to be crazy trying to take any wild swings here. As Shimal Munna gets ready to bowl. So a few people saying that, confirming you don't have any grey hair. Maybe it look like highlights. If you stayed out in the sun long enough, probably would go a bit lighter. Saying working with Charlie might have caused you to have a few grey hairs. How did you enjoy the young gun pairing? I'll ask you after this ball from Munna, which will gather a single for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Yeah, how was that for you?
Oh, this is a lovely experience working with Charlie, and can't wait to do it again in Croatia. I mean, he's the epitome of professionalism, great to work alongside as well, and has got a terrific sense of humor.
Tell you who you cheesed off. How many times did you have to mention that you two combined were younger than Rico?
I didn't have to. I didn't mention that much. Charlie did.
Charlie was still saying at the trophy ceremony. He's still like, all right, I think he knows. Well, I can ask Rico himself because he'll be here tomorrow. Look forward to that. A little bit short, pulled and pulled pretty well. Maximal 50 partnership up now. And Munna loses the battle with the short ball, doesn't he? That's a really good looking pull shot. Mosen is wheeling and he's dealing, and looks like he's sealing the game for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Just 3 runs required now.
Yeah, 1 boundary will win it. Now for Roma Bangla Morning Sun to get it off this delivery, they'll have chased this down in 7.3 overs, just as Roma CC did this morning as well. So the two sides should then be tied on that run rate.
Down the ground, this will just be a single.
Straight after the game, I can go out there and we can, I'll stand where the umpire would stand, and then we can get the camera right.
There you go. So a couple more runs in now for Roma Bangla Morning Sun to wrap this one up. It's been a tough start to the European Cricket Series for the Gladiatori. They've just about managed to pick up a couple of points in these games.
Swing and a miss. So just trying to finish this off now. Again, well done to Gladiatori for at least getting the point. That's the thing. If you lose, you want to be competitive. I know that they will feel they've still got lots of room for improvement, but the fact they don't walk away empty-handed from the first day. They do have 2 points that they could have easily not had if they hadn't played as well as they have. Anyway, this is up and it's in the air. Fielder comes around and takes a really good catch. Game stays alive. Rajiv goes and Munna has a wicket. It's 113 for 2.
Yeah, he's looking to smack this one away towards point. He's just giving that a good old thwack. It's not much of a cricketing shot. Certainly not something from the textbook. He's picked out the fielder at point. And the second wicket will fall here for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Of course, we'll want to wrap this game up within the next ball or two, just for the sake of their net run rate.
Yeah, that's true as well. Net run rate probably less likely to split teams now with the enhanced point system, but still possible. So it's Bappy who's coming out. Bappy Chowdhury, or Shol Chowdhury. And well, he might only get the one chance to win the game himself, just because Mosen's lurking at the other end. Last ball of this over. Nice catch by Mukhtar down there. Does look like it'll be a consolation catch. 2 to win then for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. And that will be it. It's an edge that flies away. Just checking for And I think it bounces just inside. So it'll be a boundary for Chowdhury, and this game is in the book. Can try to hit that leg side. Big hanging edge. Bounces. What was that? 6, actually. I think it's actually gone for 6. So it'll be a Maximo to finish the game. And this game is over. And, well, they're going to end up doing it with 12 balls to spare. So Gladiatori, okay, they don't walk away empty-handed, but they do fail to win a game on the first day. Roma Bangla Morning Sun, well, their day is going to continue to get busy because in half an hour's time, they're taking on Roma CC in match 3. Can Roma CC make it 21 in a row, hunting that all-time record of 24 consecutive ECS wins, currently held by Prague Cricket Club in Czechia. Let's roll the highlights then, and it was kind of middle-of-the-road target, wasn't it? Gladiatori had to fight pretty hard for their 1-4 team, but doesn't stand up. And Mosen, well, he was outstanding, wasn't he? 76 not out in the end, including 10 Maximos. Just took this away, but it could have been very, very different. He was dropped by Gurpreet, and it was a pretty Class A goober, as Corey would say. And to be honest, Gurpreet, he felt pretty bad at that moment when he put it down. I think he felt even worse progressively as Mosen carved up the bowling.
Yeah, we'll just take a look at some of the great shots that were played by this RBMS side. Mosen striking 13 boundaries during his innings, 10 of them sixes, a strike rate of 330. Superb display of batting by him. His partner at the other end, his skipper, Shoaib Rehan, managed to make 18 and 12. He was largely happy to play an anchor role at the other end and watch Mosen tee off and score the big runs. Terrific innings by Ahmed Mosen, such an integral part of this RBMS side. And if they are to go one step further this time around, he will have to play a big role in that. Rehan would get caught LBW there by Mukhtiar Singh. Mukhtiar Singh will be involved in both of the 2 wickets in this innings. He, of course, will take a catch later off the bowling of Shival Munda to get rid of Rajiv Ahmed, who, of course, made 17 of 12. Just take a look at some of the shots that Rajiv played. Hit a couple of sixes during his innings. That was probably up there as one of the shots of the day. Gorgeous stroke over mid-wicket, beautifully hit until he hoiked one out in the deep to Mukhtiar Singh, who would take a catch to get rid of him. He would end up with 17 of 12. Well, of course, to come to his dismissal very shortly. This was a good shot there by Ahmed Mosen, one of 3 fours he hit during his innings. Of course, once Rajiv Ahmed departs, Chowdhury would come out to bat. Chowdhury takes just 1 ball, and he smacked that away for a 6. They, of course, did see this rather fortuitous boundary for Ahmed Mosen. And, of course, Roma Bangla Morning Sun would take this one with a couple of overs to spare. They do it in 8 overs with 8 wickets in the bag. So we'll have a look at the scorecard of this innings. Ahmed Mosen with 76 runs of 23 deliveries. Shoaib Rehan making 18 of 12. Rajiv Ahmed with 17 of 12. Shaul Chaudhary with 6 of 1. And you have to say Mosen, he just batted superbly, really guiding his side to this victory. Roma Gladiatori simply had no answer for him. He was a little bit lucky. He was dropped when he was on 7. But you got to give him plenty of credit for taking advantage of that chance that was granted to him and going on to play a big innings. The Gladiatori used plenty of different bowlers, but unfortunately no one was able to come up with the goods. Mansoor Jamali thought he bowled pretty well inside the power play. His second over was a little bit expensive, went for 16 runs, but overall 0 for 18 inside the power play is certainly something you would take. Sifat Amin continues his difficult day. It's been a baptism by fire for him into the European Cricket Series. A couple of difficult matches for him to start off. The match summary for our second match of the day states that the Roma Bangla Morning Sun have beaten the Gladiatori by 8 wickets with a couple of overs to spare. Join us again in 28 minutes time and we'll bring you match 3.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
To the European Cricket Network, you're watching the European Cricket Series in Rome.
Hello and welcome back. Well, we're 2 games deep into opening day here in Rome, and what action we've had so far. This pitch, I love it. There's so much bounce in it. It provides a lot of entertainment. You know, if you're good with the horizontal bat shots as well, I think you're going to have a pretty good time here at the RCG. Anyway, coming up now, we've got the hosts, Roma CC, taking on Roma Bangla Morning Sun. I remember back in 2021, these guys played an incredible game, went right down to the last ball. Let's see what happens this time. Roma CC, by the way, they're 20 wins in a row. And if they could win this one, they go to 21. That would be the second longest streak of all time. They've got Prague CC in their sights with 24 consecutive ECS wins. Let's go over to the toss now at the other end. The Sheriff, Charles Croucher, has the 2 captains.
Match 3 with Roma CC versus Roma Bangla. Roma Bangla to call. Heads is the call, and it's a tail. Roma CC have won the toss and will bat first.
So the toss has been won by the Roma Cricket Club, and they've decided to bat. So interesting tactics from them to try and put a score on the board this time. Watch out for Marage opening up. Fernando batted really well, I thought, but Rahat Ahmed played a real clutch innings, 42 off 10 to get his team across the line in match 1. Well, Roma Bangla Morning Sun, they welcome back their captain, Anik Ahmed, who was missing that last game. So I think just he provides a bit of extra punch. He's a guy also with some Italian national team experience as well. So these 2 teams, they know each other really, really well. I know they have a good relationship, but when it gets on the field, it is all kind of action. It's all business. I think both teams want the W here. Let's get ready for match 3 then. The news from the toss is that Roma Cricket Club have won the toss. Going to bat first. Let's go over to Nish Shebat in the commentary box.
Here we go. It's time for match 3, our lunchtime match between the 2 sides who have started off this European Cricket Series with a win apiece. Both of them beating Roma Gladiatori in their opening matches. Of course, we have a look at this beautiful shot of the RCG, the Roma Cricket Ground, and what a beautiful part of the world we're in, of course. Very privileged to be in the eternal city of Rome and playing at this absolutely gorgeous cricket ground. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match. Of course, both these sides are now 1-0, having picked up a victory in their opening matches. As you can see, Roma CC leading the points for them is Rahat Ahmed and Dinidu Marage. Marage bowled superbly in that opening match. Of course, he bowled that fantastic final over maiden, a triple wicket maiden. And then meanwhile for Roma Bangla Morning Sun, of course, Ahmed Mohsen batted superbly in that second innings, getting his side over the finishing line with a terrific batting performance. We'll now have a look at the win predictor for our upcoming match here between Roma CC and Roma Bangla Morning Sun. As you can see, 56-44. This game is even Stevens, and it's also a rematch of the final from last year, where, of course, Roma CC won very, very comfortably against Roma Bangla Morning Sun. They absolutely trounced them, and they went 3-0 against this Roma Bangla Morning Sun side, of course, beating them a couple of times in the group stages, and then also beating them in the final with a convincing victory. So here we go. We're just moments away from the first ball of our lunchtime match. Of course, the final between these two last year was a very one-sided affair, and it was a very, very tough loss for Roma Bangla Morning Sun, who, of course, did so well to make it to the final. They upset Royal Roma in the semi-final, but then were just thoroughly outclassed, just looked like a fish out of water in the final itself. Roma CC completed an exceptional undefeated campaign by picking up a victory against Roma CC. just moments away from the first ball. It's going to be Marage and Kanageshwaran who is going to open the batting. So, yeah, slight change over here. Right there, opening order, of course. The last time around we saw that it was Dina Marage along with Shamira Kurupu who opened the batting. Here we go, first ball, and this one is just played away over mid-off, and it's going to go away for 4 runs. So a very nice shot there to start off. Beautifully played. Digs that one out really, really nicely, playing it through the line. Gorgeous shot. Goes away for a 4. Terrific start. There's big appeals over there. It didn't feel like there was an edge. Just a couple of players who were very excited by that. The rest of the team didn't really get up. And as you can see, it was a wide. I mean, my goodness, that was nowhere near the bat. Yeah, very optimistic appeal. And there's going to go big over here, and it's going to go over the rope for a 6. And that is going to go all the way. That's going to go for a Maximo. The umpire has now confirmed that. This one just flat batted away. He gets underneath the ball so well, elevates it over the rope, and it's gone the distance for a 6. So he survives that scare, or well, at least a scare in the bowler's mind. It's a great start here for Roma CC. That's a shorter delivery. It's going to be given a wide. It's also the one for the over. Oh dear, this is a difficult start here for Ali. Just hasn't quite been able to get it right. Yeah, that one is wide for it going down the leg side, and it's also wide for height, so pick and choose what you like. Any other delivery over shoulder height, and it's going to be a no ball. Just needs to get it right over here, Abbas Ali. It's been a difficult start to the over for him. No, it's another one that's rather short. Just having a look at the square leg umpire now. Let's just take another look at this here. I think, oh, well, he could be in trouble. He could be in trouble. Yeah, he might be in some serious trouble over here. And it's been given a no ball and a free hit. So there we go. It has been confirmed now. Free hit coming up. He's going to go straight down the ground. He's got plenty of height on this, but not much distance. Is going to land safely, so not quite able to capitalize on the free hit. Now then, it's been a very difficult start here for Ali. 14 runs coming off the first 3 balls. Just hasn't got the line and length right. He's been banging it in far too short. Let's see if he can get one full and straight. Yorker length on the stumps. Too much width to offer there. This is going to be carved away behind point all the way for a 6. Strikes the stronger together banner. And that has gone the distance for a Maximo. Terrific shot. And as you can see, it strikes the banner. 6 more runs. That's going to be another wide. Ali just getting it badly wrong so far this over. That's the third wide he's bowled. Add in the no ball as well. This has been a disastrous over to start off for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. I mean, going up against the defending champions, they really needed a tight over here to set the tone, to start things off. But it's been quite the opposite. It's been really wayward bowling. A swing and a miss, a dot ball at last for RBMS. Just beating the outside edge of the bat. It's a much better ball there by Ali. It's got one ball left in this over. Can he get out of this over without further damage? This is just played with soft hands towards the fielder at point. It's going to be a dot ball to end the over. So he gets out of the over in the end, giving up just 21 runs. A couple of dot balls to end it. And the Roma Cricket Club, the defending champions, are 21 for no loss. 42 days to go until the Euros of Cricket, the marquee event of the European cricket calendar. Of course, we'll start off with the Challenger Division. And after its conclusion, we will move on to the Premier Division, where we will see the big boys of Europe, including the Italian national team, of course, in Group D, the group of death, alongside some of the very best teams on the continent. So really looking forward to that. Should be a whole lot of fun. It's time for the second over. Now it's going to be Ahmed coming in to bowl it. He's going to have to do a lot better job than what we saw from Ali in the first over. Let's see if he can bowl tighter lines and length. I think this Roma CC side, they were a little bit slow out of the gates against the Gladiatori. And we're looking to get off to a flying start here. They certainly have with that first over. Let's see if they can put the pedal to the metal. He's going to hit this one well over cover. That's going to go over the boundary rope. A great hit. Goes away for 6. And Marage has cleared the rope with ease. Beautiful shot. Hits it with a straight bat. Gorgeous stroke. Deserves a few extra runs for aesthetic points. He has hit that one beautifully. Certainly up there as one of the nicer shots we have seen so far this morning. Now that one is gorgeously played, but it's not going to bring any runs. It was a better length there by Ahmed. And you got to say Marage played that one quite nicely, full face of the bat, but hit it straight towards the fielder, so it's going to be a dot ball. Ball of the over coming up. Ah, beautifully picked up off his pads. The bowler just going a touch too straight there. And Marage just showing what a great player he is with his wrists. Strong bottom hand as well, as he's managed to just smack that one away over square leg. It's gone the distance for another Maximo, as it's raining 6s right now here in Roma. A full toss. He's got that one badly wrong. Probably going for the Yorker, and it's just slipped out of his hands. And this is easy pickings for Marage, who's going to smack that one away for a 4. He's going to get too many easier balls than that to face. And he has struck this away for a boundary. Now, this has been a very disappointing bowling by RBMS to start off. They needed to come out with a lot of intensity, look to hit their lines and lengths, and bowl with great discipline, but they've been very wayward. Obviously, you saw that first over where Abbas Ali struggled mightily with wides and no balls. And so far, Anik Ahmed, he hasn't quite been able to get it right. He's been a bit all over the place. And he has been punished so far by a quality batter in Marage, the second highest run getter of the European Cricket Series last year here in Rome. What's Ahmed got in response? He's probably straying down the leg side a little bit, and Marage will probably feel like he's missed out. I mean, he's very good off his pads, so I think that's a very dangerous line to bowl to him, but Ahmed will survive. So 1 ball to go So the left-hander, Kangeshwaran, is getting set to face the final ball of the second over. They just put a deep mid-wicket in place for him, and they've got a deep point as well. And this one is just going to beat his bat. As the second over will come to an end, 17 runs come off it. And the Roma Cricket Club are 38 for no loss at the end of 2. Nischay Putt here in the commentary box, and joining me is Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, early days, but as the table and Roma CC could go to the top. Likewise, Roma Bangla Morning Sun here with these two already having a win over Roma Gladiatori. Have had a tough start. At least they did take 2 points out of the day, and that could be important. Bearing in mind it's going to be an interesting finals format with 5 of the 8 teams actually getting an opportunity. I touched on this before, but the reason we've gone for the final 5 format is because it'll mean we only need to have 1 extended break on finals day, and it gets pretty hectic because all the Meltle Shield squads are coming in. It just kind of saves us an hour in the day. But it does provide an opportunity for the 5th team to get involved in the finals day action, and we have seen teams come from outside the top 2 and do pretty well, particularly here in Rome. Yeah, nice to be back, and I want to say hello to Dave and Jeff and Johnny in the chat. Wayne's in there, Helix is in there. Pretty interesting rivalry between these two teams. Roma CC certainly have surged in the last couple of years.
That's a full toss around the pads, and that is going to get punished, absolutely hammered away. Bilal Hussain will start off his spell with a 6. This is not a great delivery again, and they've just been all over the place, but unable to hit their lines and length so far.
So you were here last year. Last year, was that hole still there? So
absolutely.
Yeah, was it last
year?
It's
the excavation site.
Yeah, so the archaeological site. Now it's been filled in with what looks like grass clippings. So I'm a bit scared. Who's that Leslie down there? Almost going to go to the bottom of the earth, quite far away from us. But yeah, I think when the archaeologists dig it up again, they'll probably find a few grizzly balls in there. But how about this hitting from Marage? He has 950s on the network. And Murugaya Kanageshwaran, he's a player, he's very talented. He's a guy, I remember in the ECL, in one game he scored 50 and he took 3 for 2 in the same game. It was against Zagreb Sokol of Croatia.
This one, is there an edge over there? Is there an edge? Yes, there is! And Marage's innings is going to be cut short. He was batting beautifully. This time he chases a slightly wider delivery. It catches the top edge of his bat. It goes through to the keeper and is well held onto by Chandra Bhomik. And the danger man, Marage, will have to depart. He batted superbly, made 34 of just 11 deliveries. But he's not going to be able to continue and go on to make that half century. His innings comes to an end. The first wicket falls for Roma CC.
Also, I just think it's good sportsmanship. Really good sportsmanship from Marage, who walks straight away, doesn't wait for the umpire's decision. I've seen that a couple of times today. Nice to see that kind of thing still in the game. But yeah, he's known for his cameos. This one ends on 34, 44 for 1. But here's Charles Fernando. And well, he batted incredibly well earlier on. Kind of overshadowed late in the piece by Rahat coming out. But you know, he's a player that Roma Bangla Morning Sun will know too well. Can take the game away from you really quickly.
Here we go. Fernando getting set to face his first ball. Oh, it was a good ball there by Bilal Hussain. He was going for that Yorker-led delivery, and Fernando just about managed to get some bat on it, but it snuck underneath. It would have either been clean bowled or LBW.
Yeah, you're right there.
But yeah, going back to that excavation site, I believe you mentioned this during last year's broadcast, but they're aiming to build a clubhouse over there, but they're unable to because of...
yeah, it's kind of stuck in planning with the government. I mean, I would love to see it happen. The big tents are a new addition as well. Maybe we can get those on the camera. I'm excited this will be a wide.
Yeah, we had a few people in the chat commenting on the tent. I think Jeffrey Mobbs pointed that out as well. Just means that a lot of fans who come in have a nice fan zone. I mean, there's water, there's a number of other refreshments over there. It just makes it so much better. Yeah.
It's so cool in there. Have you been in there?
I went for like a couple of moments.
It was amazing. I'd probably never leave there if I
petition to move the commentary box over there.
Actually, good idea.
Because down the leg side, that's going to be a wide. Just gets that one slightly wrong. But yeah, that certainly is emblematic of Rome, the fact that they're not able to build a clubhouse because of archaeological excavations going on. I mean, I believe they have the same challenge in Rome City Center as well with their metro, where they're not quite able to add more lines, build more stations, because every time they go to dig something up, they find some more ancient Roman artifacts.
Rome's been built on itself like 12 times or something like that, or more. Bilal searching for the breakthrough.
Oh, this one could be close, but I think he just got some bat on that one there. But this is good bowling here by Bilal Hussein. It's been a terrific over by him. He's caused a lot of issues for these Roma CC batters. The over, of course, started off with that 6, but he's come back really well since then.
Yeah, that one probably swing down the leg side a little bit as well. Kanageshwaran hasn't really gotten going yet.
Yeah, this one is just flicked away, and it goes towards mid-wicket. It's going to be a single, brings the dangerous Fernando back on strike. Kanageshwaran has just looked a little bit nervous. Well, he's been out in the middle, just 7 runs of the 6 deliveries faced, a few swing and misses, a couple that have gone past the outside edge of his bat. Maybe there's just a chance now for RBMS to put the brakes on the scoring. Just playing the wrong line over there, Fernando, as the power play will come to an end. A good third over here, just 10 runs coming off of it. Most importantly, the wicket of the all-important Marage.
Yeah, and he's always someone I think that bowling teams are pretty relieved to see the back of. I don't know if we've talked about this too much. Just want to say, before I bring this up, I want to say a quick hello to Adarsh, who's watching from India. So hello to you, Adarsh Yadav. Hopefully you're well. Did you see the article on Cricket Info on the European Cricket Network?
Yes. My dad actually read it and shared it to me as soon as he saw it. That was great to see. I mean, that article, of course, I believe it was written by
Cameron
players that
Ponsonby.
actually yes.
Yeah, who actually played for Spencer on the first day of ECS England. And yeah, it's quite in depth. I might be able to see if I can stick it in the chat, perhaps. But yeah, definitely worth a read. It's probably something to read in between matches because it does take a bit of time. But yeah, it was good to see Cricket Info taking notice. Website I followed a long time.
This is played out towards cover for a single. Yeah, it was just great to see. I mean, so much of the history that I've obviously heard from people in the company. The stories of the cricket on ice, and then of course German cricket TV. Just hearing all those stories recounted on Cricket Info, it was I mean, it was a nice chance to sort of dive into some of the stories I've obviously heard from so many people who are part of the founding of this company.
Yeah, cricket on ice, that's how I got involved actually originally. I was playing in cricket on ice in Switzerland.
Oh, it's gone up in the air. He's hoiked this one up. This could be a catching chance. It's not going to be easy, but he held onto it, and then he runs right into his teammate. Oh, for a moment you thought he'd managed to hold on to that great catch. It was a sensational effort there. That was MD Naeem who had managed to hold on to it. Have a look at this. He's got the catch. Oh, it's actually a little bit of a juggle. It pops out of his hand.
I think he would have caught it second time, but he got collected. It wasn't the collision that made him drop it. He dropped it by himself, but he never got the chance to have a second bite of the cherry because he got shirt fronted. Bit unlucky this one. Surely he's going to be out this time. Raihan's not going to drop this. And so Kanageshwaran is going to have to pay the price. Run a ball 8. He doesn't really work out at the top of the order. Roma CC do bring up their 50, but the first wicket has fallen. And it's fallen to a very experienced player in Abbas Ali. And Roma CC, 50 for 1.
Yeah, it was a difficult time out in the middle for Kanageshwaran. He really struggled while he was out in the middle, and in the end you kind of have to say that he's been put out of his misery. He's going to depart for a run of ball 8 as Roma CC lose their second wicket. Let's take another look at that wicket right now. Just looking to go for a big shot over mid-wicket. Hasn't timed it whatsoever. Instead it's popped up for the skipper of RBMS, Raihan, who takes a very comfortable catch.
So Roma CC, they do have a kind of wealth of batting riches. Here's Samaragi coming out at 4. I think it's a pretty good place for him to bat. He might be worth a go at the top of the order sometime, though. I just think, left hand, right hand up there with Marage might be a good idea.
Yeah, that's going to be played away beautifully behind point. Just opens the face of the bat. carves it away just in front of third man for 4 runs. What a way to start off your innings. That is a beautiful stroke, like a brush from an artist.
Yeah, very nice looking shot, that one.
It's got a couple more balls to go in this over. 6 runs off it so far. And it's going to go for the Yorker over here. Hasn't quite got the length right. And they should come back for the second run here, but they won't. I think they just ran that first one a little too slowly. And well, Fernando knows he's got plenty of power in his hands, so he's not too keen to push for the second run.
Hello to Gulam Dustgear, good to see you. Maybe we'll see Gulam for Baraka Prato during the tournament. He's saying, what about the past score here? Is about 120. Feels about 120. I'll have to go back and find the numbers from last year.
This one is just played out towards square. Like, I believe last year is about 120 to 125-ish. But one thing we have noticed here on the European Cricket Network is that this year in particular, par scores have just been shooting up in every country we've been to. The average run rate has been significantly higher than last year. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case here in Roma as well.
That's the end of the over. So 56 for 2 after 4. And yeah, for Roma CC, yeah, it's still a decent rate, but probably would like a few more on the board. Maybe kind of do what they did to Roma Bangla Morning Sun the final last year. They scored 180 in that final, so they did have a pretty good day out.
He's going to go big over here, and it's going to go over the rope for a 6. Massive shot there by Fernando, and that's why he's not too keen to run around, as he has belted this one over long on for a 6. That ball was in the slot. It was there to hit, and has been received the treatment.
Yeah, just quick wrists from Fernando. He can muscle a ball down the ground with the alarming effectiveness.
Now he's going to go big over here again, and it's off. It's going to go for 4. This one was a big chase for the fielder, but there was no way he could get to that. A little too short, and he has managed to pull this one away beautifully for 4 runs.
Okay, so just looking at the numbers last year, 11.4 runs and over was the average. Yeah, so yeah, 115 probably is, if you consider all the teams, 115 probably is a par. One thing here, I don't think you get as many 4s. I mentioned it earlier, because the fielders just can handle a lot of the balls that might get past them on a trickier field. So that probably, the pitch is probably a 130 pitch. Right now, don't really need to use the pitch when you can do that. It's edged away from Fernando for 6. Maximal says Carreras.
It's a lucky boundary for Fernando, just showing the evolution of modern bats, the fact that he can outside edge one, and it's going to go all the way for a 6. But yeah, I think that's certainly a good point, I think. And the other thing, of course, is that Rome already had a very high standard of cricket even last year. So, I mean, how much higher can they push it, really? And how much higher can this run rate go? I think there are a few other countries, certainly some of the more developing sort of challenger division tier nations, where we're still seeing sides continue to grow, which is why the run rate's going up series after series. This one is launched away for a 6. Massive hit once again by Fernando. And this is what we're accustomed to seeing from this man.
Well, Charles is bossing it right now, isn't he? Just lifts that one up. 6 more. The other thing is, I think in Italy in general, I think the bowling is a pretty decent standard across the board. Okay, doesn't mean they always get it right, but I think you compare it to some of the Bulgaria, for example, it's a very different standard of bowling that you're having to come up against. I always find it interesting, the 6s versus 4s ratio. It's good. It's a pretty good indicator of how tricky an outfield is. It's because on fields where it's very tricky, the 4s is always heaps more than the 6s. Last year here we had 946 6s and 898 4s. So pretty close together, but the fact there's more 6s and 4s tells you, I think, that if the ball does stay kind of on the ground, a lot of them do get cut off. I'll actually give you the Bulgaria numbers with that exact ratio. So in Bulgaria, they had 1,066 fours to only 513 sixes. So it's actually over. It was actually more than double the amount of fours as sixes. Whereas normally it's about even. Normally kind of 1-to-1 is about average.
Now he's going to look to advance down the wicket here. He meets the ball on the half volley, and he gets his bat underneath it. Quick wrist there by Fernando and a strong bottom hand. Gets it away for Maximo.
Yeah, runs coming thick and fast at the moment. Bilal Hussain can't stop the bleeding. This over has gone supersonic already. Believe it or not, we've had 30 or 5, but it's not 5 sixes. We've had 4 sixes, a 4, and a couple of wides in there. So it could have the dreaded 36 here if this disappears. Last ball of the over. Oh, worse than 36, because that's 31. There's still a ball to go.
He gets that one slightly wrong. It's a good idea. I mean, he's going for that leg stump Yorker. He's just missed it by a little bit. And now he's going to have another ball to deliver here. Last ball of the 5th over coming up. Can he get this one right? Just waits on that one, Fernando. Plays it nice and late, but straight to the fielder. As the over will come to an end, Roma CC are 88 for 2.
Let's welcome into the box then, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECN here with Nishay Butt. And I'm pretty excited to be in our new commentary tent. We'll have this one for the duration of this ECS in Italy. We have the Meltle Shield coming up as well. We're working on kind of getting you that information with the squads. You can always also go to our website, europeancricket.com. Rico is in transit, of course. He finished up in Bulgaria yesterday. He is travelling, I think, probably on the plane right now to get here, and I know that I'll be doing tomorrow with Rico, but then you guys are going to take over the middle bit of the tournament. I'll be off for a little bit of time, but yeah, looking forward to it. It's just such a nice ground. So it's just one of these grounds that I think has so much potential as well. If you looked at other places we want to hold marquee events, there's no mistake why the Melton Shield is going to be here at the Roma Cricket Ground.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great venue, and it's also an iconic city to hold it in. I mean, a place which is so rich in culture and history. It's a lovely part of the world to be in, and it's great that we can bring you cricket from here.
And the Gladiators didn't have the greatest start, did they? But they still have 12 games to go. It's a double round robin kind of format. So each team will play 14 games over the first 11 days, and then we'll have the final 5 teams take part in finals. There's a bit of a Gundy ball first up from Bappy, and it's going to get the treatment. Maximo! Short, wide, down the leg side, out of the ground. Perfect start to the 6th over for Charles Fernando.
Got a fair bit of turn on that, Bappy. If you can just land it on the right line and length, it could cause a few issues for these batters. That's a straight down the ground. It's going towards long off, and Mohsin will hold on to that catch. He was just looking at the fielder as it was going straight at him for a moment. Just feared that he might spill it, but he's managed to hold on to it in the end, Mohsin. And once again, another innings is cut short here. Fernando getting off to a good start, but not quite able to go on and play that big innings, much like Marage. But he's batted superbly. He's going to give a fist bump there to his new teammate coming in. So they pick up another wicket here. It's the 3rd one that has fallen.
Yeah, here is Rahat, batted so well earlier. Yet the wind at the moment is pretty much right behind the bowler's back. So that's probably one reason we haven't seen a lot of balls smashed straight down the ground for 6. And that was obviously just mistimed and went in the air. I think they also made it a bit of a tricky catch for Mohsin to come in. The ball was kind of blowing back towards the middle of the ground. But well taken, 94 for 3. Let's see if Rahat continues in the same vein as earlier. 42 of 10.
Looks to toss that one up. It ends up being a low full toss, so he gets away with it. It's just going to be a single.
We haven't really seen a Tortuga yet, have we? This field's played very, very true. It's quite lush grass. That first bout takes a bit of the sting out of the ball. And I'm sure we'll get 1 or 2 along the way. But yeah, really excited to have the Meltle Shield here for the first time. I think that the players will really enjoy getting out there. Normally, really only the Italian players would play here. I don't think any of the British or Irish players would have played here before.
Looking to make some room to cut that one away, Samarage, but it's going to be a dot ball. It's a good comeback by Chaudhary after getting struck for a boundary off his very first ball. You can see that extra bit of bounce here, helping the spinners a lot as well. That's played away towards point. It's just going to be a single.
Yeah, what are they on for? 155. It's a bit scary, isn't it? But I suppose Roma Bangla Morning Sun, they chased 175 last year. Okay, admittedly, not against the Roma CC bowling lineup. And they'll still feel that there's a path back into this game. Chaudhary's tightened up his line since that first ball.
Cut away, cut firmly, and oh, he goes for a bit of foot fielding. Really should have gone for his hands, and he could just sense the disappointment by the rest of his teammates. That's not been up to the standard we have seen so far here in Rome.
Yeah, that's not really excusable on this field either. It's one where you can get off your feet. It's like fielding on a pillow. So you should be able to get down. You don't just go a little toe poke. So, yeah, a bit unlucky for Chaudhary. He actually got out of that over pretty well after a rough start. 100 for 3 after 6 overs. Samarage and Rahat at the crease. Interesting to see who they'd put in next. I always think Samarakun's listed so low. He's a very capable bat. Probably my choice to come in next. Maybe Senaviratne. But, yeah, four overs to turn this into a big score, Roma CC. It's going to be Sharif Raihan to bowl over number 7. Let's see what he's able to deliver.
Oh, this one has gone up in the air. Could be a catching chance. The fielder coming underneath it. Oh, it's going to be a juggle, but he'll take it on the second attempt. The skipper, Raihan, inserting himself into the attack. I often feel he underuses himself as a bowler, Raihan. He's got pretty decent career figures. And he decides to insert himself into the attack and gets a wicket off his very first ball.
Well, I'll just give you the update. Well, he's actually not captain this game because the regular captain, Anik Ahmed, is back. So it probably wasn't completely up to him. But I like that they go with a bit more spin. With this breeze being right behind the bowler, it's tempting the batters to try and hit down the ground for 6. And with this wind, it's not so easy. Pretty nice catch by Anik. Even though I think he was already planning a plan B, wasn't he, if he didn't hold on to it. He didn't decide to go fingers up. He let it come down kind of chest high. A bit of concern straight away from the bat. But Anik takes an excellent catch. And Samarage goes for just 6. The score is 100 for 4.
Well held on to there. And an important wicket taken here. And so Raihan doing the trick with his very first ball. I guess his expected score right now is at 152, but the fact that they managed to pick up some wickets and get through on this top order means they've got a chance to really put the clamps on a Roma CC scoring. I think they might even be looking to restrict them to something under 140 now if possible, but if they continue to strike it like this in the lower order, and then they will certainly back themselves to get to the 150s. What a shot there by Senaviratne off his very first ball.
Yeah, well, this is one of the names I mentioned that might come in. Denham. Well, he likes to be aggressive no matter what the situation. Well, this situation demands it, doesn't it? And he comes out firing.
I'm just going to get behind this one and block it out.
Yeah, a lot better from Raihan. He's such a good cricketer, Raihan. Very, very clever. Again, with him in the side, don't count out any kind of a chase from Roma Bangla Morning Sun.
It's probably going wide. He's just reached out that one and probably spoiled to wide, but they'll only stick with a single. There may have been a chance for a run out at the non-strikers end. There was a slight bit of hesitation. Senaviratne was keen to come back for the second run, but his partner was nowhere near as eager. Ooh, I think a clean take there by Raihan, and it would have been a goner.
Yeah, it was a bit of a spicy one coming back to the middle though. Still, it's been working.
Yeah, and he's going to step across here, and it's going to be one bounce over the rope for 4. He just shuffles across the Ahmed and just flat bats that one away towards cow corner.
I think that's a really good shot because he pretty much knows that there's a gap there. So he's targeting that area. Didn't really care what the line of the ball was, but he got it spot on. Rahat has been in sublime form so far here on opening day. Raihan 11 off the over, trying to get out of it. He tries it again. This time he's going to go a bit square up, but he sweeps it sweetly out of the ground. Rahat on an absolute heater on a summer's day in the Italian capital. So in the end, 17 come off that over. Careful what you wish for, because the wicket has also triggered a few boundaries there. Roma CC, 117 for 4 after 7. That might be the Rico copter coming in. Nish, what do you think?
Yeah, Rico obviously gets the Uber chopper to the hotel. He's probably making his way over to where we're staying. Yeah, it might even be one of the services for the wildfires. I think I mentioned this in the previous match. There's been lots of wildfires around Rome. Of course, here's a look at the ECS calendar for this year. As you can see, we've had the great privilege of going to so many terrific destinations. We're here in Rome right now, and we've got a couple more European cricket series until our marquee event, the European Cricket Championship. I mean, Rome, Vienna, Zagreb. It's going to be a real joy to
buckle up as well.
All those destinations.
2025 looks insane as well. Chance we'll be doing slightly shorter tournaments, maybe going from kind of 12 days to 10 days in a location, maybe kind of 7 to 10 rather than the current 12 to 14. Runs over this, probably 2 there if they're paying attention. They weren't really, but it does bring Rahat back on strike. So I mean, if we do go to, rather than say 14 days in a place, if we go to kind of 7 to 9, with a few exceptions, probably still have a few 2-weekers in there, it just means we can go to more places. That's one of the things. There's so many places we'd love to go that we haven't been able to go yet. Norway's an example. Finland's an example. We haven't been for a while. Norway we've never been to. Don't over-attack this. Jeez, that's good fielding. It's excellent fielding from Anik. Yeah, so also planning next year to have 2 weeks in England, 2 weeks in Scotland, 2 weeks in Ireland as well. Maybe 2 weeks in the Netherlands, put the Netherlands back on the calendar. And also kind of adding an element of ECSW, which obviously we saw off to a raging start last weekend in Croatia.
This is played out towards square leg for a single. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Finland, of course, came here to Italy last year for a European Cricket International Series, and I'd love to see some of their players involved in that. Of course, they've got Amjad Sher, the Wild Thing, and it'd be lovely to see him in a European Cricket Series.
Mohsin had a pretty good day with the bat. He might need to in this game.
A nice bowling there by Mohsin. Yeah, this over so far has been a really good one. Just 3 runs coming off it. Just the kind of over they needed after having a very, very expensive last 3 overs. Seen 51 runs off the last 3 overs. So just sneak in a quiet one here, RBMS will do them a world of good. This time he just backs away, makes some room to try to play that one away towards the offside. It's just going to be the 1 run.
Wayne's put a video in there about the Aussie breakdance. So I feel like it's a setup, so maybe you want to click on that one. I did just rickroll him. That's probably old-fashioned for you, Nish, in your generation. All right, up in the air. Well, this is a real steepler. Good luck. Well, yeah, ball on ground, probably better than ball on face, which is a little bit what I was worried about. But Senator Ratney gets lucky, gets a couple.
This one's gone up in the air, and you can see it just goes beyond the fielder's grasp.
That was the winds. Remember, winds pushing everything backwards as well. End of the over, 123 for 4. Do you know about rick rolling?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. No, rick rolling is still a thing.
When that was a thing.
Rick rolling is still a thing.
Is it?
Yeah.
That's good. Well, Wayne got me about 2 years ago, so I've just got him back.
Yeah,
I said I've got a long
actually
memory.
did click the link, and it was bait. It was bait.
It's a great song because the whole Rick rolling thing, it's a song that makes you feel good. And actually, I saw an interesting interview with Rick Astley about, in the wake of this, viral things that were going on and how it kind of came back into the headlines. Such an interesting guy. Such an interesting guy. As far as even that song wasn't released for ages. He was just making tea, basically. That's a really good shot from Rahat. Well, he's in some kind of form. If this is him on day 1, where will he be by week 2 and potentially finals day? Incredible shot, Maximo time. And he also mentions that got to a point he was touring, is really, really famous. And he just literally one day he was leaving home. He's like, "No, I don't want to go." Turned the car around. That was it. He just said, "I'm done. I've had enough. And also that clip, they released the song kind of accidentally, well not accidentally, but they started playing it. There was no video clip, there was no anything. And when it got so big, they're like, okay, we've got to shoot something. They literally just grabbed whoever was around. So like, if you know the clip, there's bits where, they're like, one guy is like, oh, I could do a cartwheel. Like, yeah, okay, just do a cartwheel. And just, he was wearing like his own clothes and he's got that kind of shuffle, he's clicking his fingers in front of the fence. Like, it's actually a great story. He was a really interesting guy to listen to. It makes me think that one day, is that myself or Rico might just go, you know what? Turn the car around. All right, in the air. That's going to fly with the wind. Going, and gone. Maximo for Rahat. All the way down to the fence. Anik rolls out the short ball and pays the penalty.
Yeah, he managed just to hit this one away for a 6. A big shot over there. Yeah, Rick Astley, the fact that, you still have, people as young as 10 or 11, who do the Rick rolling meme. I think it just shows you that it truly is an evergreen meme in a time where I think memes are sort of last a couple of weeks at most.
And the beautiful thing about it as a meme or as a trick or whatever you want to call it is it can never fully drift out because that's the perfect time to do it when no one's expecting it anymore. So I think it's got a bit of legs.
An interesting question here by Adarsh asking who we think is the strongest, and it means physically strongest player we've seen on the network. This one is a lowish full toss, struck out towards square leg. We might be seeing him later today. Gagandeep Singh is certainly up there.
Oh yeah, Gagandeep's a good one. It's a good question actually. There's probably a few. I often think Shahid Afridi Jr. from Germany is right up there. Yeah, we'd see a couple in the Netherlands when we've been there on ECS as well. But yeah, physically strong player. Well, have to hustle here. It's a bit of a nightmare for the bowler to try and take that. It'll be 1. And it goes wickletless in his first game of the series, end of 9, and Roma CC 137 for 4. Also, Richie Cunningham's in there saying, see you next week, Vinny. Looks nice and warm. Bit of a change from Europa Point in January. Yeah, Richie is managing Team Europe, not Team Europe, the British and Irish Roses. So the British and Irish Roses, they have basically all these nations to come from. England, Scotland, Ireland, Wales, by the way, is part of England in cricket, so I won't mention them. So England, Ireland, Scotland, Jersey, Guernsey, Isle of Man, and Gibraltar. So they've got 7 potential nations from which to pull their players. And of course, everyone else in ECN is eligible to play for Team Europe. That's a great shot by Sen Viratne. Well, Denham is certainly pretty keen to steal some headlines as well. He goes big, Maximo to start the over.
Oh, what a shot. Right out of the middle of the bat. And has been hammered away. 6 runs. Great start to the over. Immediate pressure on Mohsin, who, of course, bowled superbly in the 8th over. Gave up just 5 runs. And he gets smoked for a 6 off the very first ball. Yeah, this one isn't quite out of the middle of the bat, but it's still going to go away for a 4. Catches the edge of the bat and goes away for a boundary. So fortune favoring the Brave over here.
Checking with this, I thought it might have even hit the rope. Let's have a look. Been signaled 4. No, it is 4. It's close to the rope, but just bounced inside. Good call from the umpires. Yeah, so Richie, though, guy lives in Gibraltar, so he's no stranger to the heat. It'd be really hot down there at the moment. Yeah, Europa Point, really great facility. Maybe we'll check it out one day. It's next to the university there. Gibraltar, the whole country, it's about 5 kilometres long and about 1 kilometre wide. That's it. But it's a fascinating place. Home to the Rock, of course, as well as St Michael's Caves. Geez, timed that well. That could almost go. It has to be a bit of fancy footwork from Bappy to keep it in. Is that Bappy or Mbappe? Yeah. What do you say? Let's check this out. It just kept rolling, didn't it? It's a pretty fast outfield when you think about it, even though it is quite lush.
Yeah, for a second I just feared that he might kick it on and it'll actually end up going towards the rope. But I mean, good display of foot fielding there. I mean, we saw a rather tame attempt at foot fielding earlier in this innings, but you're going to do it. That's the way to do it. This one's gone high up in the air. It's been skied, but it's got more than enough distance on it to clear the rope. It's just going to fall to the right of the camera tower. Sinavaratne smacks another 6.
Yeah, Denham is enjoying his moment in the sun. He's often kind of left unused in this batting order because they are so strong in the top 4 or 5, and typically we'd see him. Even this is higher than sometimes we see him batting, but it just shows you, when he gets going. I remember he scored 150 on the network. That was just, it was bludgeoned. And so right now he's on his way once again up to 29, though he won't have time for the 50 this time around. Scored that against Roma Bangla Morning Sun back in 2021.
Yeah, looks like he's going to give Roma Bangla Morning Sun a few more nightmares. He has smacked that one away for 6 as well. And absolutely, I mean, he's just a player who doesn't get an opportunity to bat higher up the order. I mean, he had a strike rate of 203 during last year's European Cricket Series. Came in late in the innings, hit some opportune boundaries right at the end for his side on numerous occasions. And that's exactly what he's done here as well. I mean, full credit to Roma CC. They lost the wickets, but they didn't let that slow them down whatsoever. This is going to go away for a 4 as well. There's some bat on that, and Roma CC will end up with 165, a massive total for the defending champions. Very similar to the total they posted last year in the final against Roma Bangla Morning Sun when they defeated them convincingly. And this is going to be a big, big task in the second innings for last year's runners-up.
Yeah, I mean, look, I wouldn't count them out. They did do a 175 chase last year. They've got some very good batters in their Roma Bangla Morning Sun. But I will say this, that let's say if they can't quite make this 166 target, then they have to start looking at making at least 116, which is more or less a par score, to even keep their point in this game. Denham kind of out-Rahats Rahat. He did what he did in the earlier game when Fernando was at the crease. But they put the cherry on the cake, and 165 looks like they're cruising at the moment. Or is there a twist? I guess we'll find out. But Roma CC looking pretty good at the stage for 21 ECS wins in a row.
They certainly are. This is a perfect start for them. And you got to say, that was a fantastic display of T10 batting. I mean, despite the fact that they lost wickets, every other batter who came in made sure they didn't chew up too many dot balls. They got to go as soon as they came from the very first ball. And they accelerated, of course. We'll take a look at some of the highlights of this innings. Great display of batting by numerous players in the top order. Didier Maragi with 34 off 11 balls. That was when he was dismissed. Just chasing on a wider delivery over there. Chandra Bhomik holding on to the catch well. Probably would have been better service, leaving that one alone and getting the wide call. Charles Fernando batted superbly as well, made 38 of 12. He's a little bit lucky over there. Probably should have been caught out. But the two fielders running into each other, of course, I think one of the comments we made was that maybe he would have had a chance to catch it on the rebound if his teammate didn't run into him. We're now going to take a look at some of these great shots that Charles Fernando played. He hit 5 sixes during his innings, made 38 runs with a strike rate of 317. You can see that one there, just not playing the right line, but that's the nature of modern bats. I mean, he catches the outside edge of his bat and it flies away for a 6. That was another rather streaky boundary for Charles Fernando. He's a big, tall man, a powerful player, long levers. He was a very heavy bat as well, and his edges always go flying away for a boundary. That was a nice pull shot there by Fernando, which went the distance for a 6. He was eventually caught in the deep by Ahmed Mohsin, and we just wondered if there was a chance here for maybe RBMS to just slow down the run rate a tad bit, because we saw another wicket fall shortly afterwards. That was taken by Anik Ahmed on the second attempt off the bowling of Sharif Rehan. But then Rahat Ahmed and Denham Senavaratne made sure that they would not slow down. Those two had a partnership of 65 runs, which came in just 3.5 overs. And that managed to get this Roma CC side to a very, very strong position. Of course, they would end up with 165 runs. We saw 7 sixes hit by these two. And trust me, the 6s they were hitting were going a long, long way, such as that one right there. As you can see, going well clear of the scorer's tent as well. It was an enormous hit. And there were a couple that just popped up and were slightly streaky, but that often is the case in T10 cricket. This was a great bit of foot fielding. Just for a moment I wondered if he might just kick that one away and it would end up towards the boundary rope, but that was not the case. It was a good touch, and it ended up saving his side a couple of runs. That was the last ball of the innings. A little edge over there as it was helped away for a 4. 28 runs coming off that final over. We'll now have a look at the scorecard of this innings. And of course, as we can see, Dido Morage making 34 runs off 11 deliveries. You have Charles Fernando with 38 of 12. Then Senavaratne's top scoring with 39 of 13, and Rahil Ahmed with 30 of 12. Well, of course, turn our attention now to Roma Bangla Morning Sun's bowling figures, which should be coming up for you very shortly on the screen. And, well, in all honesty, it was a difficult day out for them. Really struggled. I think you can look at maybe Shoal Chaudhary, who could have potentially been given a second over. He went for just 12 runs in the lone over he bowled, and I think the captain looks back at that, he'll wonder why he didn't go back to him again. Sharif Rehan got a wicket off the first ball of his over, but after that, he was carted all over the place. And 10 runs of extra as well, which is about par for most European cricket series, but based on the standards we have seen set so far this morning in Rome, it's a little bit above what we saw the rest of the teams give up in extra. So halfway through match 3, Roma Bangla Morning Sun need 166 runs to win in the second innings to beat Roma Cricket Club. Join us in about 7 minutes time when we'll bring you the chase.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings. The big task up ahead here for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. They need to chase down a target of 166. It's going to be a massive challenge for them. It's very similar to the target we saw posted during last year's final when Roma CC, of course, very convincingly defeated RBMS. Here's a look at the bonus point equation. Well, having a look at this one, of course, it's highly unlikely that Roma Bangla Morning Sun are going to be able to chase this target down in 7 overs or less. It's more likely that we'll see the latter, which is Roma CC restricting them to 115 or less. It's a big challenge up ahead for RBMS, but certainly not impossible. And for them to achieve this very impressive feat, they're going to need a big innings from that man right there at the top of your screen. The dangerous Rehan, who is, of course, the leading run getter during last year's European Cricket Series. Ahmed Mohsin is at the other end alongside him, or he might not be. It's Anik Ahmed who's going to be opening with him. So, yeah, it's going to be Anik Ahmed and Rehan, who are going to be opening the batting here for RBMS. Two terrific batters, of course. Anik Ahmed was unable to play in the opening match of the day against the Gladiatori. Anik is certainly a very, very talented player. And there's a look at, of course, the great chase that Roma Bangla Morning Sun managed to pull off last year against Royal Roma during match 19 in the group stages. They, of course, beat Royal Roma again in the semi-final. And what was another convincing victory for them. They certainly have had Royal Roma's number during last year's ECS. With that feat where they managed to get 175 with 7 balls to spare. It was quite spectacular. Pulled away for 4 runs there. Very nicely played by Rehan. And it's a 4 to start things off. So that's exactly what they need to start proceedings. Need to continue to go at a terrific rate here. So it's going to be immediate pressure on the bowler, Damika Athanayaka. They're just going to make a few adjustments in the field. The fielder's been put now at fine leg, and there's also a very orthodox deep third in place. This one's played into the pitch towards cover. They'll scamper across here for a quick single. So Anik Ahmed had a very good European Cricket Series last time around as well. Managed to score 418 runs in the 16 matches he played in with a strike rate of 222. Top scoring with 89 against Asian Latina. That was, of course, his career best score. 6 European Cricket Series half centuries to his name. They're going to look to go big here, but this is going to go up to the fielder at mid-wicket, and it's a soft dismissal for Anik Ahmed, who's going to depart for a golden duck. Derek's going to come out to greet him, and after all the hype and all the expectations, the captain of Roma Bangla Morning Sun is going to have to trudge off after facing just 1 delivery. He's going to get a little pat on the back there, of course, and that's not the way he would have wanted to start off his campaign. He's looking to play one over mid-wicket. Instead, it turns out to be a very, very gentle catch for the fielder. And the first wicket falls for Bangla Morning Sun. Rahat Ahmed, well, we saw him take a very, very sharp catch first thing this morning. A catch where he probably had half a second to react, but this one, well, he had all the time in the world. Comes down to it very gently, and he won't take too many simpler catches than that. Chowdhury's coming in at number 3. A little bit surprised they go for Chowdhury, and not someone like who batted, I should say, superbly in the previous match for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Yeah, would have thought they might go to someone like Mohsin instead in this position, but they turned to Chowdhury on a slightly difficult time this morning. Back of a left delivery, that one absolutely took off. Absolutely took off. Now we know there's a lot of extra bounce on this surface. Love to see this one side on. Does it actually end up going above shoulder height in the end? I'm a little bit curious. No, not quite, but yeah, just underneath shoulder height. Once again, just getting that extra bit of bounce here. Athanaika and Chowdhury just not playing the right line. And, Rehan is just coaching him here and saying, well, look, play the ball to its merit. You really should be looking to open up the offside, try to cut a delivery like that. Just not getting anywhere near the ball right now. Yeah, that's a good ball there by Athanaika. Goes a little bit straighter. It's blocked out as Roma Bangla Morning Sun are 5 for 1 at the end of the first over. It's been 41 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network. Of course, that one was back in Croatia during the second match of the ECSW between the Lavender Lionesses and Jinx Zagreb, and it was certainly one for the history books. Of course, a golden ball in the dark, golden ball with about as chaotic a final ball as you can get, with batters running to the wrong end and all sorts of madness happening out in the middle. Now, Rome's a city that has certainly greeted us to plenty of golden balls, and let's see if we can snap this streak over the next couple of weeks. Nish Pot here in the commentary box, and joining me is Mr. Maximo Vinny Sundu.
Yeah, thanks. Good to be back. And yeah, I got to admit, because we saw Most in such good form, I'm very surprised we don't see him batting anywhere in the top 3. Look, going back to that 175 chase they pulled off, it was actually Chowdhury and Ahmed Mohsin that finished things off. Mohsin made 60, 69 out of 27. Chowdhury made 41 off 16. So he's not a bad option here, Chowdhury. And they actually put on 115 together to win the game. Yeah, they did it with 7 balls to spare. Interesting that Kanageshwaran is getting a bowl here early. I think they're going to go pretty spin heavy, Roma CC. They've got good spinners, I think. It takes just taking the pace out of the ball, making the batter generate pace. I think there's a lot to that. And interesting that they're bowling Murugaya here in the power play.
And just plays this one away towards point, just gently dabs it, and they'll scamper across for the quick single.
Dave likes these Roma CC shirts. You can see the new design. He says they look a bit like a jigsaw puzzle. To me, they look a bit like a volcano erupting. That's kind of what I've gone with. But tell us, what do you think that shirt looks like?
I think a sort of similar geographical feature could go for is like tectonic plates.
Oh, yeah.
That's sort of what I was thinking of as well. This one's gone up in the air and doesn't have the distance. It's going towards the fan tent, and it's gone all the way for a 6. So Chowdhury opens his account with a Maximo.
Nice shot. Took a bit of a chance there. Just played it on length. Wasn't really too worried about the line. But, yeah, disappeared out of the ground. There's that tent over there, which I've got to tell you, it's like first class over there. Nice and cool. Plenty of refreshments.
Yeah, this was going to take an outside edge. It's going to go away for a 4. So after playing a nice shot, Chowdhury is going to get a little bit lucky this time around. Just throws his bat at this one. It catches a very thin edge, and it goes very fine towards third for 4.
Oh, we saw plenty of times where that happened in the first innings, didn't we? In fact, the very last ball of the innings was a little edge from Seneviratne that snuck past the keeper. Got to go here.
He's going to toss this one up. He flights the ball a lot. It's been skied. It doesn't quite have the distance. It'll be a tough catch. Running towards the boundary rope, of course. Really, really difficult attempt there for Rahat Ahmed. He's covered a lot of ground.
Rahat took a brilliant catch earlier, but probably the beauty of that early catch that he took is he had no time to think about it. It was just kind of crack on the bat and he was holding it. That one, he did pretty well to get near the drop zone. Always a tricky one, trying to judge him over the shoulder, especially with a bit of wind. But this is a really nice kind of crouching tiger hidden sweep shot as Ryan slaps that to the leg side. Maximo to finish the over. Turns out to be a much better one for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. They were 18 off it, and it's 23 for 1 after 2.
He just dropped this one a little too short, and the batter was able to rock back and pull that one away pour a boundary. Here's a look at the standings. Both these sides, of course, beat Roma Gladiatori in their opening match and are now looking to pick up a victory in what is a rematch of last year's final.
Yeah, that's going to be a really interesting matchup as well. Of course, we're seeing it here. We'll see it again before the end of the tournament. Also, a Raw Roma versus Roma CC coming up. There's always a good rivalry between those teams too. All these Rome teams, because I wouldn't say there's a lot of teams in the Rome area, probably like half a dozen. So that when they play each other, obviously they know each other very well, but also it's very competitive and very, let's say, very spicy. Good to see Nad is in the chat. Hello, Nad K. Thought I'd never see you again, but good to see you back. And he's asking about what the brackets 116 means. And I'll explain that maybe after this ball. I'll give you the easy explanation. At Naka.
This one is just pushed away towards third, so well, the easy explanation would be it's just 70% of the target.
Yeah, that's true. So instead of just 2 points for a win and 0 for a loss, from this year, we've implemented the bonus point system or the enhanced point system. So there's actually 4 points up for grabs every game. So normally, a win you get 3 and a loss you get 1. That's what most games are that way. It's very late on this pull shot. Won't escape the circle. But if you can really thrash a team, then you can actually steal their points. So you can win with 4 points and they get none. So in this case, to keep their points, the batting side, Roma Bangla Morning Sun, need to get more than that 115. So that's why it's 116. That's for them to play well enough to keep their point. Otherwise, that point's going to get stolen. So yeah, the easy way I like to explain it is you get a point for just not getting thrashed. So what's getting thrashed? Getting thrashed we define as if you can't make more than 70% of the other team's total, that's if you're chasing, or if you batted first, if the opposition chases your total down in 7 overs or less. So it's pretty clear. I think it's one of those things people find it complicated maybe for the first day or so, but then it never changes. So it's pretty easy after that. This is a nice shot from Raihan. He's still potentially got the kind of ability to make this a game. Check this one out. Went pretty close to the boundary. Just checking where this bounces. If it's 4 or 6, it... Let's have a look at this. Yeah, I think it's before. Yep, bouncing just inside. So 4 runs in the end. Yeah, it's a good shot of it there. Got there in the end. So
Now, this one's popped up in the air. This could be a catching opportunity. The keeper's underneath it, and it will be a fairly simple catch for him. Roma Bangla Morning Sun lose their second wicket, and this is the all-important wicket of Raihan, one of their star batters, the leading run getter of last year's European Cricket Series. He's looking to go for the big shot, gets the top edge, it pops up in the air, and that is a very comfortable catch. RBMS, or 29 for 2.
yeah, well, it's going to be 4 and out in the end. It's a big moment in the game. Raihan tries to pull, but it bounces a bit more than he expected. So the switch back to pace does the business. South Naka bowling out in the third. He has a wicket. And he had a wicket. Now he's got 2. And the score is 29 for 2.
Delisha Rashani from the Italian women's team joining us in the chat saying, come on, Roma Cricket Club.
Delisha, hello to you. How are my shoes doing? Thing with this Italian, I'm glad I'm actually not doing any Italian women's team this time, although she is playing for Team Europe. But they have this thing of that if we beat this team, we want your shoes. If we beat this team, we need your jacket. I'm going to run out of clothes. I tried to explain this, but Delisha, hello to you. Last time I saw you was in Italy, I think, up north, when she was playing for the national team. But since then, I think I saw you on TV playing in the Netherlands. That was a great experience. The Italian women's team going to the Netherlands for the first time. That definitely not on ECN. But yeah, at the end of the third over, it's 29 for 2.
Here's a look at the bar chart for this match. As we can see, Roma Bangla Morning Sun are well behind what Roma CC were at this stage. Roma CC were 19 runs ahead and lost one less wicket. But of course, we did see Roma CC really accelerate during those middle overs and at the end as well. I think it's going to be a challenge for Roma Bangla Morning Sun, who are a little bit more top heavy than Roma CC, who are a side who bat very, very deep. You can see it's already brought up the graphic for the sole point. Roma Bangla Morning Sun need to go about 12.4 and over if they want to pick up a single point out of this game. So even that could be fairly challenging for them. Samarage is going to bowl the first over after the power play. That's going to be an appeal over here, but very optimistic appeal. Not too much enthusiasm behind that. Yeah, as you can see, that one well outside the off stump. Just dabs that one towards third, and it's going to be a single. Beg your pardon, a dot ball.
Yeah, this is the ball. We just missed it live, but looking for a single. Mosen says, no, send you back. These were the two that pulled off that ridiculous chase, though.
Yeah, it's gone up in the air and should be a catch, and it is going to be a catch. Takes the wicket, holds on to it. Chaudhry, he's just not been able to get going in either of the two matches he's played in so far today. He's faced plenty of balls, but just not quite been able to accelerate. He pops this one up in the air, and he had to watch that one very closely, but he will hold on to it and take another catch. The third wicket falls here for Roma Bangla Morning Sun, or in dire straits.
Yeah, just that scoreboard pressure, isn't it? So it won't be an heroic partnership this time around. Chaudhry holds out for 12. Again, it's one of those ones that Samaragi, he basically wanted to catch this himself. But in the end, he just has to trust his teammate. He's going to do a good job.
53rd career wicket for Prithvi Samarage. Yes, another one. He's going to go play the big shot over here, and it's going to take a couple of bounces and go over the rope for a 4. Nice shot there by Ahmed to start off his innings. It's a little bit too short and wide, and it's been punished. This plays this one into the pitch, and they're going to scamper across here for a quick single. It's been great bowling here by Samarage. Just 5 runs off this over so far. Gets a wicket as well. He's now just moving mid-wicket across a little bit. Moving mid-wicket a lot squarer out in the deep. Mosen just unable to connect on that one. You can see he's got a very open batting stance there, looking to hit this one over mid-wicket.
4 overs down then, 34 for 3. Samarage turning and burning. 1 for 5 off his over. And yeah, that blue line there, so to go further, expanding on the bonus point. So the blue line is basically what Roma Bangla Morning Sun need to stay above to hold on to their point in this game. Obviously, if they can get above the red line, ultimately they'll win the game. But yeah, Marage going to stick with what's working. That's the thing with all their spin options they've got. We've already seen Kanageshwaran bowling. You've got Marage. You've got obviously some Samarage we just saw. You've got Rahat Ahmed with some off spin. They're really spin heavy here. Right, this is going to disappear. It's going to be 4. That's just inside, but it's not a bad shot at all from Rajib Ahmed. It was pretty flat. I like it. It goes offside, goes into a little gap. You'll see this will probably confirm that bounces just inside. And 4 runs the result. Delisha is saying, my shoes are doing well. That's good to know. They're shining.
Tossed up by Marage, but he's going to get pumped straight over long on's head. Maximo! Well, where there's life, there's hope. The actual rate for the game's gone out to about 22 and over, so I don't see that happening, but it'll probably feel a little bit like not quite a win, but it's a good consolation prize if you can still take your point out of this. You still get another crack at Roma CC later in the tournament. Well, this one goes through everybody, including the keeper, Mila Gadagi, who probably played for a bit of turn there, just slid on with the arm. Yeah, so, yeah, Delisha. I wonder who actually is in possession of my shoes. There's a question. Where are they right now? I should have air tagged them. Oh, it's a funny one. It probably is a wide. I think it's just missed the leg stump. And I mean just. But anything that misses the leg stump, is it over the stump? Probably not. I think it's a good call. Just missing leg. All right, tossed up again. Marage is really going shopping, but at the moment, he's getting snake eyes as Mosen goes large. Maximo. Well, what a good shot against the spin. Yeah, I can definitely see what Maragi's thinking. He's trying to buy a wicket, really. Just tossing it up there, saying, all right, come on, go for it. Any sort of miss hit, probably create a catching opportunity. Mosen batted so well before. Good under pressure. That's the quicker one. So you can see how Marage mixes his pace up very effectively. And this is up in the air. Well, here's the catching opportunity, and it will be taken. That's a very nicely executed outfield catch. And Marage, that gets the breakthrough. Probably feels, look, I don't mind risking a few boundaries to grab a wicket, because I just think, you know, if we can knock one or two over here, we can really get into the bottom half. So Marage goes for 17 in the over, but good catch once again. Rahat, who's caught well today. Rahat Ahmed takes the catch. And the score is 52 for 4, and Ahmed Mosen, he'll go for just 6 here in match 3. He didn't get a lot into it. He was kind of had his weight shifting onto the back foot, and Rahat did the rest. It's important you have your fielders, your best fielders in the important spots. So 5 overs in, 52 for 4 is a quick list of the upcoming events. Of course, Meltul Shield, Elisha is playing in that, and that's 24 and 25 of August. Also, we've got bit of triple trouble, because Valletta Cup will be on from next Wednesday. That's a 5-day tournament, 5 teams in Malta. T10 women's tournament this year instead of men, which I think is great. Netherlands Tri-Series featuring the full sides of Netherlands, USA and Canada. And that should be a brilliant series as well. And I'll be sharing the duties there with Corey Rutgers and Andrew Leonard for 6 T20s over 6 days. And a couple of venues there. I think we have first 4 matches at Kampong, and then the last 2 at VCC, where we showed the last T20s from men's T20s, at least, in the Netherlands. That is going to be worked off the hip. Naeem makes a good start. And probably not the best line. Samarage pushes this through. Really, at the end of the day, it was a pretty good shot. Probably made it look more leg stumpish than it actually was. It's probably crashing into middle. And Dave mentioning they are a pretty good catching side, Roma CC. They pride themselves on their fielding. Too short again. Hit in front of square. That's going to be 4. Nice shot from Naeem, who starts with back-to-back boundaries. Has not just Roma CC, though. I think across the board in European cricket, since we've been broadcasting over the last few years, teams have really recognised the importance of practicing their fielding and improving. It used to be, back in the day, practice batting, bowling, go home. No one's that interested in it. But it's funny what live TV and millions of viewers will do to your motivation levels. Having said that, Samaragi dropped an absolute dolly earlier on today, but took a good one as well. Hasn't hurt his team at all. That one's hit pretty hard. Very good fielding once again, this time on the ground.
That's Rifat. And Rifat's a guy who actually used to play for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. So, yeah, playing against his old team. And this one, haven't seen too much of him so far. Tossed up, and Samarage will do his own fielding. He'll knock over the stumps. So if a bowler could be out, hit wicket, that's what it would look like. It's the end of the 6th over, and it's 63 for 4. Look at this. Goes after it. Going to lose his balance. But all's well that ends well. 63 for 4. Now that point is kind of drifting away as well. That rate's gone up over 13 and over. Still 1% according to the supercomputer. They might be able to do this. Time for over 7. And Raihat is going to have a bowl with his off spin now. Naeem really likes to get across and paddle, so I'd probably have the 45 back, if I'm honest. Try and make him play a different shot. I don't see him. I'd even consider bringing the long off up, because I don't really see him trying to go down the ground. And he smacks it for 6. Well, maybe he's got a bit more power than we gave him credit for, because I suppose Rajib, he's established slightly different sort of player than Naeem. So I think, yeah, with Rajib on strike, maybe it doesn't matter where you put your fielders. That was crunched. Goes again, this time hanging up in the air, but with the wind, it's going to fly. And, well, Royal Roma, we'll see them before too long. Hopefully they catch better than that in the game. But that one goes down on the side of the fence. Maximal time. That's Mohammed Mohsin, who's actually the keeper for Royal Roma, who's just put that down. But maybe he'd tell you if he had his gloves on, he would have caught it. Anyway, this is in the air, catching opportunity. And it goes down. It wasn't an easy one for Jamal down there. Had to come in. Did get to it, though. Couldn't quite hold on. Gee, plenty of action at the moment. Slid through. This time by Rahat. Hello to Johnny Heeson once again. As we see this one kind of top edged up, but again with the wind, that's going to fly. That's going to be 4. And Naeem goes back to that quarter of the field. The thing with that quarter of the field as well, you're only allowed 2 fielders defending it under the laws of cricket. So, yeah, he's a guy who likes to target that area, use that pace of the bowler. Also with the wind, it's a smart area to try and hit at the moment. 3rd 4 for Mohammed Naeem. A little half edge, half very late cut, so late it almost never came. They run hard, they want to, they'll get to. That's good hustle from Naeem. And it'll take us to the end of the over, right? Ends up going for 19, but he might have had a wicket in another world. 82 for 4 after 7. Yeah, so Nish, obviously, Roma Bangla Morning Sun, bit of a fight in their hand to score the point. In this one, we'll come back to that in a second. But first, let's have a look at what's coming up. We just saw Mohsin off the field. He's behind the stumps for Royal Roma, who finished 2nd in the group last year, but lost their semi-final. So it didn't really go to plan last year. Rajvinder Singh's real character. He will lead the Royal Roma side. Some good plays in there. Charanjit Singh, Sukhbir Singh in there for Roma CC. Obviously, 3rd game of the day. Maybe some fatigue will creep in. Time will tell. But those 2 teams, again, they've got a great rivalry, and that game is coming up in about 30 minutes' time.
Should be an exciting match. I mean, Royal Roma and Roma CC always produce some absolutely stellar matches. I mean, those 2 sides have also played each other in finals in the past, so it should be an absolute classic between 2 quality teams.
He's bowled
that
him.
One's cleaned him up, bowled him. That one just stayed straight, didn't quite turn, and he's been done right through the gate. We'll take another look at this. Just played all around that one. Just goes underneath the bat, hits the off stump, the wicket falls. And they're just picking up wickets here at regular intervals, Roma CC, and giving themselves a chance to maybe pick up all 4 points.
Yeah, Marage, very experienced campaigner. It's got good control. It's got good kind of strategies as well, I think, when he's bowling. Knocks the off stump out of the ground. And it's 82 for 5. Here's Chandra Bhowmick, who's coming out to bat for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. 34 off 17 for a point. So, I mean, it's possible. 2 a ball required. So that bonus point equation is becoming pretty tight.
This is cut away towards cover for a single, so Bhowmick gets off the mark off his very first ball. So, yeah, you certainly would expect Roma Bangla Morning Sun to make 116 from here, but it's going to be a challenge. And I think Roma CC have made it very interesting and given themselves a chance to pick up all 4 points. Nice, going to look to place one with a straight bat. Is it going to carry to the fielder? Not quite. It was a stellar effort. He's also done well to ensure that it doesn't get past him and go away for a 4.
Yeah, again, sometimes your best strategy to stopping it is to try and get it on the full. And this would have been, to be honest, it was harder than the one that he had earlier. Jamal, but he couldn't quite hold on. Only a single, though. Gets another chance, or does he? Bowler wants this one. Nobody wants this one. It's going to come down right in the middle of the Bermuda Triangle.
Yeah, it was just a case of yours, mine, and in the end, it was no one's. The bowler wasn't quite that interested. I could just see he just loses sight of the ball. And it's up in that clear blue Mediterranean sky. It's just straying a little bit down the leg side with his line over there. And Naeem just tried to help that on, but wasn't quite able to get enough bat on it. So once again, Maragi doing a stellar job with the ball in hand.
He's going to try it again.
He's going to go for the big shot here. Just going to go straight towards mid-wicket. Oh, that throw was absolutely drilled at the batter. That was a very strong throw. I believe that might even be Prithvi Samaragi who has fired that throw in. It was a left-arm fielder. Very, very strong throw. And it struck Naeem rather firmly as RBMS are 86 for 5 at the end of 8.
Yeah, okay. So what's that now? 30 required, right? 30 required. 2 overs. Need a big over.
They'll certainly back their chances of potentially going on to pick up all 4 points over here. You'd expect the next couple of overs to be bowled by Rahat Ahmed or Kanageshwaran, but Kanageshwaran, keep in mind, he went for 18 runs in his first over.
More spin.
They're just dabbed towards the fielder at third inside the ring, so it's a dot ball
Roma
to start off.
They really seem to crack the code by bowling so much spin and having all these different options. We've seen some teams do this really effectively, especially against good teams. Against good teams, they're kind of a bit more comfortable against the medium, faster guys. This is hit away. It actually hit pretty well. That'll be 4 runs to Naeem. He's showed a good range of strokes since he's been out there. This time he targets the offside and cracks it away for 4. They only just had one bad game, though, at the ECL. They looked so good to win Group E. This is in the 2023 edition. Obviously, they worked so hard to get there, but just had a bit of an off night. Got rolled against Sporting Alfaz of Spain. I know that they would love to get back to the big dance.
Oh, it's launched. Absolutely launched. Dances down the wicket. Gets to the pitch of the ball and smacks it over long off for a 6.
Yeah, really well struck. And, yeah, can't hit it much better than that. So that helps as well. 20 off 9 now. Naeem's played a really good cameo here.
That's going to go for a big shot here. Not quite in control of that. And it's going to go straight to the fielder and cover. Had absolutely no timing on that shot. And Naeem will depart after hitting a 6 and a 4. Well taken out at point. And another wicket will fall here for RBMS. We now need, well, another 20 runs off 8 deliveries to pick up a single point. As you can see, just wasn't quite in control of that shot. It just climbed up on him. And in the end, it popped up for a fairly simple catch for the fielder at point.
Dave's got a question in the chat about that Bulgarian pitch. And he said, will it take a lot of work to repair the pitch? Yeah, it will take some work. We have seen them kind of running repairs on that for a few years now. I've got to say, though, and the Croatian pitch was nuts as well. You're going to go there in a few weeks for the ECS niche. I know I've got that one off. But I think the pitch being a bit uneven really does kind of shift the balance of the game. Gives you the idea. It's a tough one to stop, and I have a feeling that he might have stepped out there just before he pushes it back in. Let's just check the foot here. There, so that foot. Yeah, see, that's going to be 4 runs because yeah, his last point of contact was outside the field. So yeah, 4 runs signalled. End of the over, so 9. It won't be that. It'll be 100 for 6 after 9, and because that will be 4 runs. So yeah, because I think some of the pitches are so good that when a guy gets in, it's almost impossible to get him out. You know, and the difference being with that pitch maybe having a little bit of some gremlins in it, it just means there's always that possibility there could be a ball that does something ridiculous, and then it can change the game. So I mean, I quite like a bit of variation, but then the question is how much is too much? We have had some pretty crazy pitches, but hey, it's all part of European cricket. This is, very few times you have a full-time groundskeeper and things like that, or the resources to even. A lot of these pitches would benefit from a heavy roller, but that's a big piece of equipment. And I think in Croatia, I mean, Lucas Stubbs from Croatia, you'll probably meet him when you get there. He was commentating with me a little bit. And he said they had a heavy mower, a heavy roller, I should say, and he accidentally got it stuck in the mud. And that was it. Had to get even bigger equipment to try and dig that out. Oh, look who's getting a bowl. It's Denham getting a bowl. And Denham actually typically drives it to the ground. I described his bowling this morning in the van as trash. I asked him if he was still bowling. He said, well, sometimes. Maybe I was a little bit harsh. Let's let the numbers decide.
He had a 4 for 5 at one point.
Yeah, I remember.
Last year, we were here for that one. It was quite a special performance. It was very close to getting a hat trick, I believe, in that one. I mean, the thing with him is he just bowls it straight out the stumps, and as long as the batter misses, he tends to hit the stumps.
Well, that's a 4 of another kind. That's 4 runs there. Tell you what, though. I mean, I'm just joking, obviously. I love Denham. He batted really well as well. He's one of the real nice guys on the side. But right now, he's going to try and defend the point. 11 off 4 required. Quicker ball. Don't rub it. But isn't it great? I mean, obviously, this is actually, I don't know how many times I've been here now, including some of the Super Series. It might be my 6th time here. But you really get to know people well, and there's so many wonderful characters that I'm always excited to see them out there playing ECS cricket. Right, 11 off 3 here.
This one's gone up in the air. Could be a catching chance. Oh, he's done sensationally well, exceptionally well to ensure it doesn't go over the rope for a 6.
This is a brilliant stop. This is potentially a stop, and I'm sure it's clean. We'll have to check it out. But it potentially gets them all 4 points here. Look at here. He's definitely taken off from inside. He never touched it from this point forward. So what a wonderful piece of fielding down there. Samarakun, I mentioned he's a gun in the field. Now back in Australia, that'd be $2 drop catch. But here, it'll probably be a 4-pointer. Potentially, 10 off 2 required.
This one up in the air. Is it going to carry to the fielder? He's covered a lot of ground, and he's taken it. He has taken that one. What a great effort there. He covered so much ground to get to that ball. There was one earlier that fell just short of him. Makes no mistake this time. He's taken that one really well for Jamal. And RBMS lose their 6th wicket, so the odds of getting that single point are just getting slimmer and slimmer by the ball.
Yeah, well, I'd say they're pretty much 0 now because you'd need 10 off a ball. You'd need like a 5 wides. You need a 7 up, something like that. So, I mean, that stop, honestly, yeah, brilliant. Brilliant work. And then, well, guess what? Denham has burgled a wicket again. Just bowl the 10th over. That's the key. Last ball coming up. It has to be legal.
Yeah, he's going to launch this one over the rope for a 6, but it's not going to matter one bit as Roma CC are going to pick up the bonus points on emphatic victory against Roma Bangla Morning Sun. This rematch of last year's ECS final ends in very similar fashion to that final. Roma CC once again defeat RBMS in convincing fashion. This is just not a code they've been able to crack. They can't beat this Roma CC side who continue their very impressive winning streak in this European Cricket Series, second all-time now.
Yeah, 21 in a row now for Roma CC, and they do it with style. It's a new thing for them. It's their first ever 4-point win. We saw them winning with 3 earlier in the day. They've got a tricky game coming up, and that's going to be against Royal Roma. So, yeah, these two teams, they were finalists in 2021. Royal Roma upset Roma CC in the final back then. Last year, they didn't meet in the final because Royal Roma got knocked out in the semis. This is the game that's coming up in about 20 minutes' time. We'll be back with it. Still 2 matches to go today. Royal Roma winning the toss and electing to bat first in that one. Lakamwal's listed to open with Sukhbir, Charanjit, Gagandeep, who's an absolute monster. Can't wait to see them out there in the middle. And Rajwinder seeing one of the best moustaches going around in European cricket right now. That's Roma CC. That'll be a real test for them if they want to make it 22 and keep the dream, keep the streak alive. Let's go back. And it was always going to be tough, especially with Anik Ahmed making a duck. First ball, actually, on his entry to the series. A lot of pressure on Raihan and players like Chowdhury and Mohsin. None of the top 4 fired. I think the highest score between them was 16 off 8 from Raihan. And Roma CC, again, bowled well. I like their variety that they were using. Raihan, I mean, he looked like he might be able to turn it on at one point. But I think the catching has been a real key to Roma CC's success. And just don't drop too many at all. They actually take 6 catches out of the 7 wickets in this inning. They took some very good ones as well. Not just the catches, though. The ground fielding was solid. We saw Samarakund with his stop towards the end that potentially gave them the 4 points rather than having to settle for the 3 and making it close. We saw Maragi coming on with his left armers. We saw Kanageshwaran opening the bowling with spin. So, yeah, Roma CC is pretty clear what their game plan is, but it's just not an easy one to counter because you don't really practice a lot against these different types of spin. In the end, we saw some even slower bowling with Denim Senavaratne coming on in the 10th over. But Bangla Morning Sun had drifted out of the picture as far as the game went. It was all about could they make that 116 to save the point. Ultimately, they couldn't quite as Roma CC turned the screws and go 2 for 2 on day 1.
Yeah, certainly a very dominant victory here for Roma CC. We're off to the perfect start in their title defense. That was another one of the great catches we saw from Roma CC. So in this match, their fielding is just at another level. That's one of the reasons why they are so much better than all of their opposition. I mean, their standard fielding is certainly up there, and that is why this side certainly has what it takes to go on and do great things in Europe. This was another great effort over there out in the deep. Terrific bit of work to just bat that one down, save his side, the 6, and then we saw, of course, this terrific catch out and long off. A 6 was hit off the very last ball of the innings, but it didn't matter one bit as Roma CC not only picked up the victory, but they picked up the bonus point as well. And that was certainly a sensational way to win. We'll now have a look at the scorecard of this innings. And as we can see, a few starts in there for Roma. Bangla Morning Sun, Sharif Rahman, the 16 of 8, Shahul Chaudhary with 12 of 11. Ahmed batted well with 30 of just 11 deliveries. MD Naeem with 27 of 14, but no one was quite able to kick on and play that big innings, that big 50-plus, 70-plus innings that you really need when you're trying to chase down a score north of 160. Here's a look at the bowling figures. As we can see, Prithvi Samarage, brilliant bowling figures for him, 1 for 16 in the 2 overs he bowled. Denim Senavaratne picking up a wicket as well in that final over. Pick of the bowlers has to be Dhammika Thanayaka with figures of 2 for 11 in the 2 overs he bowled. Huge credit to Roma CC as well for keeping extras down to just 3
Yeah, that normally happens. I think spinners typically don't bowl as many extras as their faster bowling counterpart. So, I mean, yeah, count them up. If you count Denim as a spinner, which I will, we actually saw 8 overs of spin in the 10 overs. We only saw Adnaka as a faster bowler. And he did a great job, 2 for 11, provided a bit of variety in another way. Anyway, we'll be back in about 15 minutes. Take you into match 4. It's another Roma derby with Royal Roma in town to take on the hosts. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Nishay Butt. Back shortly with more opening day action here in Rome in the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. It's great to have your company here on opening day of this European Cricket Series in Rome. Still 2 matches to go and the hosts have had a pretty busy first day, haven't they? We've seen them playing twice already and they're here again, Roma CC. In fact, Royal Roma will be here to start their campaign against Roma CC. So 2 teams know each other very, very well and they've got some interesting ECS history between their sides as well. Let's go over to the Sheriff now. Charles Croucher is with 2 captains for the coin toss.
Welcome to the toss for match 4 with Royal Roma versus Roma CC. Roma CC to call.
Head.
Tails is the call, and it's a head.
Back first.
They'll have a bat.
So Royal Roma have won the toss and they've elected to bat. So a good confident move, try and put some big runs on the board. Obviously we saw Roma CC batting first that last game and putting on 160 plus against Roma Bangla Morning Sun. So it'll be a slightly different order of innings this time with Royal Roma. Certainly a very, very good side. We actually saw them come from 4th to win this series back in 2021. And they're a side that are always there or thereabouts. Last year, it was a bit of a surprise that they didn't make the final. They crashed out in the semi against Roma Bangla Morning Sun. And so that's something I'm sure that's in the back of their minds as they embark on their campaign. For Roma CC, though, their bats, at least, they're up and they're firing. And I think that they will feel pretty confident they can chase whatever's set. But Marage's dangerous there at the top. I wonder who they'll partner with him this time. Senator Ratney was on a heater. We saw Rahat Ahmed doing some good things, Charles Fernando. So obviously Roma CC, they'll want to have a perfect finish to their day here in match 4. Nishay Butt is standing by. Let's get ready for the toss. Get ready for the start, I should say. And I can tell you that at the toss, it was Royal Roma batting first. After winning it, let's get ready for match 4.
Here we go. Match 4 of this European Cricket Series. Royal Roma about to take on Roma Cricket Club. It's the perfect start so far for Roma CC, making it 2 wins and 2 to start things off, picking up a bonus point victory against RBMS in that previous match. And they'll be heading into this game against their rivals Royal Roma filled with confidence. Royal Roma have a tough task here against the side that they've done battle against for several titles and other accolades in the past. And this is going to be their opening match of this European Cricket Series. Of course, Gagandeep Singh, certainly a player to look out for Royal Roma. Very exciting cricketer, very powerful hitter. But then they've also got so much talent in there with the likes of Kalani Lakhanwal, Sukhbir Singh, Charanjit Singh, who are such talented cricketers. Meanwhile, for Roma CC, Dimdu Maragi has been exceptional to start off this ECS. Charles Fernando has made an impact with both bat and ball in hand. Rahat Ahmed as well, producing 162 points. And certainly an absolute bargain for your fantasy team, considering he costs just 6. We'll now head over and have a look at the win predictor for our upcoming match between Royal Roma and Roma CC. Roma Cricket Club heading in as massive favorites, 80% according to the win predictor. Royal Roma not getting too much of a chance according to this win predictor. And, well, I'm sure Royal Roma will be out to prove everyone wrong and win this game against Roma CC. They're a quality team, Royal Roma. They've come up short against Roma CC a few times in recent years, but they'll certainly be looking to turn the clock back to better times when they used to pick up victories against this Roma CC side. We're currently on a very impressive winning streak, 21 consecutive European Cricket Series wins. That is tied for the second most all time. And so the players are set to take the field. That's going to be Fernando bowling this first over. He bowled exceptionally so far today, well, with good pace, good energy. Now, let's see if he can do more of the same. We're looking to go around the wicket once again. I think it's Charles Fernando's trademarked always bowl, right arm round. It's interesting though. I'd love to see him bowling over the wicket and just see how he fares. I mean, obviously, just take away a few methods of dismissal by bowling around the wicket. Obviously, you can't get the batter out. LBW a little harder to clean them up as well unless you really jam that Yorker in. Here we go then. First ball of match 4. He's going to go for the big shot on the very, very first ball. And oh dear, he could have been gone. Very, very lucky break there for the fielder. Oh, Luckenwald is a very lucky man. You could tell the fielder, we're just starting to get to that with Samanakun. And he just stumbles at the end. He loses footing. It looked like it was going to be a fairly comfortable catch for him. And he's incredibly unlucky in the end, as that chance has been put down. Immediately, Luckenwald, well, seems like he thinks that mishit might have had something to do with the bat, so he's requesting a new bat. Well, let's see if this is the bat that will clear the boundary rope instead of just keeping it a good 5 or 6 feet short of the boundary rope. He's very lucky he's still out there. I mean, if Samanakun hadn't stumbled, he would have been gone. Another one that's gone a long, long way. And it's going to go the distance for a 6. So Luckenwald smashes one off the very first ball. That was, of course, Singh, who was facing the opening ball of the overs. Sukhbir Singh, who had that lucky break. And Luckenwald smacks the first one the distance. Struck away, straight towards point, so it's going to be a dot ball. So we got 3 balls so far in this over, 3 more to come. Yeah, this one's just down the leg side, and should be given a wide, and it is going to be given a wide. Just a little delayed call there by the umpire. I think he was just wondering if it went over the stumps rather than down the leg side, but it's pretty clear from there that it did indeed go down the leg side. And this one's going to go up in the air. There's a fielder out at third who's going to take a comfortable catch. So a chance went begging earlier in this over, but it won't now. As Luckenwald was just looking to elevate that over point, but instead it's gone straight to the fielder, and the catch has been taken. Royal Roma are 8 for 1. And just high fives all around. Big moment here for Royal Roma, getting rid of the dangerous Luckenwald, who was such a run machine during last year's European Cricket Series. He was the 3rd highest run getter in that ECS, scoring 471 runs, making a century as well during that ECS of 114 not out. Getting rid of a man like him early is very, very vital for any side, as got a couple balls to come in this first over. It's going to be Singh, Jananjit Singh, who's going to come in at number 3. Still got to wait a little bit until we see Gagandeep Singh. This one is just pushed away, just jabs that one straight down the ground. It's going to be a single, so it's going to bring Sukhbir Singh back on strike to face the final ball of this over. It's very nearly dismissed earlier in this over when he hung one up. And the fielder looked like he was going to get to it, only for him to stumble in the very last moment. He's once again struck this towards mid-wicket. It's at that very fielder who stumbled earlier this over, Tushara Samarakun. The first over will come to an end. Royal Roma are 10 for 1. I'll have a look at this graphic, and as we can see, you've got 42 days to go until the European Cricket Championship, the marquee event of the European cricket calendar. Of course, start off with the Challenger Division, and once it concludes, we'll move on to the Premier Division. So a couple of trophies are in play during this year's ECC. Of course, the host nation of this European Cricket Series are involved in Group D of the Premier Division. This shape out here in the commentary box, and joining me is Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, it's nice to be back, and these two have plenty of history. I remember the first series I did here in Rome was 2021, and Royal Roma had a bit of a shocker in the group stage, but the format back then was a straight 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3, and they only won 2 games, and that was against the bottom side, Kent Lanka. Wow, that one goes straight through everyone. Fernando gets his one to bite back on Sukbir, and yeah, but then Royal Roma just went bang bang on finals day and won the trophy. Well, actually, it wasn't the trophy; it was to qualify for the Super Series back then. But interesting looking side, the Royal Roma side, because no Asian Latina in the competition this year. They picked up, I think, about half a dozen of the Asian Latina guys, including these two at the crease right now, Sukbir and Charanjit, who we know really well. Asian Latina had one of the most crazy games last year, and it actually was against Royal Roma, I think, where I think I was on with Corey. I know that we each did a part of it last year, you, myself, and Corey, but Asian Latina came back from a ridiculous position where I think they were 1% to win, and then they got it all the way down to just needing 1 to tie, 2 to win last ball. Ball got missed. Then the keeper threw it. It deflected off the bowler onto the bowler's end stumps. Oh, it's a good effort by Ridagadagi to stop that, but it's going to be 5 wides. Not a very good delivery from Athanayaka. You can see there, Rilla covers as much ground as he can, but that's the dreaded Minimo. That one did go a bit viral as well. So interesting that even though that was a real heartbreaking game for Asian Latina, with no Asian Latina in the competition this year, that many of them are playing for Royal Roma. It just makes Royal Roma even stronger. Athanayaka needs to get back on track, and he does pretty well here. Charanjit, he's a big boy. There's a few of them here in this Royal Roma lineup. You can just see the approach from ball 1. They're really looking to take the attack to Roma CC, who, don't forget, are 21 consecutive wins in ECS cricket. It started with that dream run through the Super Series finals day back in 22, a famous day. I think it was 31st of July, but it propelled them to the Cardamom Oval for the first time. I know they all thoroughly enjoyed that. Asian Latina, who aren't here, but obviously these two, I've seen them playing for Asian Latina before. They're a team that actually did qualify for ECL back in, I think they should have been in the 2020 version of the tournament, but of course we lost those 2 tournaments to COVID, so we didn't have an ECL in 2020 or 2021, so they're one of the so-called lost teams. We have seen some of the lost teams come back, so Skanderborg are a good example that played earlier in the year. This could be gone. It's a big edge, and again, we see the batter walk. It's 3 times today I've seen that now. Sukbir tries to horn this across the line. Athanayaka, well, luckily he worked out where the pitch was after that one ball got away, and now he has something to show for it. He'll have a wicket. Sukbir goes for 3. Royal Roma, 17 for 2.
A little outside edge that goes through to the keeper. It's well held onto. And as you said, you got to credit these cricketers so far in Rome for walking as soon as they edge. I think there's a number of places I've seen where batters have absolutely whacked it and they've been rooted to the spot, refusing to leave. But no mistake there by Ridagadagi. He holds on to that catch really well as the Royal Roma are 17 for 2.
Yeah, Roma CC playing their 3rd game of the day, and it has been a long, hot day. Currently it's 36 degrees. Bit of a cooling breeze at the moment, but it's right behind Damika, who's running in here. So I think we'll see a lot of boundaries behind the wicket to the paces, but I think we'll also see
Yeah, plenty of spin. They've got Fernando and Atanaka as the two kind of out-and-out pacers here, but they normally bowl at least 6 overs of spin. We actually saw kind of 8 overs of spin in the last game from Roma CC. As Guggendeep comes out. Didn't he have a breakout tournament last year as well? He also scored a century. So, yeah, don't count him out. He can just reel off sixes like they're nothing. This is the table, early days, but Roma CC up by 4 points. And they're the 4 points they took away from Roma Bangla Morning Sun that last game. That's the distance between first and second. If Roma CC could do something similar again, then they'd have a healthy lead even at the end of day one. Still to see the other 5 teams in the tournament, including Bologna, who are travelling down, and Baraka Prato as well.
See Charles Fernando coming back to bowl the final over of the power play.
Up in the air, and it's a long chase. Oh, he does very well there. Rifat's had a bunch of teasers today at mid-off slash long-off. He does really well to reach this. It would have been catch of the day, but he couldn't quite hold on.
It would have been a sensational catch if he'd been able to grab that one. Roma CC have taken some terrific catches so far today. Their ground fielding has been exceptional as well. Look how much ground he covers over there. He actually does manage to get a hand to it in the end. What a shame he wasn't actually able to grab it.
Fernando gets close to his second wicket. Now this has popped up in the air. It's been caught and batter's walking off. So I wonder if this maybe hits the bat and maybe goes up and hits the shoulder. It took a weird kind of a trajectory. Maybe it was just a genuine top edge, but Rilla's got another catch. Fernando does get his second wicket. Royal Roma in early trouble here, 19 for 3.
Yeah, in all sorts of trouble here, Royal Roma. They're in dire straits to start things off. Fernando once again just digs it in a little bit short. The pace and bounce is too much to handle for the batter. Just catches the splice of his bat, slash his glove, goes up in the air. And it's a simple catch for the keeper. Royal Roma find themselves 19 for 3.
Here's Mohammed Mohsin. Well, we saw him earlier. He had a crowd catch. Unfortunately, he didn't put that one. Didn't hold on to that one. But he's got the bat in his hand. Let's see if he can move the needle here. But Royal Roma just have the kind of, the feel of a team that are just kind of easing their way into it. But they're running into a red-hot Roma CC here. 19 for 3. We're not even out of this third over.
They're absolutely bossing it so far, Roma CC. I mean, you could tell why this side is on this incredible winning streak. They've gone up against some real quality teams to start their campaign off. And they have just been head and shoulders above the competition so far. Still got plenty more time to go in this game, but that win predictor already has Roma CC up at 91%. And you can see why, even though we're very early in this first innings, it's going to be hard to see how Royal Roma pull off a result from here.
Fernando steaming into Mohsin. Pitches up, Mohsin takes the bait, but he could be gone first ball. It's a great catch down there at deep third. And can you believe it? Fernando's on a hat trick. It's a golden duck for Mohsin. It gives this both barrels. Tries to go leg side, kind of end of the bat. And a brilliant bit of fielding on the boundary. Keeps his feet inside as well, Samarage. And fantastic. Fantastic bit of work. Mohsin has to walk, but he'll consider himself slightly unlucky. Could have easily been 6. Instead, it's 19 for 4 now in the third over.
Yeah, very well held on to out at third as we see Derek take a little bit of a step as well. Dear, he's hexed the new batter.
Oh, no.
On a hat-trick ball as well.
Yeah, Dinza is going to come out. He's another guy we've seen for Asian Latina. So,
well, this is a good sign for Charles Fernando. The new batter had Golden Derek greeting him in.
Yeah, well, if he has him on the way out, probably will be a hat trick.
There we go now. Can Charles Fernando get a hat trick on the very first day of the European Cricket Series? Here's a look at all the hat tricks we've had so far this year. 25 hat tricks so far. Murad Yilmaz, of course, picking up that last one. The skipper of Afyon Karahisar in the ECS in Bulgaria. Here we go. Hat trick ball. It is short, it is wide, it is cut away, and it goes for a 6. So Dinsa's like, well, Why have you all had an issue facing Charles Fernando? It's no problem whatsoever. Hammers that away.
This really sums up why I love ECN cricket so much, because that was a crazy one. I just realised I don't know if that's the most up to date, because we had Gaggandeep Singh take a hat trick in the eliminator, so I'll probably we'll try and get that updated. But Fernando goes close. 3 and 4 still pretty good.
Oh, was there something there? That was a great ball. Let's take a look at this. Drawing the batter forward, and it's just gone between the gap between bat and pad. And he's lucky to survive that one. Take another look at this. He's not sure whether to press forward or to stay on the back foot.
That's one though, if you bowl around the wicket, get across, get in front of your stumps. You'd be very unlucky to get LBW. Otherwise you're kind of just fighting yourself. This is chopped down, going nowhere. What a power play for Roma CC. They get 4 big wickets in it, and Royal Roma 25 for 4. Welcome to the competition.
Yeah, rough start here for Royal Roma. All sorts of trouble. Surround the power play, and it's going to be interesting to see where they can get to that expected score. It looks very low for them right now. It would be quite a fight for them, even to get to 100 from this stage. As we can see, they're going along at 8.3 and over. Already lost several key batters. Gaggandeep Singh, though, is still out there for them, which is a big plus, and we know he's the kind of player, if he can turn it on, he can play an absolutely masterful innings. So it looks like we're going to see Dhammika Athanayaka bowling the first over after the power play. He's going to continue after his first over. Went for just 7 runs and produced a wicket for his side. Oh, this one is struck firmly by Gaggandeep. Catches the outside edge, goes towards third.
He'll get there in the end. Need someone to play a bit of a heater. Can it be Dinza, who started with the 6? What about that for a hat-trick ball? Just said, yeah, I'm not too worried about the hat-trick. Thanks very much. I'm going to uppercut you out of the ground.
Yeah, that's a wider delivery. Just on the wrong side of the tram line there for Athanayaka. Doesn't quite get the line right. Yeah, Dinsa and Gaggandeep are going to be so important. Both of them are very powerful hitters. And just take a look at what it writes on the back of the shirt for Dinsa. It says, number 7, Lucky O. There we go. Second ball of the over coming up. Oh, that one is absolutely shot up off the surface. He's looking for the call over there, but well, have a look at this from camera 3. Well, certainly not a case for him over there. And have another look at this from here. There's well, certainly not a case for illegal delivery either, so as we can see, there's not much that Dinsa can argue about, although he'll certainly feel hard done by considering the way that ball took off. He'll pick up a single, and this will just bring the danger man Gaggandeep Singh back on strike. This is pushed away towards third. Not often you see Gaggandeep Singh just nudging a ball away towards third man for a single. Usually the kind of player who looks to attack from the very first ball, looks to attack every single ball. I think the situation just requires a little bit of pragmatism mixed in with the typical aggression we see from him. A great ball over there by Athanayaka, just bowling on a hard length, and Dinsa didn't quite have the room to play the stroke he wanted. We got sports highlights in the chat saying Ji Singh is a dangerous batsman. If he can play the way he normally does, this scorecard will look completely different. Yeah, he's the kind of guy that if he gets going, I mean, he can just turn a match on its head. True match-winning cricketer. Back of a left delivery there, just plays that with soft hands. And oh, they're going to pick up a single here off overthrows. He's going to be disappointed there, Athanayaka. I mean, he's bowled superbly and he deserves to be backed up well by the rest of his fielders. Royal Roma are 31 for 4 at the end of the 4th over. You got to give tons of credit, though, to these opening bowlers. Charles Fernando and Athanayaka really set the tone these first 4 overs, and they have put Royal Roma into heaps of trouble. A couple of comments here in the chat, not case saying most of the people in the Roma Cricket Club are of Sri Lankan heritage like me. Absolutely. I mean, there's a big Sri Lankan flavor here in cricket in Rome in general, and they've all been such a great host to all of us. Jacob saying that he's got plenty of homework to do. The school started over in Estonia. Assume that your school year starts a little bit earlier over there because obviously you've got much harsher winter. So yeah, has the school year started for you? You already got your homework?
Jacob's a real ECN lover. We love to have him as part of the community. It's great to have him in the chat. So all the best to you and all the family, Jacob. Yeah, it's certainly Sri Lankan flavour in the Roma CC club. They're a pretty tight-knit unit. I welcome everyone, though. I think one player that they have on their books that had picked up a bit of an injury on the weekend, so we're not seeing him today. It's Bilal Khan, formerly of Malta. We saw him playing for Roma Capinelli last year. So I mean, if he can get fit, I mean, imagine that. I think just showing with these 2 opening bowlers how many ways they can hurt you. So having the spinners then come on, and this situation, that's pretty well struck, though. That's going to go all the way. Maximo! Oh, don't get out this guy, Gagandeep Singh. I'll never forget his 100 last year. It was such a great knock. But, yeah, timed that one beautifully. Over cover, point for 6. Yeah, so if the spin, you need spin, they got spin. You need pace, they got pace. It's got so many kind of prongs. They've really kind of found a bit of the cheat code, I think. But it's all to do with flexibility and skill. You combine those 2 things. T10 cricket's your oyster. Samarage, a bit of a false start. 96 predicted right now. We're approaching the halfway point of this innings. Oh, doesn't really get this one, and it's going to be taken. Very good catch, and Rifat, well, we were just joking with him that he keeps getting the real tough catches. I won't say this one was easy, but it certainly wasn't quite as hard as some of the ones he's had to go at today. There's a reason he's fielding down the ground. He's got a good pair of hands. He let that one come in, so Gagandeep isn't going to quite crack double digits. In fact, no one has yet for Royal Roma. He'll go for 9, and in the 5th over, it's 37 for 5 now. 5 down in the 5th over.
Yeah, Rifat Jamal is just an exceptional keeper. I mean, his anticipation is wonderful. He's very athletic. I mean, he covers ground so quickly, and he's got such a safe pair of hands. We'll take a look at this catch. I mean, this is a catch most fielders would put down, but he's made it look so easy. Just gets into the right position. Perfectly taken. Half the Royal Roma side has been sent back to the dugout. What an important catch to take as well, getting rid of the dangerous Gagandeep Singh. So yeah, I mean, now you really have to wonder, what could Royal Roma realistically get to? This one's just played away off the pads towards square leg. It's going to be a single. I mean, you know, there was some talk in the chat about whether 90-93 was a rather low expected score for this Royal Roma side with Gagandeep Singh still out there. But now that he's gone, my goodness, I mean, even if they get to the 90s, that would be quite an effort.
Well, maybe the supercomputer knew we'd have for breakfast. Well, he likes this. There's no reaction from the umpire. Got to say, it's one of those ones that there might have been a little noise or something like that, but we're not really going to really be able to tell. It was almost like a delayed reaction slightly from Rilla, but umpire didn't hear anything or wasn't satisfied that it was
It was bat if it was, so it's the end of the over, and the score is 38 for 5 after 5. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with you, Nishay Butt as well. We've got Rico on the way. We haven't seen his helicopter come in just yet. We saw a helicopter, but he'll be with me tomorrow, and then in the middle period of the series, you'll be going with Rico, and it's going to be pretty hot and heavy. Big weekend. There's a 6-game day in there as well because of the format here with the 8 teams double round robin. But Roma CC, they're setting a cracking pace. The defending champions.
Absolutely. They haven't skipped a beat so far. I mean, there's no complacency whatsoever from the defending champions so far. This one's nudged away for a single. I mean, they've started their campaign off against some of the better teams in this country. I mean, dispatched the Gladiatori in the first match very comfortably. They then pick up a bonus point victory against the runners-up from last year's European Cricket Series. And so far, they are looking absolutely scintillating against Royal Roma, one of their biggest rivals and a serious, serious team here in Italy. So, I mean, we're not even at the end of day one in our European Cricket Series. And I think it's safe to say that this Roma CC side are going to remain the team to beat in this tournament unless something drastically changes over the next few days. Oh, this one's gone up in the air. He didn't quite have the room to play that shot. Charles Fernando is out there, and oh, he spilt it. Charles Fernando, of all people, has spilt that catch. Oh, you don't tend to see mistakes like that from a player of his quality. And you could just see, he just didn't quite have the room to free his arms to play that shot. He was never quite going to get enough distance on that to go for a 6. And in the end, I think Fernando's cramped himself for room.
Yeah. And now we'll get one down the ground. But Fernando needed to catch that fingers up. It's a classic fingers up catch. He didn't, and then, okay, he misjudged it, so that was the first issue. And when he backed back, still, because he'd underrun it, the easier way would have been fingers up. Good little off-speed ball there from Marage. But that's in there, you're right. Ends up kind of not being able to maneuver the elbows in an acceptable fashion. So, yeah, bit of a lucky one there. This is Mubashir Hassan, who's come out to bat now with Dinza. Marage pretty tight over this. Bottom maiden earlier, remember? Double wicket maiden. Well, that's 6. So Hassan doesn't really care. This is the thing about Royal Roma. They're just going to continue to keep swinging. Come heck or high water, they're just going to try and pump balls out of the ground. That one finds the middle. It's 48 for 5 after 6. 5 catches so far. We talked about the catching of Roma CC. It kind of sticks out, doesn't it, when one does go down. And Charles, yeah, I just think it's slightly technique and partly judgment as well. And he puts that one down. But anyway, that's the other thing in this format of the game. You just got to kind of roll with it. Some good things happen, some bad things happen. You just got to stay quite zen and just approach the next ball.
Yeah, that certainly is the case. And you can afford to make the odd mistake when you have your opposition at 48 for 5. So Charles Fernando will certainly be hurting after that error, but Sider's still in a very, very strong position here regardless of that mistake. So yeah, let's see if they can take advantage of that life which was gifted to them. Oh, this one's skied, and it looks like it has the distance as well. It certainly has the distance. Going to land on the other side of the fence. That is 6 more runs, and you're just going to get a chance to see a certain someone who you might recognize going to go field that ball. Have you caught that by any chance over at Spring Productions? Nah, it doesn't seem like you have. So that one goes all the way for 6. Come on then. Come on then. Have we captured it? Okay, we got a chance here. Maybe, just maybe. Go on then. Let's show this one on camera. There he is. That is a perfect throw. Exactly how it's done. Straight back to the bowler. Couple of big 6s here. Both of them going straight down the ground. This one is flat batted a little bit more. Just returning to live action. One ball was just pushed towards square leg for a single. So it's 6-6 and a single. This is just the ball you missed during the replays. Struck hard, struck firmly, and he's done a great job there. Just gets his hand in the way, and Tushara Samanokun saves his side 3 runs.
That's an amazing stop. Have a look at this. I hope we got time.
We probably can't show it to you straight away, but I'd love to see that stop again. First, we're going to see, again, kind of a bit of a hanging top edge. I don't know if we can go back to the ball before, but that was an incredible kind of half volley pickup. And yeah, this is it here. Look, there's a bit of guesswork that goes into that as well. But Samarakun, he's an absolute weapon in the field. Last ball of the 7th over coming up. In the air and gone. Well, once that quite went into the middle of the hands. In fact, I'm not sure it got too much of the hand at all. But, well, Roma CC, I often say they're all heart. He catches that one with his heart, I think, in the end. And there's the 6th wicket. Hassan goes down, all guns blazing. He'll go for 10. And the score now at the end of 7 is 63 for 6. Hassan has to walk.
Wickets continuing to tumble here. Here's a look at the upcoming events on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we've got the great privilege of being alongside you from here in Rome for the next couple of weeks. We've course got the European Cricket Series. And once we round that out, we'll have a great weekend of Melton Shield action. And then, well, look at that fantastic midweek we're going to have for you between the 21st and the 28th of August. We'll have so much cricket, an absolute feast of cricket for you on the European Cricket Network. I mean, take a look at this. Between the 23rd, 24th, and 25th, we will be in 3 different locations providing you cricket from all over the continent. Boy, I can't wait for that.
I mean, bending the space-time continuum here on ECN. I mean, it's not quite the 4 locations. Almost crashed our website because it was only built, believe it or not, to do 3 at a time. I've told him, can you go up to 7? Smashed. And that's a really good one because it's kind of into the wind, and so you keep it low, like a golf shot where you try and kind of, what's the word? You kind of stab it down the ground. You cut it through the breeze. That's a very good bit of hitting, like a stun shot. 6 runs. This will be just 1 to the leg side this time. Dinza probably wants to be on strike, but he has to trust his partner here. Harkarat Singh got an important role to play as well, to at least kind of give the strike back. Love to hit a boundary himself, and he might just do that here. It's a little edge, and it's running away. He'll get to the boundary. So, yeah, it's the Royal Roma approach. They're going to be true to it. We've seen some pretty big momentum shifts, haven't we? Those last couple of overs earlier from Gladiatori, kind of 47, I think, off the last 2. But then in the other game, we saw them, Gladiatori, go 9 dots to finish their innings. So, go either way. Rahat, the offie. All right, this is high in the air, and he should get this. Samarakun, he'll take a wonderful catch. Well, on the ground or in the air, Samarakun just don't care, and he takes a brilliant stuff. And almost gets ridden like a racehorse after that. He's surrounded by his teammates. This is such a good catch. He actually catches it in the infield in the end. But take a bow and take a dive. Samarakun with a stunner. And now it's 74 for 7.
It has been such a joy to watch Roma CC fielding throughout this day. Just the fact that they take these incredible catches, their ground fielding as well. They keep errors to a minimum. And the fact that we're now seeing sides at the European cricket level or fielding with such a high standard is an absolute joy to watch it. This is why I side like Roma CC. I mean, you certainly back them to maybe go on and to potentially even take Europe by storm over these next couple of years. So, Royal Roma now are 74 for 7. That expected score is currently at 97. And with all the wickets they have lost, it's going to be a challenge. So, I think the key here is to make sure that Tinsa faces as much of the strike as possible. This one is played away towards point. That's going to be a single.
I mean, you can see they can all bat, though. That's the thing. It's just how they're going to run out of time at the moment on about wicket and over pace. A question in the chat. How many games left today? We've got this one, and we still have one more. And that game is going to be Roma Bangla Morning Sun versus Royal Roma. As Roma CC will finally get a break. Another good stop. Now, think about Samarakun. He's a great fielder, but he's also great on this ground. He's just fielded. Like, he would probably be able to tell you about each individual blade of grass there at long on. So he really knows the terrain well. Into the 8th over here, 76 for 7. You can see the constant
wickets being taken by Roma CC has just retarded this run rate. Well, they have been fighting back, and that's what we expect from Royal Roma. And, can they get a big finish?
That's the great thing, though, about having such a lush field, is that it encourages fielders to develop good habits in the field. You know, when you tend to see fielders in some of the more, I should say, scant or barren playing fields, that's when they start to develop habits like foot fielding and are more reluctant to dive. And I think the fact that these players have the privilege to play on such a beautiful and well-prepared ground has only helped their fielding ability.
Well, it's another little edge. That's going to fly away. Probably won't. Well, no, it does go all the way. It's wind assisted slightly, and I suppose you've got that overspin on that kind of an edge. So it shows this outfit doesn't just look good. It's pretty fast as well. And so, Rajvinder will get 4. And he's a decent bat. I mean, they bat pretty deep here. They're very lucky they do. Pull up Rajvinder's numbers. He's got a top score of 27 on the network. He's at 14 sixes.
Oh, good bit of fielding off his own bowling there. And we might want to have a look at this one again.
Have a look at it. I love the umpire jump as well. He can't go around it because of the deflection. He has to go over it. He's getting out the way. Then, it's the second jump. Oh, that's brilliant. That's Keanu Reeves-like, actually.
Yeah, dodging bullets in the Matrix. Right there, the umpire. Yeah, Dr. DeSoto making the same point as well about how the nice green outfield is giving fielders some confidence to leap and dive. And, of course, Nad K agreeing with that as well.
Tossed up. This one won't carry even to Samarakun. So just a single. Yeah, hello, Doc. Hopefully you're well. And, yeah, he's totally right about it. It encourages good habits. Yeah, just think about that kind of dive. Cyprus, I know you've watched a lot of cricket there in your home country. All right, in the air. He probably reaches this. Jamal will take another good catch. And so Moraga takes a wicket with his last ball. Dinsa goes for a fighting 34. But running out of time and running out of batters. Royal Roma, after 9 overs, they have lost an 8th wicket. The score now is 84 for 8.
Oh, this is a massive wicket. I mean, they needed Dinsa to hang around for that final over. He's just trying to dig out a fuller ball, but all he's done is just chip it up for a fairly comfortable catch. So expect Rahat Ahmed to bowl this final over unless we see a 6th bowler introduced into the attack. Rahat went for 13 runs in his first over. And yeah, just going back to the point about fielding in particular in Cyprus, I think, if you look at just the transition some of the fielders had going from Ipsanas to Happy Valley, which was much more lush. We saw those very same Cypriot fielders start to field a lot better once they went to the very lush field out in RAF.
I often say I'd love to see the best fielders in the world take on some of the fields we see in European cricket. Anyway, we got over number 10 coming up, and Rahat is getting it. Rajvinder, captain of Royal Roma. Can't get this in the air. I'll have to settle for a single. That'll bring Onkar on strike.
Yeah, so they could realistically keep them to under 90 over here if they really bowl well for these next 4 deliveries. It would just mean that the bonus point will be on again for Roma CC.
Onkar's another Asian Latina player, former Asian Latina player that they've got in their lineup here. Royal Roma. Well, that's a brilliant shot. Well, what footwork. And for him to be able to play that shot coming up batting number 10 tells you all you need to know about this Royal Roma batting lineup. Maximo. That for me, actually, it's one of the shots of the day. It was classical. It was technically very good. A lot of players at number 10 could bat higher. And I think Onkar's one of them.
That was just perfect.
But knowing number 10s, he's probably out this ball. Let's see. And try it again. Oh, actually, don't know if it was a stumping opportunity. But in the end, he'll survive that ball. We're back. Hits this one pretty well as well, but finds the fielder, so up to 92 now.
Yeah, this one was very nicely played. I mean, just going back to the Onkar Singh shot, I mean, that was perfect. Just danced down the wicket, met the ball in the half volley, hit it with a full face to the bat. As good as it gets.
All right.
And this is
Last
pushed
ball.
out.
should go here. It's the last ball, no reason not to. And throw's not very good to realise, probably just going to have to eat it. So, all right, 94, it's something. It's kind of what the computer was predicting all along after some of those early wickets. And so, yeah, Moncart with it, with a brilliant 6 in the last over. Just drags them up into the 90s, and they'll finish at 94. So, let's have a look at these highlights. Royal Roma, I like the decision to bat first. That wasn't one that Atnaka wanted to reflect on too much, but he did get it right soon after. Sukbir went early. And they got 2 century makers from last year in the batting lineup, don't they, Royal Roma? But they both failed here with Lakanwal going. And then Gagandeep would soon go as well. And then Fernando was on a hat-trick when Mohsin, he holed out first ball. Didn't really bother. Dinza came out and pumped a 6, but yeah, the highlights were kind of few and far between, weren't they, in that 10 overs. 94 on the board for Royal Roma. But, I mean, they've got some talented players in there. Roma CC, I mean, they weren't necessarily 100% convincing earlier, chasing a similar kind of score in match 1. Saw Charles miss that one. But actually, just looking at it, I think, yeah, Roma Gladiatori scored 94. Royal Roma scored 94. Exactly the same score as we had in match 1. That turned out to be a pretty good game. Will Roma CC slip up? Well, I had a bit of work to do there getting the ball back, but really, yeah, I feel like it's a bit of a banana peel chase here. Just my instinct here, but Roma CC, they'll hope they can put away these 95 runs and make it 22 wins in a row on ECS. But how about some of this fielding, in particular Samarakun was an absolute star there at long on.
Yeah, Samarakun was sensational, and so was this entire Roma CC team in the field. That was a slightly fortuitous boundary, saw an edge just go away. And this was, of course, the end of the danger man, Hashmat Dinsa. He just popped that one up, and it was taken very comfortably on the last ball of the 9th over. The final over of the innings produced 10 runs off it. We saw a beautiful 6 hit. Of course, it didn't quite make it into the highlights package. We saw one of the finer shots you're going to see from a tail and battery. Look at the scorecard for this innings. As you can see, just 3 scores in the double digits over there. Hashmat Dinsa making 34 of 19. Mukbir Hassan with 10 of 7. And of course, Rajendra Singh is captain with 10 as well. But outside of that, no real scores of note. And I think that entire Royal Roma top order and middle order will be very, very disappointed with the way they batted in this innings. We'll take a look at the bowling figures for Roma CC. A sensational all-round performance once again. Charles Fernando picking up 3 wickets. And the Damigata Naika, very, very economical, 1 for 13 in the 2 overs he bowled. And they also gave up just 7 runs of extras, which seems to have become a bit of a norm here in Rome on this first day. We tend to see sides giving up less than 10 runs of extras in every inning so far today. We're halfway through match 4, and Roma CC need 95 runs off 60 deliveries to pick up their 3rd consecutive win of this European Cricket Series. Join us in just a few moments' time when we'll bring you the 2nd innings.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings of our fourth match of this European Cricket Series. Royal Roma have a big task at hand in this second inning. It's going to be a real challenge for them as they have to defend a target of 95 against the defending champions, Roma CC. Let's have a look at the bonus point equation for our upcoming match. Well, as you can see, of course, they can achieve this target in 7 overs or less, which is certainly something they will back themselves to do. Of course, to go at that, they would have to go at a run rate of exactly 13.43, which is very doable. And it's similar to the asking rate they had to get a bonus point in the opening match of the day against their opposition, the Roma Gladiatori. Of course, that time around, they missed out on the bonus point by just 3 deliveries. Meanwhile, of course, if Royal Roma want to pick up the bonus point, then well, they will certainly have to do something highly unlikely and restrict their opposition to a truly paltry total. So it's probably not going to happen, in all honesty. And I think they can make this a close game and certainly avoid damage to their net run rate. I think they will consider that a victory in this second innings. The main thing has to be try to pick up a point, take this game as deep as possible. And it maybe, just maybe, if it comes down to the last couple of overs where, you know, Roma CC maybe need 20-25 runs, could try to make this a little bit nervy. Here we go. First ball of the second innings coming up. Tinsa to bowl it. And well, there was a shot to catch it, but it was nowhere near the fielder, and it goes away for a force of Marage, the leading run getter for Roma CC during last year's European Cricket Series. Starts off with a boundary. Plays that one away towards point. Just opens the face of the bat, which means that we'll go towards point. So it's 4 runs to start proceedings. Now then, what has Tinsa got in response? Yeah, this one is just picked up from outside the off stump and struck away towards mid-wicket. Goes away for another 4. Let's just take another look at this. Yeah, just closes the face of the bat. And that helps work it away towards square leg. So it's going to be 4 runs, back-to-back boundaries to start things off. And this is going to go over the fielder's head once again. So 3 consecutive boundaries to start things off. Royal Roma needed a big first over to put some pressure on this Roma CC side, but instead it's been quite the contrary to start things off. This has been a very aggressive start by Marage, but this is good T10 batting as well. Good T10 power play batting. He knows all the fielders are inside the ring, so he's making sure not to play too many risky shots. As long as he pierces the ring, he knows it's going to go away for a 4. And there's a dot ball, so just goes past the outside edge of his bat. That breaks the streak of boundaries we saw to start off the innings. Good ball there as well, just inside the tram line, so it's not a wide. A shout to catch it, but certainly wasn't a chance over there. So a couple of dot balls to follow up that early flurry of boundaries. Once again, just going past the outside edge, getting a little bit of movement away as well. Yeah, 13.43 is the asking rate if they want to get that bonus point, but they're not going to get any more runs in this over, as that is a brilliant ball. Absolutely terrific delivery. It's a peach of a delivery. Look at that. It has uprooted the leg stump. What a ball. What a terrific ball. And while the leg stump is almost cartwheeling, he has cleaned him up with an outstanding delivery. And if they had a few more runs on the board, and this was a slightly more competitive game, I think we'd have seen some really fiery celebrations after that wicket. That was a spectacular bit of bowling. Morage wanted to strike another boundary, but he will depart, having made just 12 runs. It's been 42 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network. And, of course, that was all the way back in Croatia when, of course, we saw a golden ball in the second match between Jinx Zagreb and the Lavender Lionesses. So let's see if we can get one here in Italy. There you go, about to get the second over underway. And the new bowler is going to be Charanjit Singh. Just going to bring mid-on up. I should say mid-off up for the left-hander. They've just sent someone out towards deep third, and they got a deep mid-wicket in place as well. Get straight towards the fielder, so a dot ball to start things off. Of course, Charanjit Singh has played for Asian Latina in the past, and this time around he is going to be donning the blue and yellow of Royal Roma. A little bit about his bowling figures from last year's tournament. Beautifully struck. Gorgeous cover drive. And these shots always just look that much better when it's a left-hander. He has played that to perfection. We'll take another look at that wonderful pose as well after playing that stroke. And it's gone away for a 4. So yeah, last year he managed to pick up 9 wickets during the European Cricket Series, bowled with an economy rate of 10. Very, very respectable figures, of course, for T10 cricket. So it's going to be a handy addition from the Asian Latina Cricket Club for this Royal Roma side. Just gives them another quick bowling option in the side, which is certainly spoilt with plenty of bowling talent. Oh, this could be a catching opportunity. It is! It is! And they're going to get a couple of wickets in quick succession. 2 wickets in the space of 5 deliveries. He's looking to go big over mid-on. Doesn't quite have the room to play that stroke. He was a little bit cramped for space. And he has sent that one straight to the fielder. And will take a comfortable catch. Another wicket will fall for Roma CC, who now find themselves 16 for 2. And there might just be a little hint of concern now in that Roma CC dugout. They certainly have something to think about now, having lost a couple of wickets in quick succession. You can tell what he's trying to do. He wants to smack it over cow corner, but he just couldn't quite free his arms. And in the end, it goes towards the fielder at mid-wicket, inside the ring. Call him a sort of a wide-ish mid-on. Would probably be a better descriptor. Roma CC now 16 for 2, so we know they have plenty of batting depth, so certainly no cause for too much alarm. But they've been given something to think about, especially in a chase where they would have backed themselves to maybe go on and even pick up bonus points. Samarage gets down on one knee, looking to play a big shot. It's a good idea. I mean, it's certainly there to be driven, just isn't quite able to execute it, can't quite get to the pitch of the ball. He's going to go big this time, and it will go over long on, just hits the top of the commentary tent. And it goes the distance. What a way to open your account there for Samarage. Just takes a step across, gets a chance to free those arms, those long levers, and he has pummeled it over the rope for a 6. Massive shot, 6 more runs, and Roma CC are 22 for 2. Here's a look at the standings for this European Cricket Series. We're into our 4th match of our opening day here in Rome. And Roma CC so far with a perfect record, winning 2-2, picking up bonus points as well against Bangla Morning Sun. The Gladiatori with a couple of big losses today, but they did at least manage to somehow avoid bonus point defeats in both those games, so they will leave with a couple of points to their name at the end of this day. Dot ball to start off the third over. He's going to go straight down the ground, and it's going to be a big chase for the fielder at mid-on. But there's nothing he's going to be able to do about that one. You can see deep mid-on, long on, however you want to call it. He's just trying to get to that one, but the ball was just struck far too firmly for him to ever get to it. 4 runs for Fernando to get off the mark. Struck down the ground. This is going to be another big chase. He will get down well over there. Mubashir Hassan. And it'll be just a single. Gets behind that ball well and just blocks that one out. Just gets the line wrong there. Was there some bat involved? Was there some bat involved, or was it just thigh pad? The umpire seems to think it's just brushed the thigh pad along the way. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it looks like it's probably just brushed something along that trouser, along the hip. Yeah, I don't think there was any bat involved. Don't think there was any bat involved on that. I'll have a look at this angle as well. Yeah, good call there by the umpire. Oh, plays this one beautifully straight down the ground, and gotta say Fernando has done so well to get out of the way of that big tall man. Not easy for him to duck down as the power play comes to an end. Roma CC are 28 for 2. Of course, we'll now just have a look at the comparison of these two teams. Roma CC not too far ahead from what Royal Roma were at this stage, just 3 runs ahead. Of course, they do have 2 more wickets in hand and are, of course, aware of the score they have to chase down so they can accelerate during these middle overs. And, well, it's going to be tough for them, though, if they really want to go try to chase that bonus point. This shape out here in the commentary box, and joining me is Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, and I would have been back last over, but then I went trying to find the ball, which got hit over our tent. And Sriya, who's having a game away from scoring, she had the desire to go over the fence to get it, and it was a kind of a problem-solving exercise. Luckily, we got the ball. No one got hurt. So anyway, here we go with Sukbir coming back, and timed beautifully by Samarage first up. Just eases that one to the boundary. Such a classy player. It wasn't really a bad ball from Sukbir, but it does go to the fence.
Oh, caressed away absolutely beautifully there. It's a gorgeous stroke. Doesn't look to overhit. It just times that to perfection. Uses the pace of the bowler so well. Of course, the bonus point is still on here for Roma CC. They need to go to about 16.5 and over until the end of the 7th if they want to pick up the bonus point.
Need a couple of biggies. Oh, he's knocked him over. What a very good ball from Sukbir, and what a comeback. Middle stump has been surgically removed. This is going to be a sensational result for Royal Roma. Watch it nip back a little bit. Well, actually, it was more of an inside edge that dragged it onto the stump. Samarage, well, yeah, his body language said it all, didn't it? He gets bowled for 11, and Roma CC lost 3 wickets now, 32 for 3.
Got some helicopters flying overhead over here. I think one might just be for some of the wildfires we have around this area. As we mentioned, it's very, very dry, and it just tells you what an exceptional job they've done to maintain this field as green as it is. And yeah, Samaraga just chopping that one on, gets dismissed. And yeah, full credit to Royal Roma. I mean, they're picking up wickets. They're keeping themselves in this game. They're making this difficult for Roma CC. They're not going to give up that point without a fight.
I just want to say quick hello to Julian. He was talking about that piece that Rico did on Bulgarian food. Don't know if you caught that yet, but yeah, it is mouth-wateringly watchable. Everyone wants a piece of it now. So try and find a Bulgarian restaurant maybe in your part of the world. You know a little bit more. I know my favourite is tarator, which is like a cold cucumber soup. It would, in kind of, like a, kind of yogurty type soup. I thought it was very good. I could probably go for it around now. Here is, hey guys, having a pretty good day. Rahat Ahmed comes in at 5. No real cause for panic, but Royal Roma just feel if they can kind of get a 4th and a 5th wicket here before the halfway point, they might just be able to pull this off. Here's Sukbir. He's wheeling, he's dealing, and he's gone. He's got the wicket. Rahat goes first ball. Must have been a little scratch on the bottom of the bat. Sukbir's on a hat-trick. Well, there's wicket number 4, 32 for 4. And for Rahat, well, that's a classic you're up, you're down kind of moment. Just kind of plays at that one outside the off stump. Well caught behind the stumps by Mohsen. And so, Roma CC 32 for 4. This game's taken a bit of a turn.
It certainly has, and it's going to be on a hat-trick in the next delivery. That one just staying a little bit lower than what we're accustomed to seeing so far here in Roma. It just catches the bottom edge of the bat along the way. Well. Could Royal Roma do something really, really special here and pull off a remarkable result against the defending champions, Roma CC, trying to defend a target of 95. Sukhbir Singh, of course, has a chance now to make a little bit of history and add himself to the Hall of Fame by picking up a hat-trick. A hat-trick ball is coming up over here. And can he etch his name in European cricket history?
Last time Roma CC lost, 29th of July, 2022. These are the hat-trick takers. Gaghandeep Singh was actually the last guy to do it. That was finals day in ECS Bulgaria on Friday. Right now, good Sukhbir being named number 27 on that list. It's going to be Samarakun, who fielded incredibly well. Not a bad player to have come out in this position. Hat-trick ball. Oh, gets a long way across. And probably just swing down the leg side. It'll actually dribble for 4, so I think we might have 4 leg binds here. Yeah, we do. So, Samarakun, yeah, I think he's probably fortunate this isn't a bit more online because he got a long way in front of the stumps. Mohsen hurled himself to the right and he couldn't make the stop. A bit of luck there for Roma CC.
I'm surprised it wasn't a bigger and more animated appeal for a hat-trick ball. I mean, that was definitely not out. It was certainly pitching outside the leg stump, but you would have thought there they just try to put a little bit of pressure on the umpire for the hat-trick ball.
Laws of cricket should demand that you must appeal for everything on a hat-trick ball. Anyway, back to live action here. There's another one, is it? Gee, they appealed straight away. I tell you how I read this. I reckon they've heard something. I reckon the umpires probably heard it too, but just no one was really sure, including the umpire. It wasn't one of those instantaneous appeals where the bowler is up looking very confident. It was more of just there was a suspicion of, okay, was there something on there? It's always hard to tell, even from this. Looks like the ball's missed the bat there.
Yeah, it certainly does. It just, my only thought would be where else could that sound have come from?
That's the thing, and I think then they're all kind of working out in real time. Probably benefit of the doubt. Rightly goes to the batter. Last ball of a memorable over from Sukhbir. And they won't get a run off that. So it starts with a boundary. There's a 4 leg byes in there. There's 2 wickets and 2 dots. What an over for Royal Roma, who are staying alive. Roma CC 36 for 4. By the way, when Roma CC last lost, which was the 29th of July 2022, it was against Ginebrescia, who successfully defended 124. And that was the Super Series, which brought all of the best performing teams from the European Cricket Series in different locations in Italy in 2022 together. But Roma CC, they went 4-4 during that series before they did it the hard way, came from 3rd to win 3 games on finals day. They beat Cricket Stars, they beat Fresh Tropical, then then Genebrescia in the final. So, yeah, I mean, that obviously that's probably a next level up series than even what you're seeing here, because that's kind of the winners week, basically. That's a long time ago. What were you doing 29th of July 2022? I know what I was doing because I was here. But that's my question. It's my random question in the chat. Okay, I know it's a bit early. Okay, we've got some spin now. Onkar getting a ball. Geez, Onkar's shot at number 10 was pretty amazing, wasn't it?
I was in probably around Warwick, maybe even Liverpool.
Okay.
Somewhere over there. I think I was doing an internship from what I recall.
Right. So this isn't one of those what were you doing many, many years ago. We're talking just over 2 years ago. 29th of July, 2022.
This one is struck firmly towards mid-wicket, takes one bounce, and it goes towards the fielder out in the deep. Yeah, this is great fielding here by Royal Roma, just building the pressure on this Roma CC side, and with each dot ball that required will just get a little higher.
Onkar's a good bowler. I think he's still young, he's still learning his craft, but I like he's got that one that kind of goes away, kind of drifts away from the right-hander, gets good bounce. I'll give you a little pro tip. If you're looking for a date, go to your emails if you use email and have a look at your emails around there. And even if you can't really communicate it in the chat, it'll give you an idea. Oh, yeah, remember that. Or go to your messages maybe, your photos. In the air. Wow, this is going to be touch and go. It's not caught, but it's not six. Just gets pulled back into play. Now, all things considered, it's probably not a bad result for Royal Roma. Having said that, that is Fernando that gets dropped. So maybe it is a bad result because he's one guy that could take this game away pretty quickly.
You can't afford to drop Fernando. I mean, he's someone who just shifts up the gears. I mean, a single ball. I mean, he could be on 6 or 7. The next thing you know, he's hit 3 consecutive sixes, just taking the game away from you. So that is a massive, massive moment.
Dropped on 5. Make a note of that. Interesting. 65% here, Roma CC having to work for it. The banana peel kind of chase, I called this. Onkar might have had a wicket now. He gets driven away. Well fielded down there by Usama Butt. So, yeah, big moment in the game. It's interesting though. It's quite a well-balanced pitch. I think it's got something in it for the bowlers. You know, you talk about the bounce they're getting. If you can't, but you need to put in the right areas. If you bowl badly, if you bowl too short, in particular, I think you get hurt. Brilliant bowl, or is it?
Well, that one just looks a little bit harsh to me.
Yeah, let me have a look at this one.
Caught some of the tram line.
That's a good example. I don't think that's a wide. I think that some of that ball's on the line. But benefit of doubt goes to the batter. In the end, it'll only cost him 1 run because that's the end of the over. Brilliant over, really, from Onkar. Might have had a wicket, only 3 runs coming off it. 39 for 4 after 5. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Nishay Butt. And right now, the big story, Roma CC, 21 wins in a row. It's the second highest streak all-time on ECS. But they're, let's just say maybe noses ahead in this chase. But this could be the one that breaks the streak.
Yeah, it would be quite incredible if they were to lose in this match, in particular when they bowled so well in that first innings. And we were even talking about bonus points in the lead up to this innings, but they now have to go at 11 and over for the remainder of this innings to take it from here. They've got a big, big task at hand for these remaining 5 overs, going up against a really, really good Royal Roma bowling attack, and their fielding has been exceptional as well.
Yeah, buckle up. I think it's going to be a really good 5 overs. Royal Roma, there's a certain way they play their cricket. They're at you. They never really give up. They have a real kind of attitude and a kind of arrogance probably isn't the right word, but they have a confidence about their cricket, no matter what the situation, that they can compete and they can win. So, well, this should be a pretty interesting 6th over coming up as we get back to the action. It's Gagandeep Singh who's bowling, and Sam Rakun knocks a 1 down the ground first up.
Yeah, there's a kind of a suave about them, isn't there? I mean, there's a, they kind of stand up tall. They really look like an intimidating, menacing team. And there's a lot more chatter from them in the field compared to what I've seen from many of the teams so far today. So they're certainly backing themselves here to defend this target of 95.
Interesting, they put the deep third back. I quite like that. That's one area that Charles might edge one, and it could fly to the boundary. It's a way you could actually get him out. So I quite like that. Fernando on strike, gets one upstairs. Pretty good bouncer, that one. Or is it? Let's have a look at it. No, that's definitely okay. Over the shoulder, but not over the head.
Yeah, but it was signalled a wide.
Signalled a wide, but I think in the end he changed his mind. And I think it's a good change of mind. Because standing at the crease, it wasn't over his head. You're allowed to change your mind. Just gave a bit of indication and then pulled the arms back in.
No, but I can go back to the point about the deep third. Absolutely agree that you need to have a deep third there for Charles Fernando. In the previous match against Roma Bangla Morning Sun, keep in mind, he hit 2 sixes off the edge of his bat that went over third for 6. Oh, well, this one is given a wide.
Yeah, let's have a look firstly. I know you have to be careful with the height, because if it's over the shoulder, that one's fine for height. It's it was called a wide for width.
Yeah, I think it was just for width. We'll have a look at this one to confirm. Yeah, good call there.
Yeah, good call. 2 ball required. High. Oh, he's giving him out. Well, he probably thinks that there's some bat in this. This is one that, honestly, live, I just felt with the bounce in this pitch it was going over. Let's have a look. It's deep in his crease. Oh, yeah. There was something weird going on there.
I mean, you could even argue that the impact might be slightly outside the off stump as well. That was my initial thought.
This is a rough one. But, I mean, that's the way cricket goes sometimes. Do you have one again? Because I think, for me... Does he hit it? Oh, yeah.
Oh, he has absolutely whacked that one.
This is one that's kind of on the border of actually, I think, pulling back, because it's such a big deflection. You can't even say impact outside because the impact's on the bat. Oh, that's a real interesting one. I think they might actually overturn this. Not often this happens, but if the umpire feels, if the refs feel there's any clear and obvious evidence, and we're not talking about the line of the ball, we're talking about the fact that it takes a big inside edge. I think they're going to overturn this, and to be honest, I think it's a justifiable one. In the end, it's about trying to get it right. It takes a big deflection. Fernando's standing at the boundary line. He's been told to wait. And the only reason that they're being told to wait is because they're going to make a decision. And yeah, it's been overturned. Now, I know it feels rough if you're Royal Roma. I've actually had this happen to me in a game as well. But if there's clear and obvious evidence, and this isn't really about the umpire on the field because he hasn't made the call, they've decided to overrule the call. And Nish, I know it's a bit unusual, but I think at the end of the day, the reason that there's judgment that's involved in how to apply that clear and obvious, and that definitely came off the bat at the end of the day. So,
yeah, umpires are only human, and I think when they do make that large a mistake, I think this is where we do have to take advantage of the technology we have at hand. So, yeah, really, really rough for Fernando if he's dismissed like that. I mean, this certainly wasn't a matter of opinion with a decision like that. It was clear and obvious that there was an inside edge.
So, yeah, this is the thing. The conversation will be saying, well, what's happening here? And the umpires would be saying, look, I gave this out, but off the field, the third umpire and referee determined that there was clear and obvious evidence that it was wrong. So, like, you wouldn't do that, for example, on a trajectory thing. You'd only ever do it where it's a clear deflection. And you could just tell by the batter's reaction as well. He couldn't believe it because he hit it so much. But yeah, it's definitely bat to pad. So it's just one of those ones. I think you just got to swallow it. I know that really, it's a good shot of it as well. So in the end, I mean, Fernando gets lucky in another way that the cameras are on. Otherwise, he would be on his bike. Having said that, he hasn't hurt him yet. He's 6 off 11. I know that might split the audience because you wouldn't normally change an LBW, but it's almost like this threshold. The threshold for actually overturning an LBW is very high, but I felt like that meets it.
No, it certainly seems like it does. I mean, with trajectory calls, I mean, that is basically going based off human judgment. I mean, we're giving our judgment, and so is the umpire out there. But in this case, I mean, there isn't really much arguing it. It is very clearly a massive, massive deflection. And
the thing
I think this discussion is going to continue.
If they swapped shirts, if that was Royal Roma that were batting and that happened, that would be exactly the same decision made. I'll look at it one more time. I think we've got the idea by now, though, that that takes an inside edge onto the pad, and that's why it's been given not out ultimately. So yeah, I mean, this is one of these things that saying, hold on, you gave it out, and you know, this is there's not really too much of an argument you can make it. And to be honest, it's not even the on-field umpires. And now here comes the sheriff. I mean, and it's a pretty easy conversation. It's clear and obvious, and now the sheriff's going to basically sort things out. Well, everyone hide the sharp objects, because Charles Croucher is going to come out and he's going to basically say, look, you need to get off these umpires' backs because it's my decision. This is why it was made, and you know, the time's come to get on with the game. I'd love to be a lip reader here, and yeah. So this is, geez, I wish we had better microphones sometimes. And Charles will listen, and he's saying, hold on, but you know, you're saying, how's this happened? But I think we've explained it to death now, haven't we? But I mean, Royal Roma, we said they play with passion. They never give an inch, and so yeah, Charles is now just explaining the process. But I mean, it's hard to make an argument. So clear. The only question is, does that fulfill the burden of clear and obvious? And I think the fact you could see it take a deflection, a clear, and that's probably the word, the clear and obvious deflection means it does meet that threshold. Obviously, we don't quite have the budget to have full ball tracking and snicko and hotspot and these things, which would be great. Hey, one day, you know, technology's going in that way. But yeah, really, if anything, I feel like they've ruined their momentum a little bit here, Royal Roma. I know they want to see the back of Fernando, but I mean, this decision's made, and all that's happening now is explaining why. It's a conversation you could have after the game. Let's have a look at it for the 53rd time. But yeah, it's actually pretty lucky for Fernando it didn't go onto the stumps afterwards. What do we think about that in the chat as well? I just think it's a good application of what is a pretty open to interpretation from the referee or the third umpire to intervene if there's a clear and obvious error. And what's the reason behind that? It's to get more decisions right. Yeah. And that was clear.
No, I do sympathize with Royal Roma here. I can understand their frustration, but ultimately, you know, it's hard to complain when the right decision has been made in the end of the day. I mean, essentially, Royal Roma are arguing for the wrong decision to stay in place, which you get it from their point of view, but yeah, there's I don't think there's much that he can say that went wrong there from the match referees or umpiring point of view.
Anyway, hey, look, the one good thing that came out of that is we got to see Charles marching on to the field. But anyway, they're 41 for 4. They're still in great shape here, Royal Roma. What's the supercomputer saying? It's been conspicuously absent. Charles has been lucky, though. Got dropped on the boundary. Okay, he's unlucky, then lucky in that LBW. Unlucky to be given out. Lucky that they decided to change the decision. Anyway. It's going to be Guggendeep to continue. There's 2 balls left in this 6th over. Here's Fernando. Cracks it. 4. And if Royal Roma were spitting chips already, they're going to be steaming after that. It's 4 runs to Charles Fernando.
Yeah, but still, I mean, ultimately, they did have a chance to catch Fernando when he was on 5, so they really have nobody to blame but themselves. If Fernando does go on to play a great innings, that's not a great delivery. It's short and wide. It's cut away by Fernando. And I mean, I know he's gotten off to a slow start, but a player of Fernando's quality just needs a couple of balls to find his groove again. And the next thing you know he's racing away with 3 or 4 sixes in a row.
Banged. Absolutely banged. Watch out, sight screen. Maximo. And that one has actually come off the sight screen and come pretty much all the way back almost to the infield. That's a large strike from Charles. Says Carreras.
Yeah, it's just struck the metal on the side screen firmly and just gone straight back to the middle of the field. Yeah, big couple of boundaries here to end the over. And that's going to rub some salt on Guggendeep Singh's wounds, and whatever Royal Roma were feeling a couple of balls ago, they'll certainly be feeling that and a lot more right now, as Roma CC are 40 9 for 4, big pardon, 51 for 4 at the end of 6.
I'll just touch a little bit more on the LBW situation. The thing is, the burden is so high because you don't want to start intervening and, okay, that looks like it's missing to me. Okay, we had one earlier, it looked a bit high. If there are certain things that are obvious that you can see, so you're not making a guess, it's something that you can see on the replay. So, for example, a ball pitching a mile outside leg stump being given out. Well, you can probably overturn that if it's clear and obvious that it's pitched outside the leg stump by a big margin. An inside edge that is clear and obvious, not just guessing or feeling or not feelings. It's based on actually what you can see, and that's why I think it was a good decision in the end. Anyway, right now it's Samarakun who gets a little bit delicate here with a late cut, and talked about the fact that I felt that without all that carry on, the Royal Roma had built up some momentum, and even without the wicket of Fernando, they still had that momentum. Feels like they've lost it now ever since we got back on the park. It's 4-6-4.
Yeah, 3 consecutive boundaries, and looks like the momentum's just starting to slip away, go away from them. Oh, this could be a chance for a run out. This could be a chance for a run out, and they might have Fernando in the end. It looks like lightning will strike on a third occasion. Fernando, well, he survived a missed opportunity earlier in the field. He survived an LBW shout, but it looks like he will be run out. Finally, something seems to have gone Royal Roma's way.
I mean, to be honest, Fernando called it. I thought it was a case that Samarakun might have called it and basically sold Charles up the river, but Charles called it, then realised it probably wasn't a good call. That's why he stutters, and then he goes again. I tell you what, Royal Roma, they are fired up. Look at Mosen fire that ball into the pitch, NFL touchdown style. Oh, hold on, no. That's just joking. He will have to go this time. Charles Fernando disappears for 16 instead of 6. And the score is 55 for 5. Now, well, look at Mosa. He's animated. Oh, yeah. He's almost thrown that to the boundary with his glove on, and they're giving Charles heaps. Not really that he had anything to do with that. But this game's taken another turn. Feel like this is a classic loading at the moment between these two juggernauts of Roma cricket.
So 5-5-5 for 5. 5 is across the board here for Roma CC and Royal Roma. What a huge momentum swing. This just brings them back into the game.
Senvaratna batted really well this morning. He'll be facing up here. And, game on the line. Pressure, pressure, pressure. Just gets a bit careful first up. I said this morning, actually, it was early in the afternoon. Denham Senvaratna, 39 off 13. And batted very, very well, undefeated. Had a good partnership with Rahat Ahmed. Is this the end of the streak? 39 off 21. Still batting to come, obviously. Senvaratna's coming off runs. Samarakun out there at the moment. That's the kind of ball that you feel like that's the one you should be hitting for 6. But again, because Onkar changes his pace quite subtly. Not timed up by Samarakun. He's a bit more of a worker than a kind of out-and-out smasher. Instead of Ratner, if he gets going, he's a guy that can hit a lot of boundaries quickly. But Roma CC have backed themselves into a real tight corner here. Oh no, that's going to get through. That could go for 4 byes, or did it get a little bit of the keeper on the way past? Well, they like this. They might get an overthrow. They will if it's not out, but it's a direct hit. I had a feeling he was in, but it's pretty tight. Let's have a look at it. First thing is, just flick the keeper's pad there, Mosen's pad, and then this is the one that's close. Here it comes. He's in. So, yeah, so I think that'll be 3. There's a bit of an awkward one because the umpires actually meant to wait till the ball's dead before they signal. And so, yeah, in my mind, we're probably looking at 3.
Yeah, it's been given 3 runs by the score as well. They got a couple of runs for the bye. Then, of course, you tack on the overthrow as well. So 3 runs coming off that delivery.
Which is, again, it's the right call, but I mean, it's a small thing. Just don't signal for the replay until the ball's dead. Because technically, you can argue. I've seen the argument made that, okay, well, that run doesn't count because you ran up the ball's dead. 3 is what it should have been. To be honest,
Mosen just needed to kind of hold his position there. He became a spectator thinking, okay, it's going to hit the bat or the stumps. But it hit neither. Hit him. Okay. So Ratney steals the strike back on the 3. And so we're up to 59. 36 off 19 required. Honka's bowled really well here. He's had a good game. He came out number 10. Showed he could bat a lot higher. Last ball, the 7th. And it's cracked. So that 3 turns out to hurt Royal Roma as Denham goes large. Maximo to finish the 7th. This game is anybody's right now. It's 65 for 5.
Now, these last couple of overs, despite that wicket of Fernando, have been very, very productive for Roma CC. They managed to get 26 runs off these last 2 overs, the 2 biggest overs of this innings. And you got to credit this lower order. They are certainly putting on a great show for Roma CC, hitting some big boundaries that their top orders simply weren't able to get. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our final match of the day. Roma Bangla Morning Sun have gone 1-1 so far today, picking up a win against the Gladiatori, but then suffered a bonus point defeat at the hands of Roma CC. They'll be taking on Royal Roma in our final game of our opening day of this European Cricket Series.
That last ball, Roma CC jumped 12% in 1 ball. They went from 45 to 57. This is going to be a real tight finish. Samarakun 6 off 9. Just has to, I think, give the strike away, give Denham a chance to face a lot of this. But look who it is. It's Sukhbir Singh. They've held him back. He's had those 2 early wickets. They decided, okay, we're not going to spend him straight away. We're going to bring him back later. Bowled really well earlier. Samarakun, in some other circumstances, he can open the batting. So I don't think he'll be too bothered with the pace. Big finish coming up. Here's over 8. He gets a fair piece of wood on it this time. Samarakun gets 1 over to Denham. Just feel like this battle, the Sukhbir Singh versus Denham Seneviratne battle, could determine who wins the game. Who can win this one-on-one here?
Yeah, absolutely. Could play a huge role in this. You know, Seneviratne is someone who's a powerful hitter lower down the order. Sukhbir Singh is a crucial bowler for this Royal Roma side.
Can say now that both teams will receive minimum 1 point out of this game. Roma CC have made the 66 and Royal Roma have made it into the 8th over. This is going to be good. What's their field here? They've got square leg up. Denham's probably half thinking, yeah, I'd love to try and hit over square leg. I think you've got to go a bit full to him then. He does. There's clever bowling to a plan. He's fielded just a single. Right now, if it's just a single, it's a big win for Royal Roma.
Yeah, singles won't hurt Royal Roma.
It's a really good example of setting a field and then executing the ball to bowl to that field. So you don't have to always be playing games. Leaving that gap open on purpose. No fine leg for Samarakun. Might be thinking that. Yeah, he was, but it was wide. Swings down leg side. Still getting a bit of swing though, Sukhbir. See the shape. Just leaves him at last moment, but if that hits anything, it's probably running away for 4. There's not really a 45 at fine legs, more of a backward square leg. There's a big gap between him and the keeper. 27 off 16, Roma CC. They're going to give us another opening day classic.
Probably just doing a little too much, that delivery. Came back in quite a bit. It's most probably going to go on to miss the leg stump, but once again, it's just going to be a single here, leg buys.
Yeah, probably pitched outside. Probably missing anyway. But yeah, Seneviratne hasn't been able to get a boundary this over. Well, nobody has for Roma CC. 26 off 15 balls. Oh, he went the back of the hand slower ball. And actually, that's one that probably Denham's annoyed he wasn't able to pump because he picks it because it's short. He has plenty of time to kind of tee up the pull shot, but he just couldn't time it.
You just had to wait an age for that ball. Singh took plenty of pace off it.
How's the stones as well for Sukhbir to bowl that at this stage of the game? Could have easily just disappeared for 6. Samarakun hits this pretty much straight to point, fumbles. So they'll get 1, but this is a brilliant over, brilliant spell really from Sukhbir in this game. He's got 2 for 9 off 11 balls bowled. Roma CC still given kind of 2 times out of 3 that they should win from here, but Sukbir's giving them nothing.
Fielding has been top-notch as well. I mean, they've done a great job just building pressure on these Roma CC batters, not giving them any cheap runs.
Last ball for Sukbir Singh. Hit down the ground, chance, and taken. And, well, we had to wait a while for his 3rd wicket, didn't we? But Sukbir, he's thrilled about it. Well taken down there as well by Hashmat Denzas. So Senaviratne falls. And Sukbir does win that 1-on-1. We thought it was key. Roma CC have lost 6 wickets now, 2 overs to go in a real opening day thriller here in Rome. Roma CC 71 for 6.
Oh, could this be the turning point in this match? Is this 1 wicket too many for Roma CC? We know Senaviratne is someone who's capable of playing the big shots lower down the order. Where are they going to find a way to make these remaining 24 runs off the last 2 overs? They said if they could just take this down to a situation at the start of this broadcast where they have to defend 15 to 20 runs in the last couple overs, it'll certainly back their chance to get the upset. They now have 24 runs to defend in these last 2 overs, an ideal situation, a dream situation for Royal Roma, and they also have RCC down to just 4 wickets in hand right now. So Samrakun batting on 8 of 12. Kurupu opened the batting earlier today, and now he's coming all the way down at number 8.
He's not necessarily your T10 type batter. You know, he bats well, he's got a good technique, but he likes to kind of take his time. He likes to be a bit more selective, and he just doesn't have those luxuries. Doesn't have to bat yet, though. Kurupu's at the non-striker's end because it was the last ball of the over. Charanjit's coming in to bowl over number 9. This takes me all the way back. I know this isn't Asian Latina playing, but I remember a real classic between Asian Latina and Roma CC, first day of 2021, that ended up in a golden ball. As this is lifted up in the air, should be taken. And he's got it in the 2nd attempt. Can you believe your eyes? Mubashir Hussain takes the catch. Samrakun goes at 7 out now. And Roma CC fading away. 21 wins in a row, a span of over 2 years. This was maybe a bit of luck. But Mubashir, we'll tell you, make your own luck. He was in a perfect position to grab it at the 2nd opportunity. Roma CC 71 for 7.
Yeah, he puts down on the 1st attempt, and then he's able to grab it on the 2nd one. Gets the catch on the rebound. Samrakun, well, he just wasn't quite able to get it going. In the end, his innings harmed his own side with the amount of dot balls he ends up chewing. So it's now 24 runs needed of 11. 2 new batters out in the middle. An ideal situation for Royal Roma. A chance for them to just put in a few more dot balls while these 2 settle in. It's going to be Rilagadege, the wicketkeeper, coming in at number 9.
Cracking game this. Rilla, he's known as a keeper that only bats if absolutely necessary. Again, he's not a bad batter at all, but it's not really what he's in the team for. Charanjit 2 for 10 now. 24 still required. Has a huge swing at the first one. Does Rilla. And really, this is Royal Roma's game to lose now. I know the whole Fernando Gate thing with the LBW and this and that, but it was such a stroke of luck when he got run out. He ran himself out soon after. I think you're looking at a very different game if he sticks around, bats even for 2 more overs. But they were gifted his wicket basically on a silver platter. Get some bat on this. Rilagadege, who will breeze a single. Who's going to do it though? Hey, it's a great opportunity for Kurupu. You know, they've stuck with him at times. They've given him opportunities. Probably hasn't necessarily, been able to perform in this form of the game the way he would have liked. He does have a 50. He scored 54, but that's all the way back in 2020. And then we haven't seen a lot of him since. We did see him last year though. Played 11 games with a top score of 35. Now is the time. He has a big swing, a ball goes straight over middle stump, 23 off 8. And it's just hard to see where these runs are going to come from for Roma CC.
Yeah, there's nobody back at fine leg. Square leg is up in the ring as well. I just wonder whether you need to be a little bit smart here as a batter. Look to shuffle across, maybe even pull out the ramp shot and just try to work this one away towards fine leg.
Yeah, good point. Well, that one's going to climb. It'll be another dot ball. He's given the one for the over, but he's got that one to play with. And now we're basically talking magical finish for Roma CC to pull this out. But that's why I like this pitch as well. It is pretty consistent bounce, but it's got a bit of bounce for the bowlers. And suddenly we're seeing score double digits defended here potentially, which isn't something you see too often these days in ECS cricket. Brilliant over. Well, let me break that one down for you. It goes wicket .1 ... So just the one run off that over for Charandi. And really, it'd have to fall off the horse in a big way to lose from here. Roma CC 72 for 7. Royal Roma just need to defend 22 in this last over.
Yeah, the last couple of overs, just 7 runs off them, and they managed to pick up 2 wickets. And it's going to take something magical for Roma CC to win it from here. You'd expect Gagandeep Singh to bowl this final over. I can see the win predictors down to just 6% for Roma CC. I mean, if this is going to be the end of what has been one of the great winning streaks on the European Cricket Network, then what a way for it to end in this dramatic match between 2 rivals, a low-scoring thriller that has had a little bit of everything.
I like the way they've managed their overs as well. I mean, they bowled Onkar back-to-back, but apart from they haven't really, so they've just kept the batters looking at something different. And this is only a single to start the over. So Kurupu, well, he needs to be a hero, doesn't he? 22 off 5, 3 6s and a 4. That's what you're looking at now. And I think Royal Roma, there's been a few controversies in this innings. Guggan kind of was in the thick of it, wasn't he? In that 6th over when he thought he had Charles Fernando LBW, was given out of the field. In the end, it was corrected. But yeah, he'll be among the top celebrators, I think, if he can just defend these last 5 balls. And that's another miss. So 22 off 4. And Royal Roma, what a way to start their tournament. Remember, it's their first game. And now they'll take on Roma Bangla Morning Sun in match 5. That's about 15 minutes away. But yeah, Kurupu just can't find the boundary. 4 to come. Even this is feeling for the ball. Doesn't really get out of the infield in any serious way. And now that just means that Royal Roma have to keep it straight, and they'll have a memorable victory here. What I love about this pitch, you can have a game that's 170, and you can have a game that's 70. You know, anything's possible. High variance. Bouncer smashed. A good shot by Rilla. That'd probably be the one for the over. It goes Maximo. But even that's fine as long as there's no wides or no balls. Royal Roma will hold on. Good shot, though.
Probably needed that shot right off the very first ball of this over just to make things a little bit more dramatic in the end. And it looks like they're going to take this low-scoring thriller fairly comfortably. Oh, you got to give so much credit to this Royal Roma bowling performance. Oh, and that could be a run out. Yeah. That should be a run out. You can see he's clearly got his hand on it. The non-striker was outside his crease. What an unfortunate way to get run out, but it's not going to have too much of an effect on the outcome of this match.
Well, umpire was very lucky that hit the stumps as well, because that would have smashed into him if that hadn't hit the stumps. So, Guggan, sometimes your luck's in, sometimes your luck's out. When you add it all up, I think you'd be pretty happy with the result here. Poor Kurupu. Almost like someone's been swinging a bag of black cats at him, really. He's going to get run out in pretty bizarre fashion. Roma are going to defend this 94. 1 ball to go. Roma CC 80 for 8. Rifat gets a bat, but he'll just have to watch. What a start to the series we've had. Well, it's hit down the ground, and it will go 1 bounce, 4 runs. So it'll be a boundary to finish, but the streak is over at 21 games for Roma CC, and it's their old rivals, Royal Roma, that are going to snap it. What a defence. 94-84, your final in match 4. I know there's still so much cricket to play in this tournament. That's a big talking point on day 1. What a start for Royal Roma.
What a start. And I mean, Royal Roma CC, who looked absolutely scintillating in the first couple of matches, brushed aside Roma Bangla Morning Sun in a bonus point victory, failed to chase down the target of 95. And you got to give so much credit to these Royal Roma boys. I mean, they battled all sorts of challenges to pick up this victory. in the opening match of their European Cricket Series against their arch rivals as well in Roma CC. Here's a look at the final match of the day between Roma Bangla Morning Sun and Royal Roma, who are now 1-0. Terrific start for them. They'll be looking to make it 2 wins in a row to start off their European Cricket Series.
Yeah, look, that's going to be a really good game as well. It's coming up. First ball in about 15 minutes. But I mean, scary thing for the other teams in this competition, Royal Roma, they won that game and they snapped the defending champions winning streak. And they batted pretty poorly for the most part. Really, no one got going in the top order. Stay tuned for that one. Let's have a look at this highlights package. And what I will say is Royal Roma, they heaped the pressure on with the ball, didn't they? Slightly different makeup of their attack with only the one kind of genuine spinner in there. And Onkar, I thought he bowled really well. But the Pacers, I think they found the line and length that was going to trouble even good batters. And look, I know they had a bit of luck. It went one way then the other. I like this full length though. I think attack the stumps. Wait for that false shot. Marage made a bright start, but he got cartwheeled pretty soon. He went for Kanagishwaran at the top again, but it didn't work out the way that Roma CC might have helped. Or might have wished. But yeah, really, congratulations. Have to go to Royal Roma for upsetting Roma CC in this first game. And they'll be hoping to take that momentum into match 5.
They certainly will be. We'll take a look at some of the other key moments from this match. Of course, that was a big appeal there for a caught behind, as you can see, just clearly coming off the thigh pad. Batter indicated that one as well. And then when we had a look at the replays, it was pretty conclusive that it did indeed come off the thigh pad. That was a beautiful shot over there, just using the pace of the ball, running that one behind point 404 before we would chop one on inside edge. Another big moment in this match and an important wicket.
Samaraga was pretty close to removing the other 2 stumps, I think, but he luckily got control of his emotions at the right time. And then we had this one, little nick behind, first up. And that was the end of Rahat, who's had a pretty good day. Hat-trick ball didn't really work out. A little bit of a nudge down the leg side, grabbed some of the body. But yeah, this has been such an interesting game. That one kind of got everyone excited, but this one was the one that really will be a bit of a talking point. There's no doubt that's out. I mean, Charles probably not great his reaction either, but it was just a natural reaction because he knows it's taken a big piece of the bat. The Sheriff had to come and sort things out. In the end, I think they handle it well. And look, Royal Roma, they'll probably look at it now with a bit of a different perspective because even though it looked like it might cost them the game at one point, when Fernando came and went bang bang, he ran himself out for no particular reason the next over, and then from there it was pretty much all downhill for Roma CC. That was a huge moment, another huge moment that involved Fernando in this Fernando Gate innings that saw Royal Roma get over the line in the end. This was another funny one, wasn't it? Hit the stumps. He was well in the end. They were able to get an overthrow off that, and then Denham was able to pump a 6. But then he went soon after. When he went, he actually did look like they were starting to run out of batting, didn't they? And even with some ambitious batting towards the end, they couldn't quite reel in that target of 96.
Yeah, I think it's great that the whole Fernando Gate sort of situation worked out the way it did, because nobody can now say that this Royal Roma side didn't deserve that victory. I mean, in the end, the right decision was made, and they did manage to get him run out, and they did manage to take that win. Yeah. So you can certainly say that they got the result they deserved.
Because you flip the script and you say, oh yeah, well, if they'd won and taken that LBW, there would have been question marks saying, well, yeah,
yep,
yeah,
you got lucky because
you won
of LBW.
because of a bad decision. They won it fair and square in the end. Nothing really happened on the scoreboard, though, for Roma CC. We saw Fernando dropped on 5, given out on 6. In the end, he made 16 the top score. 12s for Marage, and then Rilagadagi all the way down at number 9. And Samaragi 11 before he chopped on. Yeah, credit to the bowling side there. I just think they bowled well. I think they had good fielding pressure, had that energy that you were talking about as well. And so, in the end, 84 for Roma CC. Not enough to win the game, and they will stay with the second longest ECS winning streak of 21. Sukhbir Singh, player of the match for his efforts, including that 3 for 9. Didn't he bowl incredibly well? Charanjit with 2 for 11. He also bowled very well. Bowled a 9th that kind of iced the game, essentially. Only 1 run came off that. The other wicket you saw up the top went to Dinza, who put in a good shift. Really, nobody went the distance for Royal Roma. I think everyone bowled pretty well. It's a good team effort. You probably need a good team effort when you're trying to defend 94. Onkar only conceded 14 off his 2. Gagandeep, okay, 24 off 2. He was the most expensive, but still certainly a key part of that winning lineup. So we'll take a break and we'll be back in probably just a few minutes now to take you into the last game of the day. Roma Bangla Morning Sun are going to take on Royal Roma. That should be a doozy. 10 minutes away from a start. Until then, it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Nishay Butt, and we'll see you in a few short moments with Match 5 of opening day in this European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome to the European Cricket Network. You're watching the European Cricket Series in Rome.
Hello and welcome back. Well, it's time for the last match of opening day here in Rome. And Roma Bangla Morning Sun, they are back and they're going to take on Royal Roma in match 5. The Sheriff is at the other end and, well, he's getting to know these teams little by little. He's got the coin in his hand. Let's see who wins the coin toss for match 5.
Welcome to the toss for match 5 with Roma Bangla Morning Sun versus Royal Roma. Royal Roma to call. Tails is the call and it's a head.
Will be back first.
They'll have a bat.
Roma Bangla Morning Sun then, they do win the toss and this time they've decided they want to have a bat. Now they do have a win from earlier in the day. They accounted for the Gladiators, but they did have a loss to Roma CC. And they're taking on Royal Roma who, look, to be honest, they've got a bit of history, these two teams, because Royal Roma, they had essentially the same record as Roma Bangla Morning Sun last year through the group stages. They were pretty much tied. They had to play the second versus third semi-final and Roma Bangla Morning Sun, they won that game, knocking Royal Roma out of the running. So I'm sure a bit of revenge on the mind as well for Royal Roma, who are a really exciting team. Let's get ready for the first ball with Roma Bangla Morning Sun winning the toss. Batting first, Nishay Butt will take us home. Maybe some random questions, maybe some food chat. Let's have some fun. Nish, over to you.
Here we go. It's match 5 of this European Cricket Series. What a gorgeous part of the world we're bringing you this match from, of course. There's a look at the Roma Cricket Ground. Beautiful, beautiful facility. And, of course, that little tent right there on the bottom left, that's where we're bringing you this game from, of course. What a wonderful commentary position we have over here. It's just such a great facility in Rome. And the fact that I was so impressed by it last year, and it somehow managed to impress me even more this year, it's just a testament to what a great ground this is. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our last match. So Royal Roma are now 1-0 after picking up a victory in the 4th match of the day when they beat Roma CC and snapped their winning streak, meaning that Roma CC's winning streak will be the 2nd longest in European Cricket Series history. Here's a look at the win predictor. Royal Roma heading into this match as 72% favorites against Roma Bangla Morning Sun, who picked up a victory in their opening match against the Gladiatori. But then, of course, were defeated by Roma CC in a bonus point defeat for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. So they're going to need a much bigger response, a much better performance with the bat in hand in particular. I think, we do know that this Bangla Morning Sun side has plenty of batting talent in their unit. We just haven't quite been able to see it yet. One big piece of news for them is that no Rehan for this match. Of course, we know he's a huge run getter for them. He was the leading run getter in last year's European Cricket Series. He's unavailable for this match and will not be playing. So that is a massive vacuum for them to fill. And let's see how they cope without Rehan. They do have 2 very talented batters opening the batting for them right now in Anik Ahmed and Ahmed Mohsin. So a lot of the pressure will fall on these 2. And they'll be hoping to get their side off to a great start against Royal Roma bowling attack, who of course did a stellar job in the previous match, managing to restrict Roma CC to a paltry total and defend a target of 95. So Mohsin set to face the first ball. Dinsa is going to bowl the first over. Here we go. First ball. Oh, not quite yet. Hold your horses. As Charlie says, potentially a first ball. I think that's one of the things he says. You never know when a bowler's going to pull up or maybe bowl a wide to start things off. So here we go. Potentially a first ball coming up. Oh, well. Leaves that one. Don't see that too often in T10 cricket. I think he's completely misjudged the line there. Just wonder if he thought that maybe that one was going to be a wide, but that was nowhere near wide. That was actually in the slot. A chance for him to free his arms and hit that one away for a 6. And this one, well, it's been given a wide. Let's have a look at this call. I thought it was a bit harsh when I initially saw it. Oh dear, that's definitely caught some of the line along the way. I think the umpire has probably just, well, hard done the bowler over there. Yeah, it just catches the outside edge of the bat. And it goes away for a single. So Mohsin gets off the mark. You get to see the skipper, Anik Ahmed, face the first ball. Dinsa bowled superbly in the previous match against Roma CC, and will be hoping to continue and put in another good performance here in the final match of the day. Of course, Royal Roma were defeated by Roma Bangla Morning Sun in the semi-finals during last year's European Cricket Series, when so many of us thought that Royal Roma were destined to go face Roma CC in that final. This one's going to go away for a 4. It's a streaky boundary. Might even have gone all the way. We're just waiting for the umpire signal. He's given it a 4. But we'll have a look at this once again to confirm. Let's just have a look here to confirm. Now the fielder over there is signaling a 4. And we'll want to have another look at this. I think they're pretty happy that this is 4 runs, so looks like we're going to proceed with play. I played with the full face of the bat. That is going to be a single. Yeah, so Kroom 111 saying that there should be enough room in the Coliseum for an ECN pitch and boundary. Have we ever discussed that? Yeah, I'm on it right now. I'll certainly have a word with the mayor of Rome whether we can have a future series inside the Coliseum. Got an interesting story with the Coliseum from last year's European Cricket Series. This one's going down the leg side. Actually, I was supposed to join a tour for the Coliseum on my day off, but unfortunately missed out because of a taxi that turned up half an hour late and a number of other factors. It still ended up, I think, just a minute after the time we were told to be there. And in the end, the tour guide just didn't make much of an effort to find me in the crowd. So missed out on a chance to go inside the Coliseum. This one is just played away for a 4. Lowers full toss, goes away for a boundary. This one's just going to sneak underneath the barrier for 4 runs. Let's take another look at this. It's a lowish full toss. It's played away really nicely. And it's gone away for a boundary. Terrific shot. As this is a good over to start off for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. They get 12 runs off it. Solid first over. 42 days to go until the ECC, the marquee event on the European Cricket Network. Of course, this year we got a couple of divisions, the Challenger Division and the Premier Division. So 2 trophies will be contested during the ECC. Of course, some of the lower ranked sides in European cricket will be battling it out in the Challenger Division, whereas the very elite of the continent will be in the Premier Division. Italy, of course, the host nation of this European Cricket Series, are in Group D of the Premier Division. So not long to go until the European Cricket Championship. It's going to be Singh coming into bowl. Charanjit Singh. It's another player, though, just bowled terrifically in that previous match against Roma CC. I think they really set the tone so well in the power play and put Roma CC under tons of pressure when Roma CC were just chasing a target of 95. And it all started with how well Charanjit Singh bowled inside that power play. This is played away towards square leg, and it's going to go away for a 4. So a nice shot there by Mohsin. That is going to be a boundary. Yeah, nicely struck. This is a good start here for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Again, smart T10 power play batting over there. I mean, they know that if you beat the inner ring, it's going to go away for a 4. There's only 2 fielders inside the ring on the leg side as well. It's a 6-3 boundary. The other fielder on the leg side is out at long on, so I think if you go 2 straight, you will get punished. That takes some pace off that ball. Mosen has to wait an age for it. And he will strike this one towards cover. Ahmed is going to come back on strike. We're just straying down the leg side. I wonder if there was any bat involved. I think it should be given leg buys. Let's wait for the umpire signal. Yep, it's been signaled leg buys. Yeah, definitely going down the leg side. Yeah, this is played away beautifully towards fine leg. Again, just straying too far down the leg side. Can't afford to bowl there with this kind of field setting. He needs to really be bowling this outside the off stump with this 6-3 field. Just goes too far down the leg side. This has worked away for a 6. So great shot there by Mosen, and a terrific start for Roma Bangla Morning Sun, who of course are coming into this game with a fair amount of pressure on them. Edged and taken! The first wicket falls for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Singh gets his man in the end. Well held onto. A terrific catch. Well, it was just one shot too many for him. Catches the outside edge, and he's gone. Let's take another look at this. He's looking to make some room. Hit it over extra cover. Catches the outside edge. Mohammad Mosen makes no mistake, holds on to it. Charanjit Singh ends up having the last laugh. And this great battle between 2 quality players. Bangla Morning Sun are 24 for 1. Yeah, just such a great addition for this Royal Roma side. Charanjit Singh coming in from Asian Latina. Was a very solid bowler during last year's European Cricket Series. Holding the economy rate of 10 throughout the ECS. Picked up 9 wickets as well. And he's just bringing that solid bowling into this outfit as well. Just catches a thickish outside edge. He wasn't quite able to direct that where he wanted, Ahmed. But it's going to go away for 4. Guess that's just the nature of power play batting. Take another look at this. It's actually played that fairly well in the end. It's a decent enough ball. It's back of a length, in and around the off stump. It's just a terrific cricketing shot. Let's have a look at the standings for this ECS. As we can see, Roma CC handed their first loss in 23 games when they, of course, succumbed to a defeat against Royal Roma, snapping the second longest winning streak in the European Cricket Series. Royal Roma now looking to go 2-2 to start off their campaign by defeating Roma Bangla Morning Sun, the side who knocked them out of the tournament during last year's ECS when they succumbed to them in a defeat in the semi-final. Yeah, he's going to go for the Yorker here. Isn't quite able to nail it. And this is just a terrific shot. He just gets that whip-like wrist action underneath the ball, digs it out, elevates it over the rope for a 6. Just take a look at this. Look how strong his bottom hand is. Gets underneath the ball, and bang, it's gone all the way for a 6. Yeah, this time he's going to try to launch one over long on, and it's going to go over the fielder's head all the way for a 6. It's back-to-back Maximos. Hit this one's in the slot. And he has just pummeled this one over long on. Nothing the fielder could have done about that except watch that one sail over his head. Tinsa It's been a touch expensive. Going for 12 in his first over. A couple of sixes to start off here. And that is a much, much better ball. That's where he needs to be. Got the length absolutely spot on. He's kind of unlucky he hasn't got a wicket in the end. I mean, that is so close to the off stump. Ever so close. The stumps would have felt the breeze as the ball went past them. Oh, is there an edge over there? Was there an edge? It's been given a four, so yes, it was a catching opportunity. Oh, well, we saw Mohsin take a terrific catch earlier. Gets a hand to this one. Yeah, big, big edge. Off it goes for four. And chance goes begging. A tough chance, and a chance nonetheless. That's another outside edge, and this is going to land safely. It's just going to be one run here for Anik Ahmed. Got one ball to come in the power play. It's been a good power play for Bangla Morning Sun, going at just under 16 and over. Well, this one's just popped up in the air, and oh, it's been spilled. It has been spilled. Well, there was another chance that went begging. Let's take a look at this. It's just ballooned up off the pad. Beg your pardon, the bat just takes the leading edge. Oh, this was a much simpler opportunity than the one that was put down earlier by the keeper. Of course, you know, the standards for this Royal Roma side are so high in the field that you expect them to take chances like that. A big, big moment to end the power play. A couple of big moments over there. Rajib Ahmed getting a little bit lucky. It's both Anik Ahmed and Rajib Ahmed were dropped in that over. It's going to be Sukhbir Singh coming into bowl the first over after the power play. Starts off with a terrific delivery, jams in the Yorker. Just going to be a single, of course. Sukhbir Singh, another player who has joined from Asian Latina. Bowled 19.4 overs during last year's European Cricket Series. Did it with an economy rate of 13.4 while picking up 5 wickets. Now he's going to look to play this one away towards mid-wicket. Just going to be a single, a couple of good balls to start the over off for Sukhbir Singh. Oh, that's another slower delivery. It's going to get past the keeper as well. And it's going to go away for 4 runs. So he's not only deceived the batter with that little bit of variation, he's deceived his own wicketkeeper as well. And you can just see it's a bit of a leg spinner if you look at that slower ball. And it just takes a leg break that goes past the keeper as well. Oh, just costly runs of buys. I've got to say, every side so far today has been excellent at keeping extras to a minimum. We've only seen extras go into double digits once this entire day. So to see 7 runs of extras, 3.4 overs in, is a little bit odd because we've seen some quality cricket on this opening day here in Rome. Now it's gone up in the air, catching opportunity, and it's just going to fall short of the fielder. Is it going to go away for a 4 as well? No, it won't. It's just going to slow down in the outfield. And they'll get a couple of runs. Let's take another look at this. Once again, slower ball, just desperately trying to reach out at it. Falls short of the fielder, goes past him. Now that one just coming off the splice of the bat. It's a good little shorter delivery there. Nice hard length by Singh. 4 overs in the books. Royal Bangla Morning Sun are 54 for 1. Just have a look at this graph, going fairly steadily at a run rate between 13 to 15 so far this innings. And you gotta say, Roma Bangla Morning Sun will be pretty delighted with the way they have started this innings. I think if these two can hang around for another 2 or 3 overs, they'll certainly build a good platform for the rest of the order to accelerate in the death overs. And one thing about this RBMS side, though, is they're very, very top-heavy. They're a fairly top-heavy team. I think once that top order disappears, you can see a massive drop-off in quality for them. Not quite the same with the likes of Roma CC or Royal Roma, who bat very deep. So they're a side who do depend on their top order. They're very talented top order to score the bulk of their runs. It's going to go big, but this one's got height on it. It doesn't quite have the distance. The fielder was just trying to run towards the boundary rope. It was always going to be a tough catch. With his back facing the pitch itself, running towards the rope. This is always going to be a tough opportunity. There's been some opportunities that have slipped by. I mean, in fairness, most of them have been rather challenging, and there have been a few half chances as well, but something's going to need to fall Royal Roma's way. That's a much better ball there by Singh. The leggy just getting that extra bit of bounce as well, certainly helping the spinner. It's going to go long. This one is huge. This one is absolutely massive. It's going to sail away for a 6. Ahmed has clobbered that one away. Up, and away. Gets down on one knee, gets underneath it. The ball was in the slot. It was asking to be hit, and it did get hit. Yeah, just goes a bit too wide there. Gets the line wrong, and that's the pressure after getting hit for a 6. That is what it does to a bowler. So he's bought that wide by hitting a 6 earlier. Too much width on offer here. Far too much width. That's going to get slapped over cover. It just sat up nicely for Ahmed, and he has punished that delivery. Short and wide. Gets the treatment it deserves. 15 off this over already. Still got a couple more balls to come. Come on now, Omkar Singh. Can he get this ball on the right line and length? That's much better. That's where he needs to be, and Ahmed gives that ball the respect it deserves. As RBMS will move on to 70. Final ball of the 5th over coming up. And it's going to be the other Ahmed, who's just been a spectator, as Anik Ahmed has teed off at the other end. That ball was rather wide. He looked to chase it, but Rajib will not get any bat on that. He's struggled a little bit to start things off. He's also largely been content to just allow Anik Ahmed to face as much of the strike as possible. He was dropped earlier as well, and it was a chance over there, but great bit of fielding. He's done a terrific job to ensure that ball doesn't get past him. Top fielding by Charanjit Singh. It just didn't quite carry to him, but he got his body behind it, and he's made sure that the ball doesn't get past him. Good chance to welcome you into the commentary position. Nishchay Bhatt here, joined by Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu. Nice start here for Roma Bangla Morning Sun.
Definitely. Just thought, especially with no right hand in the lineup,
for them to be competitive, their top order has to fire. They've played a little bit of musical openers today as well, using Mohsin sometimes at the top, and Anik and Raihan when they've been in the lineup. So each of those 3 players have had 2 goes opening. Mohsin's played all 3 games today. So yeah, it just becomes a very important player anyway. Yeah, this is a toss-up as well for me. I think 70s, it sets a base for a pretty good score. Scary thing though, I think Royal Roma, they have a few guys due to fire with the bat in the second innings. So they might need a few runs, Roma Bangla Morning Sun. We have seen at times that they're a team that can put up big runs, but they can also concede quite a few as well. Here's Gagandeep in over number 6.
Got him! Gagandeep Singh gets a wicket on the first ball of the 6th over. That one just staying a little lower than Rajib Ahmed expected. Just goes underneath his bat. And he's going to pick up the wicket there. The stumps are in disarray. And the second one will fall for Morning Sun. RBMS find themselves 72 for 2.
Yeah, it's a good result as well. Gagandeep gets full. They've just been pretty good at challenging the stumps today, I think. And that works out pretty nicely with the off stump being tilted back. And Roma Bangla Morning Sun now are 72 for 2. How are you travelling after your late night? So, I mean, you're a young guy. What are you, 26?
25.
25, okay. Don't look a day over 25. Another kind of 25-year-old, if you told me you only got to bed at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, I didn't get to bed. I got to bed at 4:45.
4:45. I'd be going, it's your time of your life. You should be doing that. Okay, here's a random question. Name something that you had a late night for that you probably shouldn't have. And can I put my own hand up here to open the batting with this? This is cut away, and it's going to go through the hands of the fielder down there. That's Harikat, who, I think he might have got a finger to it, Harkarat. But anyway, it'll go through, and it'll be 4 runs. Okay, so myself and Corey did have a dinner in Rome. He had to convince me to come out. This is the night when we had a slightly later start. This is 2 years ago here in Rome. And let's just say it turned into quite a big dinner what was it? It was one of the big landmarks, the Pantheon, I think. It's the Pantheon. Is that here? Or is that in Greece?
That's Greece, yeah, the Parthenon, right?
No, it's something. I know that's not right. It was at.
So it's just played away towards mid-off. That one just played nicely with a straight bat.
No, there's a Pantheon here as well. Yeah, it was the Pantheon. I think they might one in Greece as well. But it was okay because we had, I think, a 10:30 start, so it was fine. But let's just say that it got a little bit out of hand. It's gotten out of hand for Gagandeep because he's just been smashed out of the ground. Gagandeep, not too happy with that as Anik goes big. Made a duck in his first game of the tournament, but he's making up for it here. Goes maximal 6 runs. Now, I will say it was mostly because just fun things kept happening. So, for example, there was a Bangladeshi guy, loved cricket. We got talking to him. He was also selling those things that they fire into the air and you catch them. Corey and I were commentating a whole round of those with him trying to catch them. And, that was probably one time that I... Yeah, so my random question is, when should you have had a good night's sleep but you didn't? Or when were you underslept? That's probably a better way to put it.
That's probably for me. That'll be like 80% of the time over the last 5 or 6 years.
What do you think's underslept though? So what do you operate off? Because I end up most of my average is 6, which I know is pretty low.
Yeah, I would say 6. I'd consider 6 a good night's sleep as well.
Oh, yeah.
But underslept, well, I'm talking like 3 hours or less. This one is played away very nicely. A beautiful shot there. And Anik Ahmed brings up his half century. A great captain's knock over here. He'll raise the bat and acknowledge the polite smattering of applause coming from the dugout.
Yeah, Anik's been great here. He's been really, really good actually. And that one is flayed away to the boundary. Into the over. 90 for 2 after 6. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, when you're a baby, like newborn babies, they sleep for like 16 hours a day, 17, 18. The older you get, and then it kind of Yeah, people say the average is kind of 8, but speaking to quite elderly people, they don't need so much. They can get 6 as an average there. But you're young, so you should be trying to get 8. And I know you like to get back to your room early and try and be sensible, which is good. So, yeah, 6 is a bit light on. Okay, I've got a follow-up question now. As this is hit down the ground, potential catching opportunity, and it's taken. Challenging, such a good pickup for Royal Roma. He's got buckets for hands. He's going to grab that one, and it's the end of the road. Just have a look at this one from Naeem. And up, and fairly comfortably taken in the end by Challenging. And so Roma Bangla Morning Sun will lose a 3rd wicket. It's 90 for 3. So tell me what's a typical niche night like when you're on tour? Because do you read? Do you watch TV? Do you play games? What do you like to do?
I think it depends on the event. Usually, if we have a crew dinner, I'll tend to go out for that. I think in Bulgaria in particular, we did quite a few things.
Some good ones in Bulgaria.
We had some good ones in Bulgaria. Yeah. We had bowling one night. We had probably the most competitive quiz I've ever been to in my life. I mean, we're using one of Danny Hudacek's quizzes.
Oh, were you?
Who
was hosting then?
It was made a quizmaster, and then we had a
quizmaster, really.
Yeah, going up
Danny
against.
Does great quizzes. That's a good one.
Yeah, going up against Ty Peters in the other team. Never been in a quiz like that.
Interesting.
Yeah, won that by a single point. It was easily the most competitive quiz I've ever been in. So it just nudged away towards mid-off is going to be a single. But yeah, really, it depends on the event. I think here, though, because we're sort of out in sort of further out from the city itself, there tends not to be too much to do in the evenings. This one's going to go up in the air, and this is a catching chance, and it will be taken, well held onto. And the 4th wicket will fall here for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. This is kind of what we feared for them, wasn't it? I mean, once that top order falls, there is a chance they could unravel. And now with Anik Ahmed gone, there could be a chance that these last few overs could go really, really quietly.
This game's definitely taken a turn, and yeah, it's a pretty easy catch for the keeper. I was a bit worried he was caught under it, and he's got the helmet on. Mohsin's must-watch television as well. I've loved his catching today, but some of his throwing after his catches has been crazy. When he's been really fired up, he's almost throwing the ball to the boundary. This time it's kind of a nonchalant, just little shovel away. But yeah, 91 for 4. 3.5 overs to go, 133. Yeah. I feel in this game, probably the par's a bit higher. I feel it's probably kind of 130. Just got a feeling. Just think that Royal Roma, I can't see all their big hitters failing again. I think you're going to need every run you can grab. Good innings, though, from Anik. Announces himself in this series with 52 off 19.
I think some of the best crew evenings tend to be during that Malta tour. I mean, because it's sort of in November. We're in a nice area as well where you kind of get to walk during the evenings. And we also got a chance to play paddle a few times.
Ah, yeah, in Malta?
Yeah.
Okay, we definitely, I think I'm there when you're there. We'll have to play a bit of paddle again. That was fun.
Yeah, it was my first time playing it. Yeah, it's absolutely a fun sport.
I know with Malta, and it's pretty rare this happens, but we were trying to organise it as this is like, this juggernaut has continued to grow and, yeah, exponentially grow, ECN. As this is clipped away, it's probably not going to be stopped. Well, it was almost stopped by Osama, but it rolls into the rope. That'll be 4 runs. Nice start by Abdul. He just clips that one away with good timing. Did pretty well to get to it. I didn't see him actually reaching it in the first place, but he got there. That's couldn't quite get enough of a hand on it. Yeah, so I'm trying to take a few more breaks, obviously, when I can. It's not easy, but we need to try and make it work. And Malta, I think I've actually got a 3-week holiday in the middle. So I'll start it and I'll finish it, but I've got pretty much 3 weeks off in the middle. And I do plan to kind of get back to Australia and travel around and maybe see a few people in different cities as well that I haven't been to for a while. I've got friends all the way down there. Anyway, it is day 1 coming to an end. That means day 2 is on the way. And Roma Capinelli will be here for the first time. They'll play 3 times tomorrow. Apart from that, you've seen the other teams today that will play tomorrow. It's got Roma Bangla Morning Sun coming back. We've got Gladiatori back. Even got Roma CC, who will be playing the last game of the day. You can join myself and Rico Fall for day 2, 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 in India. It's actually my last day before I go on a little bit of a trip. in the middle part of this tournament. But I'll certainly be watching and looking forward to hearing you and Rico going through those middle days. And also you'll be doing finals day together because I'll be in the Netherlands. Down the leg side, new over coming on. Sukbir got another very good over to start, even though he didn't take a wicket. Only conceded 4. Skeleton is saying a healthy person should sleep at least 7-8 hours. Yeah. The thing is, sleep is one of those things that when you do it and you get lots of it, you're like, this is amazing. I should do this all the time. Kids are a classic one with this, right? Wow, that's absolutely banged. That's going to go a long way over the boundary. Almost goes over the other fence. It's Maximo. Bilal Hussain says, don't you worry about this middle order. I've got this covered. The 100 comes up as well for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Yeah, kids are the classic ones because they never want to go to bed, do they? But then they never want to get up. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about. But yeah, I think we did a random question once on kind of weird sleep habits. You know, do you have something weird in your routine? Corey has this eye mask that he was swearing by. He said changed his life. But I bet you if I asked him out, he doesn't do it.
I actually did buy an eye mask because there was one on discount. I had some kind of coupon from Amazon, and I did use it on flights, and it is quite helpful on flights. But I wouldn't use it when I'm in my own room.
I don't know. I just feel like something's grabbing my head. I find that more off-putting than the slightly extra darkness. Slower ball, really well executed by Sukbir there. Yeah. But I've got to admit, it's not often that I have too many sleep-ins, obviously being on the tour so much. And you find then, if I do have a day or two off, that I'm waking up early. And I was like that last week when between the end of Croatia and then the start of this, I've had a few days where I didn't have an alarm clock, which is a pretty cool feeling.
This one's going up in the air, and it's going to be taken. Nice catch held onto there at long on. Once again, it's that man, Charanjit Singh, who is such a gun fielder out of that position that just didn't quite have the room to play that shot. He's a little bit cramped, and he's just hoiked one up to a fielder who's got buckets for hands, takes another one, and the 5th wicket falls for RBMS.
Geez, we've seen some really good fielders today, haven't we? And Charanjit's obviously one of them. So that, yeah, the 2 former Asian Latina players combining there. Sukbir will remember back in 2021, he had a misadventure in that part of the field where he got hit in a nasty place. And I still remember it was one of the lighter moments, I suppose. Maybe not if you ask him. But Charanjit did really well to grab that to the right. And Bilal, who is a good hitter, has to go for just 7. You can see the percentages there. Roma Bangla Morning Sun just kind of noses in front, 52-48, but it's line ball at the moment. Here's Saiful Islam batting.
The back of a length delivery. He's just got his hands up nice and high and played that one down very softly. It's going to be a dot ball. And yeah, I mean, you just take a look at this expected score now. It's shot down to under 130. I mean, when Anik Ahmed was going during those first 5 overs, I mean, the expected score was somewhere north of 140. But once again, the fragility, the brittle nature of this RBMS middle order has been exposed. Take some pace off that ball. Sukbir Singh and Islam will just block it out. RBMS are 103 for 5 at the end of the 8th.
Yeah, really good game. Expected 125 now, but it could be 15 more, 15 less, really, depending on what happens here. Another very good spell by Sukbir, 1 for 11. He's bowled so well today. I love that he's got those variations, and he's locating them more often than not as well. It's basically a fast leg spinner that he bowls, or back of the hand slower ball, which it's a very difficult skill to execute, but he's been excellent today.
So we're not going to see Charanjit Singh coming in for his 2nd over. He got a long off, a long on in place. Deep mid wicket. Got a deep 3rd is very fine as well as a deep cover. Starts off with a slightly wider delivery that Abdul isn't quite able to reach out to. I think that's a good line for him to bowl. So make sure that Abdul chews up as many dot balls as possible. I think anything that's just a little bit straighter, there's always a chance that it might just catch an edge or go away for a few runs. Top edged, and it's going to go away for a 4. A little too short over there. And we're just going to see if it's gone all the way. Let's have a look at this. He digs this in shorter, catches the top edge, and yeah, just in front of the rope. That's going to be a 4. I think we might just want to have one more look at this to confirm. Yeah, this should be very conclusive. Now that's been slowed down. As you can see, yep, just landing well in front of the rope. And that is as conclusive as it gets. 4 runs.
Good work to pick that up. These balls do fly around really quickly. Go slightly upstairs here. This could be the ball that kind of takes it to 50-50. So it's coin toss territory. That will be the one for the over, I think. Goes over the shoulder.
You're not sure if that one for the over was given on that one. Oh, this is a beautiful shot. This is an absolutely beautiful shot here by Abdul. Just getting a little bit too predictable here, Singh with the shorter stuff. Should maybe look to bowl the odd Yorker as well to these lower order batters. Abdul anticipated that. And he's just managed to uppercut this one away for 4 runs. Terrific shot.
Yeah, really good shot. And you see, it's what the game's all about. It's about attacking and continuing to play your shots, no matter what the situation.
Yeah, he's going to look to go towards mid-on this time around. Going to take one hop before going to the fielder out in the deep. That's Sukhbir Singh stationed there. This over so far has gone for 9 runs. Still got a ball to come in the 9th over. Take some pace off that ball. As a slower delivery. And not too bad an outcome in the end for Bangla Morning Sun, as it does mean Abdul will be on strike for the final over. Islam so far is yet to get off the mark, so it'll be interesting to see who bowls that final over. Probably going to go with Rajwinder Singh, considering how well he bowled his first over. Gave up just 6 runs, picked up a couple of wickets as well, so I'd be very surprised if he isn't handed the ball for this final over. They've given up 11 runs of extras, which is the most runs any team has given up of extras so far on this opening day of action here in ECS Rome.
Yeah, well done by Charanjit once again. All things considered, 50-50 game. We love it when we see that, don't we? He's Abdul. Been pretty handy so far.
Looking to advance down the wicket and meets this one on the half volley. Beautiful shot there by Abdul. That is as good as it gets. He just read the length so perfectly. And he was on it in a flash. Meets it on the half volley. Helps it away for 4. Great footwork. Four off the very first ball. Immediate pressure on Singh to start off this over. Yeah, nice little fight back here late by Abdul. That one is a full toss. He just steps across it. It's a good idea. I mean, there's no fine leg. And if you could just hit that one behind square leg, he's probably going to get a 4 for it, but just unable to connect on that one. Failed to execute. And it pulls the length back a little bit there, Singh. And they'll just say a single over here. I think Abdul was keen to come back for the second and get back on strike, but not sure a second run was on, but well, maybe could have run that first run a little bit harder. Oh, that's another dot ball here, and you know Singh's just got to look the ball this as wide as he can and make sure that Islam just faces as many dot balls as possible and can't get Abdul back on strike. And he will hit this one out towards the fielder at long off, so he will get 1 run here, Islam, and he will get off the mark. Brings Abdul on strike for the final ball of this innings. He's going to try to give that a wallop, but isn't quite able to connect as sweetly as he'd like. Roma Bangla Morning Sun will end up with 119 runs, and it's going to be a target of exactly 120 for Royal Roma. They'll have to go at exactly 12 and over in the second innings to pick up their second win of this European Cricket Series. A par score here by Roma Bangla Morning Sun at one stage. Certainly in the first half of the innings, they look set to maybe go over that 140, 150-ish mark, but that wasn't to be for them. We'll have a look now at the highlights of this innings. A thoroughly entertaining innings. It was off to a sensational start when Ahmed Mohsin and Anik Ahmed were batting superbly. The two of them put on a 24-run partnership where they managed to make those runs, going at just about 12 to 13 runs and over. It was thoroughly entertaining to watch. Anik Ahmed in particular hitting 9 boundaries during his half century, making 52 of just 19 balls. Ahmed Mohsin hit a 4, hit a 6, and was eventually dismissed. As you can see, Mohammad Mohsin holding on to that catch off the bowling of Charanjit Singh. We're just taking a look at some of the glorious shots that Anik Ahmed managed to play early in this innings. The skipper played a true captain's innings. He guided his side in a match in which they, of course, desperately need a victory. They want to get a win against one of the big boys. They were humbled and humiliated earlier today by Roma CC, so they'll certainly at least want to put on a good show in this match, make this one as close as they can, just to try to regain their confidence. Taking a look at some of these strokes that Anik Ahmed plays. As you can see, they're getting down on one knee, smashing that one over mid-wicket for a 6. This was the end of Rajib Ahmed. Gagandeep Singh just getting one to go underneath his bat. It just stayed a little lower than the batter expected. Rajib Ahmed would depart with a run of ball 9. MD Naeem would hit 1-6, and then he'd be dismissed shortly afterwards. A good catch by Charanjit Singh to get rid of him off the bowling of Rajwinder Singh. Charanjit Singh has just got one of the safest pairs of hands. That would be one of 2 catches he would take in this innings. Mohammad Mohsin would grab his second catch of this innings. That would be the end for Anik Ahmed. Just popped one up off the bowling of Rajwinder Singh. Mohsin holding on to that. They really started to wobble once that wicket fell. It looked like maybe, just maybe, this Royal Roma side to be able to restrict Roma Bangla Morning Sun to something very unexpected, maybe something below 110 or even below 100. But then Qadir Abdul had other ideas. He made 20 of 12, struck 4 fours, played some really good looking shots. The pick of the lot was the one where he danced down the wicket and slapped it away for a 4. Beautiful use of his feet. And in the end, they've set a target of 120 for Royal Roma, who of course are looking to win 2-2 to start things off in this European Cricket Series. Let's have a look at the scorecard of this innings. Anik Ahmed top scoring with a half century, coming off just 19 deliveries. Qadir Abdul made 20 of 12 lower down the order, which helped his side get to a respectable total of 119. But they just slowed down a little bit in those last 4 overs. If you just do a quick calculation, they managed to make just 29 runs off those last 4 overs. So they'll be a bit disappointed they couldn't get to a bigger total. We'll have a look at the bowling figures here. Sukhbir Singh, the pick of the bowlers, 1 for 11 in the 2 overs he bowled. Rajwinder Singh, brilliant as well, with 2 for 13 in the 2 overs he bowled. Onkar Singh and Gagandeep Singh just bowled 1 over each. That was early in the innings when they were taken to the cleaners by Anik Ahmed. 11 runs of extras coming as well over there for this Royal Roma side, which is a little bit concerning. That's the most extras we have seen from any side so far today. Well, the match summary, halfway through this one, the mid-match summary is that Royal Roma need 120 runs from 60 balls. Join us in just about 10 minutes' time when we'll bring you the final innings of a fantastic opening day of action.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for our final innings of the day, and it looks like we're set up for another absolute thriller. 120 is a par score on this surface, and it looks like we're going to be in for another match that could be about a coin flip. Hard to split these two teams in the first 10 overs. They battled it out in what was a very even first innings, and I think we're in for an exciting way to conclude our final match of the day. Here's a look at the bonus point equation. As you can see, if Royal Roma are able to achieve this target in 7 overs or less, they will pick up a bonus point. And if they're restricted to 84 or less, they will, of course, give up their bonus point to RMBS. Well, I think you just take that bonus point equation and just throw it out of the window. This doesn't look like one that's going to end up being decided by a bonus point. It just feels like the kind of match that's going to go down to the wire. And the win predictor agrees. 51-49. Yeah, I think the batter's just looking for a wide there, but the truth is he just seems to have lost his bearings a little bit. He backed away so much that he's kind of lost sense of where the tram line is. This one is well inside the tram line. Second ball coming up. Anik Ahmed, the skipper, who batted superbly in the first innings. Yeah, this one should be a wide. Fairly straightforward decision there for the umpire. Nishjay Bhatt here in commentary alongside me is Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, good to be here. Really interesting first day in Rome. And 8 teams here. I think they'll all be pretty competitive with Bologna and Baracca Prato both coming into the equation. I think it's going to add a different dimension to this tournament as well. Anik does have good pace. And this is so angular, isn't he, when he's going this round the wicket. Again, you've got to try and work out where was it when it passed the line. But then there's also kind of, if there's doubt, if the umpire isn't sure, he's more likely to give it a wide. So that's one of those ones, because it's really hard to tell, does it get the line or not when it passes the crease. But you know, I think that the principles are solid there with that decision.
This one's gone up in the air, and it's going to go away for a 4, so a good shot there. A nice placement by Singh. Gets that one away for a boundary. We'll take a look at this. Yeah, just reaching out at one. He kind of was trapped in his crease. Not the ideal way to play that shot, but you know, inside the power play, you just throw your bat at anything. And then once it beats the inner ring, it's going to go away for a 4. Now then, what's Anik Ahmed got in response? He's going to go straight down the ground here. This one's going to go a long way. Goes just to the left of the camera tower, and it's gone for a 6. So back-to-back boundaries over here. Anik Ahmed under immediate pressure. Great start for Royal Roma. Terrific shot by Singh. This one is struck firmly towards long off, and oh, that one took a nasty bounce. That one took a Tortuga bounce. Probably the first Tortuga bounce we have seen so far today, and what an exceptional job there by the fielder. You gotta give him so much credit. That's Abbas Ali, who has just leapt up and like a volleyball player batted it down.
It was like an NBA rejection, wasn't it? Kind of. But that was all about how hard that ball was hit. It was absolutely belted. I told you, had a feeling Royal Roma, they got too many guns to stay silent. Like they were kept to double digits in that last game. They still won it. Good umpiring. They've gotten these wides pretty spot on. This one, when it passes the line, it's definitely inside. Definitely inside the tram line. Get one look at it here. But again, no real footwork there.
He's a sort of player just both these batters looking at them early, they're kind of a little bit trapped in their crease, kind of following the ball with their hands. Now this time we do see him look to advance and try to bash one over mid-wicket, but it ends up being a dot ball to end the over to 13 coming off the first over. Good one for Royal Roma.
Good game. This has got the good game written all over it. Could it be golden ball time? Just looking at the history of golden balls here in Rome, we had one of them in 2020. We had two of them in 2021. And we had one, 2022, actually, we didn't have one here in Rome. 2023, we had one in the ECIs. So that's 4 golden balls on this ground. And I suppose apart from Kartima, that's the other thing. I might try and work out golden balls by venue. But yeah, I think Kartima we've had probably 4. We're going to have to go back and look at it. But
And most of these golden balls, I'm assuming, must have been around that 115 to 125 range.
there was one that was really high. There was one that was 157, 157. That was in match 2, opening day in 2021. And then, so we had one in day 1. We also had one in day 3. Both involving Roma CC. That second one was a bit lower, 92, 92. The other one in 2020, Bergamo CC versus Roma CC was actually 148, 148. So it was pretty big as well. Of course, 140 in the ECI last year. Famously, Joy Pereira was the one that he hit a 6 to tie, didn't he? And then got a no ball that he hit for a single, and the game was done. Everyone else was trying to work out what happened. Joy knew what happened. He knew that Italy had the win.
Yeah, captain's innings to win it at the end. Just a solo performance, guiding his side over the finishing line. This one goes away for a 6. I mean, just shows you the way that cricket bats have evolved. Completely missed that. It's come off the top edge. It's gone flying well over the rope for a 6.
That's the modern game. Yeah, that one is out of here.
That one has cleared the fence as well. Just emphasizes how big a shot that was. It's come off the top edge, so yeah, rough start here for the bowler. 7 runs, and he's bowled just 1 legal delivery. No, this time he's straying onto the pads, and he's going to get punished. That goes away for a 6. And a great bit of fielding out there to protect the van.
Yeah, so when you have to do something, it's amazing what you can do. That's well played, though, by Sukhbir. He started really hot. Roma Bangla Morning Sun restricting has been a bit of a problem for them over the years. Magical start for Sukhbir, 23 off 6. Luckenwell, he's coming off a ton last year as well. Don't count him out.
He's going to play this one away towards mid-wicket, and he's found the fielder. The catch has been taken. Royal Roma lose their first wicket. The bat just kind of turned in his hand a little bit. He wasn't completely in control of that shot. And he's picked out the fielder. Hasn't quite gone where he intended it to go. He's going to look at the bat and blame it. But he's going to have to depart. 26 for 1.
Yeah, that one hurts. Because he just looked to be hitting the ball so well. If could have got on with it. Feel like the run rate was never going to be an issue. But a bit of a momentum breaker for Roma Bangla Morning Sun. And the first wicket falls, Royal Roma, 26 for 1.
So it's going to be Charanjit Singh coming in at number 3. We've seen him play a big part so far today with his bowling and his fielding. Can he make an impact with the bat in hand as well? Yeah, just going to watch this one and push it away for a single. So he gets off the mark on the very first ball he faces. So Luckenwall, who's yet to get off the mark, is going to get set to face his 3rd ball. He's looking to make a few fielding changes over here. They've currently got a fielder out at deep square leg. He's actually just been brought in. And instead they're going to have a long off out as well as a deep 3rd for Luckenwall.
Yeah, Luckenwall hasn't clicked yet today either. He misses this as well. Won't get a run. So, yeah, Bus, bit of a mixed bag, so to speak. Does have that big wicket of Sukhbir though.
Last ball of the second over coming up. It's just been a gripping over to watch. A lot has happened in this over. We've seen wickets, boundaries. Oh, this one is going to be smoked away. What a huge hit. Goes well over the fence. And it looks like the batting side is going to have the last laugh. It was a little too short, a little too wide. He pounces on that one, and he punishes it. 20 runs come off that over. Great start for Royal Roma.
Yeah, I suppose it is. Even though you lose it, but they do have plenty of guys that can hit it. Remember, we saw Onkar come out at 10 and hitting a really good shot for 6. The Roma CC, they do lead, but they've played 3 matches. Roma Bangla Morning Sun couldn't even take a point off Roma CC earlier in the day. There's going to be a few kind of twos and fro's on that table, I think, as this tournament takes its course.
Final over of the power play coming up is going to be Bilal Hussain going on to bowl this one.
Yeah, Charanjit also a brilliant hitter. If he can get going. Bilal likes to push it through. Here's over number 3. Or here's not. But last over of the power play, it's definitely on your mind. Even if you're new to the crease, thinking, okay, only 2 outfielders in play. There's a real opportunity.
And this comes off the toe end of the bat. He was looking to advance. He's going to pick up a run over here, Charanjit Singh. All right, then. It's going to be Lakanwal, who hit a 6 off the last ball of the previous over. He's going to be facing Bilal Hussain. Oh, this one is going to be clobbered over cow corner. Goes well over his team's dugout. It's gone all the way. Back-to-back 6s for Lakanwal, who took 3 balls to settle in, but now he looks like he's got his eye in.
Yeah, he's happy with that, and so he should be. That was lifted up and out of here.
Now then, has Bilal Hussain got something in response? He's going to go big again. He has launched this one into orbit. That has gone a long, long way. That's going to take some fetching. A new Grizzly, please. We're not getting that ball back. What a huge hit over point. No, he was given far too much width, the chance to free his arms. And he has sent that the distance, so it's 3 consecutive 6s for Lakanwal. And it looks like he has woken up now, and we're starting to see him at his very best. Hasn't quite managed to get that one out of the middle of the bat. And it goes towards long on. It's just going to be a single. He's going to push this one away towards cover for a single. So Singh doing the smart thing here. I mean, he can see that Lakanwal is seeing it like a beach ball right now, so he's just letting him face as much of the strike as possible. Lakanwal just keeps going at this 6 hitting rate we've seen from him in the last 4 or 5 deliveries. He could take this game away from Roma Bangla Morning Sun very, very quickly. There's something there. There's a big appeal. They've gone up and they're convinced it might be out. Here we go. Let's take a look at this. Oh, it's hard to say. It doesn't seem like there's an edge there from the replay, but of course, that replay is never too conclusive. And I'd like to see it again. Just front on. The question here, though, is if there's no edge involved, shouldn't it be given a wide?
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, maybe gets a bit of the outside of the line. It's a good point, though. It's borderline. But, yeah, batter will survive. And it's 48 for 1 after 3. So certainly Yeah, tracking pretty well run rate wise. Have a look at that finish. We talked about how we're a bit worried what would happen in the first innings if there were a few wickets. That's kind of how it played out. They went from looking to get kind of 135, 140 to ending up only setting 120.
So he's gonna new balls gonna come. It's gonna be Mohsin coming in to bowl the first over after the power play. This one is just pushed away towards mid-wicket. It's going to be a single. It's going to be Lakhanwala back on strike. I mean, this is just smart batting by Charanjit Singh. He's making sure that he doesn't play out any dot balls and lets this man hog the strike. He's going to go big again. This is another enormous one. This might be the biggest six of this match. It was in the slot. It was there for Lakhanwala to hit, and he has battered it away. This is an enormous six. Look at that very strong bottom hand, and he holds the pose as well.
I think you're right. I think that is the biggest one of the day. That was an absolute monster. Now that's an Olympic sport I'd like to see. Six hitting. Who can hit it? Get someone to just kind of lob your ball, a bit like the old home run derby. Yeah. That's something I'd like to see.
I think when you just suggest that, it's kind of hard to get sort of big teams and send them to the Olympics because of logistical reasons. You could just have a six-inning tournament, kind of similar to like a cricket's equivalent of the javelin throw.
Now we're talking. Now we're talking.
That one just taking the inside edge, and Lakhanwala, I think he's just backing himself to try to chase as many of these runs down as possible by just hitting boundaries. Took him 3 balls to settle in. Looked very uncomfortable those first 3 deliveries. But since then, it's just been an onslaught. This one's gone high up in the air. Probably going to collect some stardust on the way down. And he holds on to that catch. My goodness, that was way more challenging than he's made it look. That one went really, really high up in the sky. And he's just concentrated and focused perfectly, tracked the ball, and he has taken it with soft hands. Brilliant catch. We so often see these kinds of catches put down, but he's made no mistake of it there. Holds on to that, and that is a massive, massive wicket. Anik Ahmed holding on to a really important catch, and that's going to be the end for Kawani Lakhanwala, who batted superbly during his time out in the middle.
Yeah, that's a really good catch, clutch catch as well. You just got to keep moving the line along. Lakhanwala's a guy who can certainly win the game for Royal Roma, but he just couldn't get out in the middle of the bat, and Anik does the rest, out for 25, 55 for 2. So Wayne thought the bat looked guilty on that caught behind. Sometimes, yeah, that is can be a giveaway. But the umpire's got to be short. There's no real deflection. Might have been a noise. You know, it just comes down. It's a very human thing about doubt.
It's going to be the dangerous Gagandeep Singh coming in at number 4. Starts off with a dot ball. Good ball there by Mohsin in the channel. Around a 5th stump line. Got one more ball to come in this 4th over. It's been a great one by Mohsin so far. He gets that wicket. Very good comeback after getting hit for a 6 off the 2nd ball. Now, this is struck hard by Gagandeep Singh, and when this guy middles it, well, it races away towards the rope. He gets off the mark with a 4. 11 runs coming off that over in the end. Oh, that's just an inside-out stroke. It's just pure power the way Gagandeep Singh has managed to get that away for a 4. I think a lot of batters, they wouldn't have been able to get that one past the ring. No problem for Gagandeep Singh. Away it went for 4. And as you can see right now, Royal Roma going well above the required rate. They are even above what Roma Bangla Morning Sun were at this stage, of course. Bangla Morning Sun slowed down a lot. They made just 29 runs in the last 4 overs of their innings.
Charanjit's a bit of a sleeping giant here. These both are. You know, you're going to have to crack even 2-3 wickets. Just kind of to put it in the mind of some of the batters that, okay, losing wickets is a factor. And it could make the chase a lot tougher. Bilal's lost his run a couple of times now, hasn't he?
It's going to be Charanjit Singh, interestingly enough, didn't really get a chance to play much during last year's European Cricket Series. Now, beg your pardon, I'll just take that one back. This one's gone up in the air. And, oh, it's a chance has been spilt. That was an enormous opportunity. You can't afford to put down someone of Charanjit Singh's quality. It was smart bowling there. You could see Charanjit advancing down the wicket. He pushed it wider. A fairly simple catch was presented in the end.
Didn't get the hands together really there. That was the main problem.
Yes, both these sides guilty of some major drops. I mean, Anik Ahmed was dropped in the previous innings. Rajib Ahmed was as well. And I think the fielder, well, he's still hurt after that drop chance. It looks like the substitute fielder might be going on here for RBMS.
That's what happens when you don't get your technique right. And that's the real issue there. It might have just kind of hit the end of the finger or something like that. Can be quite nasty. Certainly hope it's nothing too serious. I'm doing some work right now, and I'm trying to work out which like golden balls by location. I've done by teams, but I want to do it by location. So I'll keep you up to date with what's happening there.
I think if we could certainly figure out golden balls by location, it'd probably also give us an idea of sort of seeing what kind of pitches produce the most golden balls as well.
Yeah, it's funny because I suppose the pitch is one of those things. It's the same for both sides. So in theory, the higher the scoring, the less likely, because you're less likely to actually get a tie. If you think about low-scoring games, and I'll give you football as the most obvious example, you have lots of ties, lots of draws because it's low-scoring. It doesn't, but because it's such a random thing to start with, it's only about a 1% chance.
I think
my golden ball.
My suggestion would be that Budapest would be pretty low down the list, just because it's one of the flatter wickets that produces a lot of runs.
Yeah, I don't. Before I say it out loud, I don't think we've had a golden ball in Hungary before at all. But that's what's so great about the golden ball worksheet. No, we haven't. We've never had a golden ball in Hungary. We've had quite a few here, but I'd say it's a pretty high scoring pitch. I'd probably say kind of the scoring here is about average. You know, I think with the skill level of the players probably drives it up a bit. I just think there's a lot of guys can bat, a lot of guys can bowl. You see that the depth in the teams is maybe level compared to Bulgaria. It's a good example last week that you wouldn't have a number 10 coming out necessarily hitting a shot like Onkar Singh hit earlier on today. And I'll be happy that I've mentioned it again.
I believe the player has been taken off to receive some treatment, so we should be able to resume with play very shortly.
You know, one of them that's right up there is actually Ipsonis. Just typing all these venues in. And I'll tell you how many. And you said they're not really using that ground anymore. In Cyprus, of course.
Yeah, still used for domestic matches, but for international matches, it's over at Happy Valley.
Yeah, and then I guess we'll add the Mladost ground in Croatia to the list as well. Okay, this is going to be fun.
There we go then. You just see right now, I believe the fielder that hurt himself was Rajib Ahmed. We'll keep you updated if any more information comes regarding him. The keeper just, he's lucky that hasn't struck him on the chin or something. I believe it ends up striking him on the shoulder. Wasn't perfect technique by him trying to collect this ball. Ooh. Oh, that could potentially have been a lot more nasty. I think that's not even on the shoulder. That's probably somewhere a little closer to the neck. Yeah, things have just quieted down a little bit.
Injury city, hasn't it?
Yeah, who else has hurt themselves over here? I think they might be requesting a change of bat. That's what it is. Yeah, so the batter is requesting a new bat. I think it's Gagandeep Singh who might want a new bat.
Wouldn't say no to him. All right. This is all coming together.
Here we go.
Yeah, okay. This game kind of in the balance still. I think Royal Roma in control. Roma Bangla Morning Sun just need a couple of quick wickets, don't they?
Yeah, he's just dug out a wider Yorker over there, and it's gone straight to the fielder at cover. So he gets one run with the new bat. Gagandeep Singh brings Charanjit back on strike. So Charanjit obviously played for Asian Latina during last year's European Cricket Series. Managed to make 204 runs in the 14 matches he played in with a strike rate of 165. He's going to step across over there. Just to take a ball that's wide outside the off stump and play it towards mid-wicket. He made 1/2 century during that tournament, and it came against Roma Bangla Morning Sun. He's actually plays at his best when he's against RBMS. Of his 3 career half centuries, 2 of them come against Roma Bangla Morning Sun, including a 76 not out he had back in 2021. So he really loves playing against this side, and I'll be hoping to put on another big show against him here. Charanjit Singh is going to launch this one straight towards the fielder, who has somehow managed to hold on to that catch. Now, when Gagandeep Singh absolutely wallops it, you know it's coming at you with power. And the fielder, well, he's put everything behind this one to try and catch it. Oh, he's taken the catch, and then he's taken a tumble as well after holding on to it. And the all-important wicket of Gagandeep Singh has been claimed by Royal Bangla Morning Sun. Disappointing day for Gagandeep Singh. Haven't quite seen him at his best with the bat in hand so far today. A couple of low scores for him, and he will depart. Didn't quite work out for him with the new bat.
Not at all. But yeah, just hanging in there at the moment, aren't they? Roma Bangla Morning Sun.
We'll have a look at the upcoming events here on the European Cricket. Now, of course, we've got the great privilege of joining you from here in Rome for the next couple of weeks. And then look at some of the other great events we have lined up for you. Of course, got the Valletta Cup, the T10 IW, and got a great series in the Netherlands as well, featuring the host nation, the Netherlands, against the United States and Canada. And then, of course, we got a couple more European Cricket Series if we head over to the ECC. And then, well, look at that. We round out the month of October with a series in Malta. So a great slate of events coming up on the European Cricket Network. This one's a Yorker length delivery that's just turned away towards square leg, and it's going to be a single. Go, then it's going to be Mohsin on strike, facing his first ball. Just walks down the wicket, and he's trying to hoik this one over cow corner. And, well, in the end, the fielder, instead of catching it, has decided to bat it down. And there was a cry of anguish from cover, a scream saying, "Catch that, catch that." Oh, there was a lot of frustration from his teammates that he hasn't attempted to catch it, but I think he just felt like he would have stepped on the rope, but just bats it down in the end. I feel like that was there to catch. Really do. Yeah, it was at a nice and comfortable height. In all honesty, he probably should have caught it. Yeah, so we'll just have another look at this again. Does he step on the rope when he bats it down? You know, just need to go back to the moment where he bats it down.
I think in the end, they're going to say benefit of the doubt goes to the fielder. That's the process.
Yeah,
So
I think that might be the case over there. So there we go. Going to continue. This one is just pushed away towards point. Gets past the fielder. And it's just going to be a single. So Charanjit Singh, hey, he's ticking along. He's getting singles, but he's going to have to start hitting some big shots at some point as well. I mean, we do know that he is a very explosive and powerful hitter. Can't just keep handing strike to his partners. He's got to look to be an aggressor as well. Now comes off the toe end of the bat. Oh, this is a firm throw. Goes for the direct hit. Oh, this is... Oh, for a moment, it just felt like it's going to go past the fielder backing up, but he somehow managed to get his hand on that one. Oh, felt like that was destined to go away for overthrows. Wasn't the perfect technique to back up, but he's managed to get the job done. Oh, slower delivery. It's deceived the keeper as well. Does it have enough to trickle over the rope? Yes, it does. And that is slow and painful for Roma Bangla Morning Sun as they watch this ball just trickle away over the rope. Oh, that is going to hurt. That is going to hurt in what is a very, very tight game. That is 5 wides. And Anik Ahmed, I mean, he is visibly very, very angry right now. Absolutely livid. Play towards mid-wicket. Is this going to split the two fielders? Yes, it will. Yes, it will. He was unable to get to that. It's Saiful Islam who, of course, batted down the catching opportunity earlier. I felt like he might have had a chance to get to this if he wasn't so flat-footed to start off. He just never quite anticipated that. It ends up not going too far from his original starting position. I think that's just a case of a lack of anticipation. Oh, this one is launched. Forget about where you place your fielders. That is a huge hit. Massive hit by Charanjit Singh. Goes away for a 6. And we've been waiting for him to accelerate. And he finally has. He was content to just rotate the strike early in the innings. But he recognizes that the situation requires him to just shift up the gears. And it's now just 37 runs required of the remaining 4 overs.
Okay, I've finally done my research. Okay, the most golden balls at one venue, no surprises really. It's the Cardamom Oval. We've had 8 golden balls there. And next is actually Massa in Malta, where we've had 7. Remember, we had 5 in that one series at the start of 2023. 5 in a 4-week series there. And then you've got Montjuic in Barcelona with 6. You've got Ipsonis in Cyprus with 4. And then you've got 5 different venues on 3, including this Roma cricket ground. Now, there was another golden ball in Rome in 2020 that I mentioned, but that wasn't at this ground. It was at Roma Campanelli ground, that series. So there was one in each of those grounds back in 2020. So I'll read out the 5 that are on 3 in a moment.
Now it's gone up in the air. And it's going to go beyond the fielder at third, and off it goes for a 4. And oh my goodness, he has to do his best to not run into that barrier. And almost ran into the stronger together Melzel Shield banner. That was a good chase. Certainly put everything into trying to track that ball down.
One of the things that happened that reminded me of one of the grounds that I'm about to read out, Santarem, we had a player go whoopsie-daisy over the fence in that exact situation. Luckily, he was able to pull up. Yeah, so the 5 grounds that have 3 golden balls are Roma Cricket Ground that you're watching right now, Santarém in Portugal, Vasilevski in Bulgaria, of course, where we just spent 2 weeks. That'll be a wide. And then also Vinoj in Czechia, and also Europa Point in Gibraltar has 3. And then you've got 7 grounds with 2, Sporting Alfaz, Landskrona in Sweden, Sporting Alfaz is in Spain, by the way. Krefeld, Miranda de Corvo, the night series location in Portugal. Dresden, Milan Cricket Ground and Dreux in France. And then you've got a few that have just had the 1. Smashed, 6 runs. Watch out. Well, luckily it went up the gate. It's going to go far away. Luckily the net's there to break the 4. What a shot by Mosen. Maximal. Roma CC, the Royal Roma, I should say. They just have the firepower, don't they, all the way down the order. Just quickly, I'm going to tell you the 10 other grounds that have had 1 golden ball. Gothenburg in Sweden, Roma Campanelli, I just mentioned, Moravlasea in Romania. Oh, yeah, have a bit more of that. How about this? This could be over quickly the way things are going. Wow, watch out. That's Ravi just trying to take 5. Well, guess what? Take 6. Maximo Royal Roma bringing up the 100. So the other ground, Saban in Austria will be there soon. Nosbori in Stockholm, Sweden. Sparta in the Netherlands. Mechelen in Belgium. And then Ginebrescia, Tallinn in Estonia. Mladost from last week. So, yeah, interesting. And the amount of grounds that have had golden balls, there's 26 different grounds. There you go. Bit of fun. We can keep that up to date.
Sings this one in a little bit shorter. Yeah, the sound off the bat for those last couple of sixes was so sweet. I mean, it was probably one of the nicest sounds we've heard right out of the middle of the bat. I mean, the minute it left the bat, you just knew that was going to travel a long, long way for a six. Two incredible hits, and Royal Roma now needs to go with just to run a ball to wrap this one up. Now, take some pace off that ball. Smart bowling there by Ali. And Mosen will just push that one away for a single. So these last couple of overs have been very productive. We've seen 37 runs come off the last 11 balls. And we're just seeing a little chorus of applause going from the Royal Roma dugout right now.
They're enjoying their cricket. So that's what I mean. They're such an emotional team, but it kind of works in their favour sometimes. Remember how fired they were about Fernando Gate. Right now, this is going to be in the gap. That's going to be 4 more. Wow, what a little burst this has been from Royal Roma. I said I just don't think that the 119 is going to be enough. It felt like Royal Roma due to fire. Right now, they really are firing. It's also the end of the over. So it's 105 for 3 after 7. Let's have a little peek. How about what's happening tomorrow on the European Cricket Network? And guess what? More cricket. And it's pretty much got the same kind of feeling that we had today. Well, these are some of the upcoming events. Of course, including this one. And we'll have the Valletta Cup. We'll have the Netherlands Tri-Series in there as well. And obviously, got the ECC standing out there. But yeah, tomorrow, Roma Capinelli got a big day. They have 3 games, including the first game. So yeah, if you want to join us, you can. And Nish, I hope you have a good day off as well. I know you've spent a bit of time in Rome, but maybe you can discover something new. There always is here. So Roma Capinelli versus Roma Bangla Morning Sun to start the day. And it's a big day for the Banglas. Again, they play matches 1, 2, and 4, being 6, 7, and 9. Let's get going. 15 runs to win. Oh, long way across and gone. Mosen just basically blocks the stumps, and Abdul comes on, gets a wicket first ball. Still possible here. It's a bit of a tough path to victory, but it basically involves continuing to take wickets. That's a brilliant start from Abdul.
No, he certainly helped the umpire there with that decision. He's made it as easy as he can get. You can clearly see him just planting his foot in front of the stumps. All 3 stumps are visible, and the umpire's not going to get too many easier decisions than that.
Yeah, it's a pretty good decision. And Mosen, yeah, tries to get a bit inventive here. It leaves this team in better shape than when he first came to the crease, right? He ends up 19 off 8. A couple of big Maximos there, just swinging the game, swinging the momentum. Dinza, again, very good player to come out at number 6. Yeah, I'm fascinated with this Royal Roma side with all these Asian Latina guys available. Kind of 5 or 6 of them in any given 11.
I think this just brings Royal Roma back into contention for this year's title. And, we were talking about who's going to be the team to beat at the start of this broadcast. And, after those first couple of games, you'd think it'd be Roma CC, but the fact that Royal Roma went out there and beat Roma CC fairly convincingly, and looking like they're going to pick up another emphatic victory over here. They've certainly put themselves in the driver's seat in this European Cricket Series, and they look like they're going to be the class of this tournament, and someone's going to have to come and knock them off their perch.
Yeah, you're right. So yeah, Royal Roma, they can beat anyone any time.
It's just 11 runs needed now for Royal Roma to win it. Tinsa, who of course was batting right at the top of the order in the first match, coming lower down the order. And it just shows you that all the options they have, the strength and depth this team has, the fact that they can just push him down the order and they can still bat as well as they have. Just inside edges that one back onto himself. He wanted to hammer that one away. He's trying to get to the pitch of the ball, use his feet, and blast it over long off. Wasn't quite able to do it though. Last ball of the 8th over coming up. He's going to go for a big shot here. That is straight into his own team's dugout. He had his entire team scrambling and running away from their seats. We'll take another look at this shot. Yeah, it goes right on top of his team's dugout. And watch their reactions over there as they're just scrambling and trying to run away. Oh, boy. 5 runs needed now to win it from here. One big shot will do it for Royal Roma.
Yeah, looking quite pretty at the moment. Just had the one bonus point game today, right? Which was the when Roma ECS blew away Roma Bangla Morning Sun. But actually, there's been some real kind of close contests. Even though, okay, this probably won't look that close, but certainly was in the balance for a fair bit this game. Well, Roma just looking a bit too strong. It's a bit of a revenge game for them as well. Don't forget it was Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Knocked him out on finals day last year. 5 to win.
And is he going to end this game with this one big shot? Yes, he will. And oh, well, a one-handed catch attempted out over the boundary rope. As the Royal Roma will take this one by 6 wickets with 11 balls to spare. Well, let's take a look at this. If he'd managed to catch that, that would have been quite a special catch. Oh, almost. With a drink in his hand as well. That would have been really something special that would have done the rounds on social media for quite a while to come. That's now 49 runs they managed to score through that mid-wicket region. It just tells you how much power these batters have. And they will take this victory, make it 2 wins in 2 to wrap up this fantastic opening day for them. Another emphatic victory. They, of course, brushed aside their rivals, Roma CC, and broke their incredible winning streak. And now they have done the trick against Roma Bangla Morning Sun as well. So they come out here on the first day of the tournament for them and beat both the finalists from last year's European Cricket Series. Here's a look at the action coming up tomorrow. Of course, we'll get to see Roma Campanelle for the first time in this ECS. Really looking forward to seeing them. They'll be playing Roma Bangla Morning Sun first thing tomorrow morning. And then, of course, they got a couple more matches against the Gladiatori and Roma Cricket Club. So an exciting day of cricket at hand tomorrow here in Rome. We'll now move on and have a look at the highlights of this innings. And you got to say there was a little bit of a wobble early for Royal Roma. Roma Bangla Morning Sun got off to a good start. They managed to pick up some early wickets. Sukhbir Singh taking a wicket in the second over, and he just wondered whether Bangla Morning Sun would have a chance to go on and make this a very competitive and interesting game. But ultimately, Royal Roma's power hitting was just too much for them to handle. Sukhbir Singh made 23 runs off 7 deliveries, struck 4 boundaries, 3 of them were 6s. Kalani Lakhanwal making 25 of 11. He was absolutely superb. Great display of power hitting by him and that entire top order for Royal Roma. Charanjit Singh initially was more than happy to just play the role of a mediator. He was knocking the ball around, happy to rotate the strike, but when he was asked to step up and hit the big boundaries, he certainly did that. Gagandeep Singh just couldn't quite get going today. He had a couple of low scores in the 2 matches he batted in today, made 6 runs of 5 balls, and then was eventually caught out in the deep. He changed his bat and then was out a couple of balls later by sending one straight toward Abbas Ali, who took a tumble after taking that catch. This was a big mistake there by the wicketkeeper. 10 runs coming of extras in this innings. You have to say overall, all the sides today have been pretty good on the extras department. We haven't seen more than 11 runs of extras in any of the innings that we covered during today's action. This was a rather fortuitous boundary, a top edge that went away for a 4, but well, you swing hard, and then sometimes your top edges will fly away for a boundary as well. This was a great shot there by Mohammad Mohsin. He had 2 6s, and that one was the best of the lot. And then, of course, he'll be out plumb LBW off the bowling of Kader Abdul, certainly making that decision very easy for the umpire. I don't think the umpire is going to give too many easier LBW decisions than that. And, of course, Hashmat Dinza coming in at the end, hitting a 4, hitting a 6, putting the cherry on top, and wrapping up a victory for his side. Charanjit Singh, of course, would hit the winning runs with a 6 right at the end of the first ball of the 8th over. So Royal Roma will take this one by 6 wickets, and they do it with 11 balls to spare. We'll now have a look at the scorecard. As you can see, some great scores all around over there. I mean, everyone kind of did their job. They came in, they were aggressive. They didn't look to chew up too many dot balls. And you have to say, this was a solid all-around batting performance by this entire Royal Roma unit.
Yeah, look, it's one of those things with Royal Roma. They've got so many players that can hurt you, and they're just all going to have that attacking approach. And occasionally, it will totally blow up in their face, occasionally. But in these kind of chases, no one really felt that much pressure. They said, look, we're going to just be aggressive, we're going to play our game. In the end, they get it done with 11 balls to spare. We get shared between Abbas Ali as well as Bilal Hussain, Ahmed Mosim and Kadir Abdul in there. Anik Ahmed, of course, opening the bowling. Wasn't the result that he wanted at all. And in the end, it is Royal Roma that take 3 points out of this one. Let's welcome you back into the commentary box for the last time today. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Nish Bart. And look, what a great first day in Rome. I've really, really enjoyed it with the weather. It's been hot, but it's been kind of comfortable hot. I've certainly spent some days here where it's been dusty and it's been almost unbearable. So I want to say a big thank you to all the crew from the Roma Cricket Ground here. Leslie, Prabhath, everyone for making us feel so welcome. Even came around with some watermelon slices earlier on, which was a nice little break. I know that you got tomorrow off. You'll be back on Wednesday with Rico. So I won't see you now probably for a little while, but I know we'll catch up maybe towards the end of this tournament and then Austria. But yeah, I'm wishing you all the best. I hope you enjoy your day off. And really, if today's anything to go by, it's going to be a really engaging day of cricket in day 2 as Roma Campanelli, who do have the oldest ECS cricketer, Alfonso Jayaraja, will join the party. And I guess he'll just continue to set that record higher and higher because he is in this squad. And they're up tomorrow against Roma Bangla Morning Sun. Gladiatori also, they'll be keen to get their first win on the board. They play Roma Bangla Morning Sun and Roma Campanelli. But Nish, yeah, great day of cricket, great opening. Pretty smooth first day, actually, all up. What do you think?
Really smooth first day, and this is why Rome is one of the highlights on the calendar. The quality of the cricket is great here, the federation's wonderful, and the facilities are absolutely sublime. I'm glad to be back here in Rome and can't wait to cover the rest of these 2 weeks.
Well, I might have a little Campari or something here. That's what they probably do at the end of the day here. It's been long, it's been hot, but it's been fun. Some real nail-biters today, but settle in because there's still so much more cricket to come. 13 more days of cricket, and of course culminating in that Meltil Shield. Just a reminder before we go to like this video. If you're watching on YouTube, subscribe. I know we're almost up to 410,000, which is yet another milestone which is on the horizon. I'll never forget, we actually were here when we reached 300,000 back in 2022, I think it was. Also, don't forget our social media at European Cricket. You can catch some of the behind-the-scenes shots as well, and some of the city shots of where we are at the moment, and also our website, europeancricket.com. Nish, great job, and I look forward to seeing you do your thing for the rest of the series. Who do you like so far? You think Roma CC, is it a done deal, or do you think they're going to get challenged a bit more this time?
I think they're going to get challenged. This Royal Roma side look like they are serious about winning this tournament. They went in there, they poached as much talent as they could from Asian Latina, and they want to get that ECS title back. Yeah, well, from everyone here at the European Cricket Network and European Cricket family, I want to say a special thanks to everyone in the chat that kept it so interesting during the day. We're going to leave you with some highlights of opening day thanks to our crew at Spring Productions. But for now, it's hasta mañana.